Tonight we begin the story of Napoleon Bonaparte, a child born on a rugged island who would rise to command empires. His journey is one of ambition forged in hardship and destiny shaped by brilliance and war. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. Napoleon Bonaparte was born on August 15, 1769, on the rugged island of Corsica, just months after the island was transferred from Genoese to French rule. His family belonged to the lower ranks of Italian nobility, but their status did little to protect them from the harsh economic realities of life under new rulers. Napoleon's father, Carlo Bonaparte, was an ambitious man who managed to align himself with the new French administration, gaining a modest political role and securing a scholarship for his son. From an early age, Napoleon was different. He was fiercely intelligent, fiercely proud, and fiercely Corsican. He spoke with a thick Corsican accent, and his French was broken, which made him a target of mockery when he was sent to mainland France for school. Yet the boy, who barely spoke the language of his new country, absorbed everything. History, mathematics, strategy, and the lives of great leaders filled his imagination. He was determined not just to learn, but to rise. In 1779, at just 9 years old, he left Corsica to attend military school in Brienne-le-Château. It was here that the seeds of ambition truly began to grow. Napoleon was isolated, often mocked by his classmates for his accent and modest background. But instead of retreating, he immersed himself in books, particularly those about military history and philosophy. He studied Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, and Hannibal. While other boys played games, Napoleon envisioned empires. At 16, he graduated and was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the French artillery. It was an achievement that few from his background could have expected. When the French Revolution erupted in 1789, Napoleon was still a young officer, but the chaos and collapse of the old order created opportunities. The revolution overturned the social hierarchy. Nobles fled, and the military command structure was shattered. For men like Napoleon, it was the opening of a door that had long been shut. He returned briefly to Corsica, but found himself at odds with the island's revolutionary leader Pasquale Paoli. Their conflict turned violent and forced Napoleon and his family to flee to mainland France as refugees. It was a humiliating moment, but also a turning point. Now stripped of his home and his former identity, Napoleon embraced France fully. His rise would be built not on aristocratic birthright, but on talent, ambition, and an unshakable belief in destiny. In 1793, during the siege of Toulon, he got his first chance to prove himself. As a young artillery officer, he suggested a bold strategy that turned the tide of the battle. His plan worked and British forces were driven from the port. Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general at just 24. It was the beginning of a meteoric ascent, from a boy mocked for his Corsican accent to a commander who had reshaped a battlefield. Napoleon had begun his journey from obscurity to legend. In 1793, Napoleon Bonaparte had already proven himself to be an intelligent and determined officer, but it was during the siege of Toulon that his brilliance truly began to shine. At just 24 years old, Napoleon found himself thrust into a crucial military engagement that would set the course for his future and elevate him to the highest ranks of the French army. Toulon, a strategic port on the southern coast of France, had fallen into the hands of British and Royalist forces. The French Revolution was in full swing, and Toulon's defection to the enemy was a major blow to the revolutionary cause. The city was heavily fortified, and its defenders were well equipped. The French government, in desperate need of a decisive victory, turned to the young artillery officer Napoleon Bonaparte to help reclaim the port. The situation seemed dire. Toulon was a fortress surrounded by high ground, giving the British forces a clear advantage. The city was also home to a powerful fleet of ships that could threaten France's naval supremacy. But Napoleon, with his keen understanding of military strategy, saw an opportunity where others saw only a challenge. His first insight was that Toulon's defenders relied too heavily on their naval superiority and the natural fortifications of the surrounding hills. Napoleon proposed a bold plan to position French artillery on the high ground surrounding the city, targeting the British fleet and cutting off their ability to resupply. The idea was audacious. It went against the traditional strategies of siege warfare, which focused on direct assaults and attrition. But Napoleon believed it was the key to breaking the stalemate. His strategy was built on speed, surprise, and precision. He oversaw the construction of artillery positions on the heights surrounding Toulon, directing his men with incredible energy and focus. Despite facing difficulties, poor weather, logistical issues, and constant pressure from the enemy, Napoleon's plans began to take shape. The artillery batteries were established, and soon they began raining fire down on the British ships and the Royalist defenders within the city. The British fleet, unable to escape the bombardment, was forced to retreat, and the French forces gained control of the heights. With the strategic advantage now in their hands, the French army launched a decisive assault on Toulon. The city fell, and the Royalists and British forces were defeated. Napoleon's strategy had worked to perfection. His role in the victory did not go unnoticed. His innovative tactics, bold decision-making, and tireless work ethic earned him the respect of his superiors and the loyalty of his men. Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general at just 24 years old, a remarkable achievement that recognized his military genius. This victory at Toulon was not only a testament to Napoleon's brilliance, but also a defining moment in his career. It marked the beginning of his rise to power, and it set him on a path that would lead to the heights of military and political greatness. The siege of Toulon revealed to the world what Napoleon was capable of, a young officer with the strategic mind of a seasoned general, a man who would go on to reshape the face of Europe. The year was 1798, and Napoleon Bonaparte, now a rising star in the French military, embarked on one of his most ambitious and ultimately disastrous ventures, the Egyptian campaign. This was a bold move that would shape his reputation, but also mark the beginning of his downfall. The purpose of the campaign was clear: to disrupt British trade with India, weaken British influence in the region, and establish French dominance over the eastern Mediterranean. But behind the military strategy was a grand vision. Napoleon dreamed of creating a French empire stretching across the Middle East, a vision that would secure his place in history as a conqueror. The Egyptian campaign was a gamble, one that Napoleon hoped would pay off. At the time, Britain's economic power was largely tied to its control over trade routes to India, the crown jewel of its global empire. France, under the leadership of Napoleon, wanted to disrupt this trade by occupying Egypt and threatening Britain's access to the subcontinent. Napoleon's ambition was fueled by the belief that defeating Britain would not only elevate his stature, but also reshape the global order. The campaign began with the landing of Napoleon's army in Egypt in July of 1798. Napoleon's forces faced a hostile environment, far from the familiar European battlefield. But Napoleon, ever the visionary, did not simply focus on military conquest. He also brought along a team of scholars, scientists and engineers, members of the Institute of Egypt, whose task was to document and study Egypt's rich history, culture, and natural resources. This side of the campaign was just as important to Napoleon as the military victory. He saw Egypt as a place where French culture, knowledge and influence could be spread across the Middle East. But the realities of the campaign soon began to diverge from Napoleon's grand vision. After a relatively easy landing, the French forces quickly marched toward Cairo, where they encountered their first serious opposition. The Battle of the Pyramids, fought on July 21, 1798, would become one of Napoleon's most famous victories. Against a much larger army of Mamluks, the elite soldiers who had ruled Egypt for centuries, Napoleon employed his now signature tactic, the use of artillery to break the enemy's formations. With devastating precision, Napoleon's artillery devastated the Mamluks, while his infantry followed up with rapid assaults, breaking the enemy lines. The battle was a triumph, and Napoleon emerged as a hero. The Mamluks were crushed, and Egypt was effectively in French hands. Napoleon's victory at the Pyramids cemented his reputation as a military genius, but the true challenges were only beginning. The real test came when Napoleon's forces, after securing Cairo, began to face the realities of operating in a foreign land, cut off from supplies and reinforcements. The logistical challenges were overwhelming. The French forces, though skilled in battle, were unprepared for the harsh desert environment. They faced constant shortages of food, water, and medical supplies. The army was not trained for the desert's brutal conditions, and disease began to spread rapidly through the ranks. Malaria, dysentery, and other tropical diseases decimated the troops. The very terrain that had allowed Napoleon to achieve victory at the Pyramids now became a death sentence for his army. Meanwhile, in Europe, the situation was shifting. While Napoleon was focused on Egypt, the British under Admiral Horatio Nelson were preparing a counterattack. In August of 1798, Nelson's fleet destroyed the French navy at the Battle of the Nile, trapping Napoleon's forces in Egypt. The loss of the French fleet was a crushing blow, as it cut off any hope of resupply and escape. Napoleon's brilliant military mind had failed him in this regard. The British Navy's dominance at sea meant that any plans for a quick retreat or reinforcement were now impossible. Napoleon's campaign was turning into a logistical disaster. The situation in Egypt was deteriorating rapidly. The French forces began to suffer not only from disease and shortages, but also from the growing hostility of the local population. While Napoleon had initially been welcomed as a liberator by some, his presence soon turned into a burden. The French occupation sparked resistance, and Egyptian insurgents began to rise up against the foreign invaders. The French found themselves embroiled in guerrilla warfare, which drained their resources and morale. The campaign had begun with such grand promises, but had now become a long and costly struggle in a foreign land. Napoleon's ambition began to falter. The situation in Egypt became untenable. After nearly a year of fighting, Napoleon made the difficult decision to return to France, leaving behind his forces in Egypt. The retreat was marked by confusion and failure. Although the scientific missions continued to explore Egypt's wonders, Napoleon had failed to establish a lasting French presence in the region. The Egyptian campaign was a failure in the long term, but it still had significant effects on Napoleon's career. He returned to France in the fall of 1799 to find the political landscape in turmoil. The French Revolution had entered a new phase, and the political chaos that had characterized the previous decade had opened the door for Napoleon to seize power. In November of 1799, just a few months after his return, Napoleon staged a coup d'état, overthrowing the French Directory and establishing himself as first consul of France. Despite the failure of his Egyptian ambitions, Napoleon had succeeded in his ultimate goal, to increase his power and influence. The Egyptian campaign had been a gamble, one that had failed in many ways, but it had also proven Napoleon's ability to rise from setbacks, inspire loyalty, and secure his place at the center of French politics. The military brilliance he had displayed in Egypt, even amid chaos, would become the foundation for his future successes, even if the desert's harsh conditions had ultimately turned his dream into a tragic and costly affair. The year was 1799, and the winds of change were sweeping through France. The revolution, which had begun a decade earlier with cries of liberté, égalité, fraternité, had left the country in turmoil. After years of war, political instability, and economic crisis, the revolutionary ideals that once promised to reshape France were now a distant memory. The Directory, a five-man executive body that had been running the country, was crumbling under the weight of corruption, inefficiency, and public disillusionment. France was on the brink of collapse, and the people were desperate for stability. It was in this moment of chaos that Napoleon Bonaparte, the brilliant and ambitious military leader, made his return to France. Having just completed his ill-fated Egyptian campaign, Napoleon found himself facing a country in disarray. Yet, he saw an opportunity to seize power, to capitalize on the disillusionment with the current government, and to restore order to the chaos. But Napoleon's return was not merely about restoring France to greatness, it was about his own personal rise to power. He had already proven himself to be a master of strategy on the battlefield, and now he would turn his keen political mind to the task at hand. In October of 1799, Napoleon returned to France in the midst of a political crisis. The Directory was struggling, and the French government was deeply divided. Revolutionary fervor had given way to cynicism and fear. Napoleon, with his military fame and reputation, was seen as a figure who could bring stability to the country. He was welcomed by some, but feared by others. The time was ripe for change, and Napoleon was determined to take advantage of the situation. He quickly allied himself with key figures in the political establishment, including the directors of the Directory and leading members of the opposition. But his true ambition was clear. He was not interested in simply being a figurehead. Napoleon was positioning himself to seize ultimate power. The coup that would change the course of French history came on the 18th of Brumaire, year the 8th of the revolutionary calendar, November 9, 1799. The plan was simple but daring. Napoleon would use his popularity, military influence, and the disarray of the French government to overthrow the Directory and install himself as the new leader of France. The coup was meticulously planned and executed with precision. Napoleon's forces, loyal soldiers who had fought for him in Egypt, marched into Paris, securing key government buildings. The political leaders who had once feared Napoleon now found themselves scrambling to respond. Napoleon's move was calculated. He knew that the people of France, tired of the instability, would rally to his cause. In the early hours of the 18th Brumaire, Napoleon convened a meeting of the French legislature. In a dramatic moment, he declared that the Directory was no longer capable of governing and that he was stepping in to restore order. The legislature, though initially resistant, was soon overwhelmed by Napoleon's charm, determination, and military presence. Within hours, the Directory was dissolved, and Napoleon had secured control of the government. It was a bloodless coup, executed with military precision, but it was also a coup that marked the end of the French Republic and the beginning of a new era in French history. Napoleon's political acumen had been demonstrated in the most dramatic way possible. He was now in control. The coup of 18 Brumaire was the culmination of years of political maneuvering, military victories, and the exploitation of France's desperate need for stability. The people, tired of the chaos, rallied behind him. Napoleon, the military hero who had once been an outsider, was now the ruler of France. But the transition to power was not without its challenges. The overthrow of the Directory did not immediately guarantee Napoleon's supremacy. He faced opposition from rival political factions, from royalists who wanted to restore the monarchy to revolutionaries who still clung to the ideals of the French Revolution. Napoleon, however, was a master of consolidating power. He quickly established himself as first consul, the head of the new government, and took steps to neutralize any remaining threats to his authority. He used a mix of charm, intimidation, and political savvy to secure the loyalty of key figures in the French government. He also moved quickly to solidify his position by reforming the legal system and centralizing power in his own hands. With the coup complete and his position secure, Napoleon set his sights on reshaping France. He introduced sweeping reforms, including the establishment of the Napoleonic Code, which would go on to influence legal systems around the world. He also worked to stabilize the economy, restore relations with the Catholic Church, and solidify his control over the military. In the months following the coup, Napoleon's power only grew. He transformed the political landscape of France, consolidating his control and making himself the undisputed leader of the nation. But while Napoleon's rise to power was swift and impressive, it also marked the beginning of the end for the democratic ideals of the revolution. The French Republic, which had been born out of a desire for equality and liberty, was now replaced by a strongman's rule. Democracy was fading, and the age of Napoleon had begun. The coup of 18 Brumaire, though bloodless, had set in motion the rise of one of the most powerful and controversial figures in history. Napoleon, once an outsider with a burning desire to prove himself, was now at the helm of the French government, his eyes set on greater ambitions. In the years to come, his rule would reshape the world for better or for worse, and the legacy of the coup would echo throughout the history of France and Europe. In the year 1804, the French Revolution, which had upended centuries of tradition, was now a distant memory. The once defiant cries for liberty, equality, and fraternity, which had reverberated through the streets of Paris, were now overshadowed by the imperial ambitions of a man who had risen from the ashes of revolution itself. Napoleon Bonaparte, the former general, had ascended to the pinnacle of power, not as the leader of a republic, but as the emperor of the French. It was a transformation that shocked the world, a bold and theatrical statement of absolute authority. On December 2nd, 1804, in the magnificent Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, Napoleon Bonaparte did what no ruler before him had dared to do. In the wake of the French Revolution, he crowned himself emperor. It was a symbolic moment, an act that defied the very principles of the revolution that had brought him to power. The self-coronation was both a statement of defiance and a declaration of sovereignty. It was Napoleon's way of rewriting the rule-book of monarchy, making it clear that he was not beholden to anyone, not even the Pope, who had been invited to the ceremony. As the Pope, Pius VII, stood by in awe, Napoleon took the crown from the altar and, in a breathtaking display of theatrical symbolism, placed it upon his own head. It was an act that sent shockwaves throughout Europe and beyond. It was not just the coronation of a monarch, but the crowning of a man who had bent the very fabric of history to his will. Napoleon's rise to power had been a journey of ambition, but this act, his coronation, was the culmination of his transformation from revolutionary hero to emperor. As he stood before the grand altar, surrounded by the glittering nobility of France and the representatives of the revolution, Napoleon knew that he was not just ruling over a country. He was now the embodiment of France itself, its future, and its destiny. The self-coronation was not only a personal triumph for Napoleon, but also a moment of profound significance for France and the world. It marked the end of the revolutionary ideals that had once driven the French people to overthrow their monarchy and the rise of a new imperial order. It was a reversal of the very principles that had once inspired the revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity, replaced now by power, authority, and dominance. The French people, who had once risen up against a king, now found themselves in the presence of a new monarch, one who wore the crown of empire with an iron will and a burning desire to restore France's place at the center of Europe. The coronation ceremony itself was a grand spectacle, a theatrical performance that underscored Napoleon's desire to project power and control. The lavish decorations, the pomp and circumstance, the grandeur of Notre Dame Cathedral, all of it was designed to highlight the shift in power that had taken place. The streets of Paris were filled with spectators, their eyes fixed on the towering spires of the cathedral as they awaited the coronation of their new emperor. And when Napoleon placed the crown upon his head, it was not just a symbol of his new status, it was a message to the world. Napoleon was no longer a general, no longer a product of the revolution. He was the emperor, the supreme ruler of France, and his reign would define the future of Europe. In the weeks and months that followed, Napoleon began to consolidate his power further. He reshaped the government, reformed the legal system, and created a new aristocracy that would pledge loyalty to him. He built a new imperial court, with himself at the center, surrounded by a group of loyal followers who would carry out his will. Napoleon's self-coronation was not just an isolated event, it was the beginning of a new era for France. It was a statement of power, a declaration that the revolution was over and that the future would be shaped by the will of one man. The ideals of the revolution were slowly eroded as Napoleon, the emperor of the French, began to reshape the political and social order in his own image. The French Empire, now under his control, would be a force to be reckoned with. But with this new power came great responsibility and even greater risks. As Napoleon's imperial ambitions grew, so too did the challenges he faced. The Europe he sought to dominate was filled with rival powers: Britain, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, each eager to resist his influence and protect their own interests. Yet for all the risks that lay ahead, Napoleon's self-coronation in 1804 was the moment when he truly became the embodiment of French greatness. His vision for an empire was now set in stone, and the stage was set for a series of wars that would shape the future of Europe for decades to come. The coronation, grand and theatrical as it was, symbolized not only his power, but his desire to rewrite the course of history itself. He had crossed the Rubicon, casting aside the ideals of the revolution and embracing the mantle of empire. The world would soon learn that Napoleon, now emperor of the French, was a force unlike any other, a man whose ambitions knew no bounds, and whose quest for dominance would leave a legacy that would echo through the ages. The year was 1805, and Napoleon Bonaparte stood at the pinnacle of his power. Europe was at his feet, and his vision of a French-dominated continent was closer than ever to becoming reality. The Battle of Austerlitz, fought on December 2nd of that year, would be remembered as his most brilliant victory, a masterpiece of military strategy that cemented Napoleon's place in history as one of the greatest tacticians of all time. After years of conquest and diplomacy, Napoleon had assembled the greatest military force Europe had ever seen, and he faced the combined armies of Russia and Austria in a confrontation that would determine the fate of Europe. The Russian and Austrian forces, led by Tsar Alexander I and Holy Roman Emperor Francis II, were determined to crush Napoleon's growing empire. They believed that a decisive defeat of Napoleon's army would force France to abandon its conquests and restore the old balance of power. Napoleon, however, had other plans. He understood that the key to victory was not simply defeating the enemy's forces, but outthinking them. As the two armies faced off near the town of Austerlitz, Napoleon feigned weakness. He deliberately left his right flank vulnerable, inviting the Allied forces to attack. The Allies, eager for a decisive victory, took the bait. They launched a full-scale assault on what they believed was a weak point in Napoleon's line. But Napoleon's brilliance lay in his ability to create the perfect trap. As the Allies advanced, Napoleon's forces, positioned strategically behind the lines, sprang into action. His artillery, placed with devastating precision, rained down on the advancing troops, while his cavalry and infantry swept around to cut off their retreat. The result was a stunning defeat for the Allies. The Russian and Austrian forces were crushed, suffering heavy casualties, and were forced to retreat in disarray. The Battle of Austerlitz was not just a victory, it was a declaration of Napoleon's military genius. It was a battle fought with speed, deception, and an unmatched understanding of terrain and timing. The victory sent shockwaves through Europe, and it marked the high point of Napoleon's dominance. With Austerlitz, Napoleon had defeated two of the greatest military powers in Europe, and the outcome was nothing short of a masterpiece. The success at Austerlitz reshaped Europe's political landscape. Napoleon's enemies were scattered, and his control over much of Europe was solidified. The Treaty of Pressburg, signed shortly after the battle, forced Austria to surrender large portions of its territory to France, effectively knocking the Holy Roman Empire out of the war. The Austrians were now forced to recognize Napoleon as a dominant force in Europe. But the victory came at a price. Napoleon's ambition for total control of Europe had ignited the fury of Britain, which had been watching from the sidelines, and the Russian Empire, which had already pledged to continue the fight. The Battle of Austerlitz may have been his most brilliant victory, but it was also the beginning of a new chapter in Napoleon's reign. With Austerlitz, Napoleon demonstrated his ability to reshape the map of Europe at will, but the seeds of his downfall had already been sown. While the battle was a triumph, the war was far from over. Napoleon's victory brought him closer to realizing his dream of a united Europe under French rule, but it also set the stage for future conflicts that would ultimately undo his empire. The victory at Austerlitz, however, remains one of the most iconic moments of Napoleon's reign. The image of Napoleon, standing tall in front of his army after the battle, surrounded by his generals, is etched into the annals of history. It was the moment when he was at his most powerful, a force to be reckoned with, and the undisputed master of Europe. The Battle of Austerlitz, with its dramatic reversals, brilliant tactics, and devastating consequences, marked the height of Napoleon's reign. But as with all peaks, it was only a matter of time before the fall would begin. Austerlitz may have been Napoleon's greatest victory, but it would also be the high point of his empire's power, a moment frozen in time before the storm that would eventually bring it all crashing down. The years 1808 to 1812 marked the beginning of the end for Napoleon Bonaparte. His once unshakable empire, which stretched across much of Europe, would soon begin to unravel. The Peninsular War and the ill-fated Russian campaign would be the two major battles that ultimately led to Napoleon's downfall. What had once seemed like a guaranteed path to dominance now revealed cracks, fault lines, and bitter losses. The Peninsular War began in 1808, a conflict that would become a grim and bloody chapter in Napoleon's reign. Spain, once an ally of France, was thrown into chaos after Napoleon deposed the Spanish king and placed his own brother Joseph Bonaparte on the throne. This move alienated the Spanish population and ignited a fierce resistance. Guerrilla warfare erupted across the Iberian Peninsula as Spanish and Portuguese fighters, aided by the British, waged a brutal campaign against the French. The French military, accustomed to large-scale battles, was unprepared for the relentlessness of the guerrilla tactics. The Spanish, motivated by a deep sense of patriotism, fought with ferocity and desperation. Napoleon's army, stretched thin and demoralized by the constant skirmishes, found itself bogged down in a war that refused to end. What was supposed to be a swift and decisive campaign turned into a prolonged quagmire. For every French victory, there were countless ambushes, raids and attacks on supply lines. The cost in men and resources was immense. By the time Napoleon realized that the Peninsular War was bleeding his empire dry, it was too late. The Spanish resistance, supported by British forces under Sir Arthur Wellesley, had become a force that could no longer be ignored. Napoleon's once invincible army was mired in a war of attrition that it could not win. The horrors of the Peninsular War were compounded by the disastrous Russian campaign that began in 1812. Napoleon's decision to invade Russia would be his greatest miscalculation, a catastrophic blunder that would lead to the destruction of the Grande Armée. The campaign began with grand ambitions. Napoleon believed that defeating Tsar Alexander I would solidify his control over Europe. The Russian army, however, was elusive, employing a scorched earth policy that denied Napoleon's forces the supplies they desperately needed. As the French marched deeper into Russia, the severity of the Russian winter set in. Temperatures plunged and snowstorms ravaged the already weakened Grande Armée. The French soldiers, unprepared for the brutal conditions, began to fall ill and die from frostbite, hunger, and exhaustion. The vast Russian wilderness, which had once seemed like an open road to victory, had become a death trap. The Russian forces in retreat harassed Napoleon's army, picking off stragglers and ambushing French forces. The infamous Battle of Borodino, fought in September 1812, was one of the bloodiest encounters of the campaign. Despite heavy casualties on both sides, the Russians refused to give up. Napoleon's army, already stretched to its breaking point, continued to march toward Moscow. When they finally arrived, they found the city abandoned and set alight by the retreating Russian forces. Moscow, once a symbol of Russian power, was now nothing but ashes. Napoleon's army was trapped, exhausted, and starving. The Russian winter had decimated their strength, and they had little hope of survival. Napoleon, once unstoppable, now found himself facing the harshest of enemies, the elements, attrition, and the relentless Russian resolve. The retreat from Moscow marked the beginning of the end for Napoleon. As the Grande Armée limped back through the Russian wilderness, it was a broken shell of its former self. Men died by the thousands from starvation, disease, and the relentless cold. The once great army was reduced to a disorganized, panicked retreat, with the remnants of the French forces being pursued by Russian troops. By the time the French army crossed the Berezina River in November 1812, the campaign had turned into a full-blown disaster. The retreat from Russia would become one of the most humiliating defeats in military history. Napoleon's dreams of European domination had been dashed, and the once mighty Grande Armée had been all but destroyed. The failures of the Peninsular War and the Russian campaign shattered Napoleon's reputation. He had overextended himself and underestimated the resilience of his enemies. What had once seemed like an unstoppable march toward European supremacy had become a nightmare of constant retreat and death. The loss of men, resources, and morale would haunt Napoleon for the rest of his reign. His empire, once expansive and powerful, was beginning to crack under the pressure of these catastrophic defeats. The once unshakable figure of Napoleon Bonaparte was now facing the reality of failure. As winter closed in, the grim reality of his losses became undeniable. The soldiers who had marched with him through the triumphs of Austerlitz and Jena were now broken, and Napoleon's dreams of glory seemed increasingly out of reach. The Peninsular War, and the Russian campaign had changed the course of history, and they marked the beginning of the end for the man who had once been master of Europe. The snow and the bloodshed of these campaigns would follow Napoleon throughout his life, a reminder that even the greatest of empires can crumble beneath the weight of ambition. The year 1813 marked the beginning of the tragic unraveling of Napoleon Bonaparte's empire. A titan who had once shaped Europe with his brilliance on the battlefield now found himself facing an unstoppable tide of opposition. The Battle of Nations, fought near Leipzig in October, would prove to be the turning point. It was here that Napoleon's dominance over Europe finally shattered. The scale of the conflict was immense. An alliance of Austria, Russia, Prussia, and Sweden, collectively known as the Sixth Coalition, assembled an army of over 300,000 men against Napoleon's forces, which numbered only around 200,000. What began as a battle of necessity soon became the final reckoning for Napoleon. The battle itself was a fierce, chaotic affair, as the coalition forces sought to break Napoleon's stranglehold on Central Europe. Napoleon, ever the master tactician, threw everything into the fight, but even his military genius couldn't overcome the numerical superiority and unity of his enemies. The French were pushed back, and after 4 days of brutal combat, the Battle of Nations ended in a decisive defeat for Napoleon. The losses were staggering, around 100,000 soldiers on both sides. The battlefield, littered with the bodies of men from all corners of Europe, became a grim symbol of Napoleon's crumbling empire. The loss at Leipzig was not just a military defeat, it marked the beginning of the end of the Napoleonic era. As the coalition forces pushed westward, Napoleon's enemies closed in from all directions. With the Battle of Nations lost, the French Empire found itself besieged. The Allies invaded France in 1814, and Napoleon, once invincible, was now struggling to hold on to his throne. The cities that had once hailed him as their liberator now turned against him, and the French people, weary of war, grew disillusioned. In the streets of Paris, whispers of defeat and surrender filled the air. Despite his best efforts to rally his forces, Napoleon could not reverse the tide. His soldiers, battered and demoralized, were no match for the relentless advance of the Allies. Paris, the heart of his empire, fell on March 31st, 1814. The once great city was occupied by foreign troops, and Napoleon's reign came to an end. Facing certain defeat, Napoleon was forced to abdicate on April 6, 1814. The act of abdication was in many ways a reflection of the man himself, decisive yet deeply tragic. Napoleon, who had once ruled with unyielding authority, was now a man defeated by the very forces he had sought to conquer. His abdication was not just the end of his reign, it was the shattering of a dream. In the final moments of his rule, Napoleon requested to retain his title as emperor and to be allowed to rule over a small part of France. But the Allies, determined to ensure that he would never return to power, refused his request. The former emperor was exiled to the small Mediterranean island of Elba, just off the coast of Italy. For Napoleon, the exile to Elba was both a punishment and an opportunity. Stripped of his empire, he was left to reflect on the rise and fall of his reign. The once mighty conqueror, who had reshaped Europe, was now relegated to a tiny island, a shadow of his former self. Yet, even in exile, Napoleon's mind remained sharp, and the ambitions that had once driven him to greatness still burned within him. But for now he was a prisoner of his own destiny, trapped on an island that was to be his prison for the next several years. Napoleon's abdication and exile to Elba marked the tragic downfall of a titan. The man who had once been the ruler of an empire stretching from Spain to Russia was now a prisoner of his own past. The loss of his empire was a bitter pill to swallow, and for the first time in his life, Napoleon was forced to confront the limits of his power. The drama of his downfall had all the hallmarks of a Shakespearean tragedy: ambition, greatness, and inevitable ruin. He had been the master of Europe, the embodiment of a new order, but now he was an emperor in exile, haunted by the ghosts of his former glory. His fall was not the result of a single battle, but of a series of miscalculations, overreach, and the unrelenting pressure of a Europe that had grown tired of his rule. Napoleon's abdication marked the end of an era, but it was not the end of his story. His time in exile on Elba was merely a pause in a saga that would continue, one final act that would see him return to France in a dramatic bid for power. But for now, the once mighty emperor was a broken man, the world that he had once dominated slipping through his fingers like sand. The fall of Napoleon was a tragedy, but it was also a reminder of the dangers of unchecked ambition. He had risen from obscurity to rule an empire, but in the end it was the very forces that he had used to create his empire, war, conquest, and ambition, that led to his downfall. The Battle of Nations, the invasion of France, and his eventual abdication were the final chapters in the story of Napoleon Bonaparte, a man who reached the heights of power, only to fall from grace in the most dramatic and tragic of fashions. In early 1815, Europe believed it had seen the last of Napoleon Bonaparte. After his abdication in April 1814, he was exiled to the small Mediterranean island of Elba, just off the coast of Italy. His empire had crumbled, his army was broken, and the monarchs of Europe had restored the Bourbon king, Louis XV's seat, to the French throne. Napoleon had been given sovereignty over Elba and allowed to retain a small personal guard. It was, in theory, a quiet retirement for the man who once ruled most of Europe. But Napoleon had no intention of fading into history. News from France began to reach him. The restored Bourbon monarchy was growing increasingly unpopular. The people were disillusioned, the military was neglected, and veterans of Napoleon's campaigns found themselves sidelined or ignored. The promise of stability under Louis XV was fading. Napoleon saw an opportunity. He believed that France still remembered him, still needed him. In February 1815, he made his move. Under the cover of night on February 26th, Napoleon escaped from Elba aboard the brig Inconstant with around 1,000 loyal soldiers. They sailed past patrolling ships of the Royal Navy and landed on the French coast near Cannes on March 1st. There Napoleon began his march north, not with an army of conquest, but with a message he had returned to save France. As he moved from village to village, support began to swell. Soldiers sent to arrest him instead joined his cause. Famously, when confronted by royal troops near Grenoble, Napoleon stepped forward and declared, "If there is one among you who would kill his emperor, here I am." No one fired. The troops cheered, and the ranks of his supporters grew. By the time Napoleon reached Paris on March 20th, Louis XV had fled. In a stunning turn of events, Napoleon had regained power without a single shot being fired in anger. Thus began the 100 Days, a brief and intense period in which Napoleon would attempt to re-establish his empire and outmaneuver the Allied powers once more. But the monarchs of Europe were not about to let him reclaim his former glory. Austria, Prussia, Russia, and the United Kingdom swiftly formed the Seventh Coalition and began mobilizing their armies. They would strike before Napoleon could consolidate power. Napoleon knew he had to act quickly. He could not wait for the coalition armies to assemble on French soil. He had to divide them and defeat them separately. His target was Belgium, where British and Prussian forces under the Duke of Wellington and General Blücher were gathering. In June 1815, he led his newly raised army north in a daring campaign designed to isolate and crush the Allied forces before they could unite. On June 16th, Napoleon won a victory against the Prussians at Ligny, pushing them back but failing to destroy them. At the same time, his subordinate Marshal Ney engaged Wellington's forces at Quetta Braes, but was unable to deliver a decisive blow. The twin battles left the Allies bloodied, but not broken. Worse, the Prussians managed to retreat in good order and began regrouping to the east. Napoleon had gambled on swift, separate victories, but now the Allied armies were slipping from his grasp. 2 days later, on June 18, 1815, Napoleon faced Wellington's army at a ridge near the village of Waterloo in modern-day Belgium. The field was muddy and the terrain difficult. The French army, though brave and battle-hardened, was not the same veteran force that had once triumphed across Europe. Still, Napoleon believed in victory. He had beaten greater odds before. The battle began late in the morning, due to the wet ground which delayed artillery movement. French forces launched repeated attacks on the Allied lines, including a massive cavalry charge led by Marshal Ney. Despite intense fighting and initial gains, Wellington's lines held. The Anglo-Allied troops, bolstered by their defensive position and superior coordination, absorbed wave after wave of French assaults. The turning point came in the late afternoon, when the Prussian army, under Blücher, arrived on the battlefield. Despite being battered from Ligny, the Prussians pressed into Napoleon's right flank. It was the blow Napoleon could not afford. His army, caught between two forces, began to falter. French morale collapsed. The Imperial Guard, Napoleon's most elite unit, made a final charge, but even they were repelled. As the Guard retreated, a cry went up among the French ranks: "La Garde recule." The Guard retreats. Panic spread. The battlefield descended into chaos. Napoleon's once mighty army dissolved in the face of Allied counterattacks. Thousands were killed, wounded, or captured. Napoleon fled the field, his dream of reclaiming Europe shattered in the mud and blood of Waterloo. The 100 days were over. Napoleon returned to Paris, but the political tide had turned against him. With coalition forces marching on the capital and support evaporating, he abdicated once more on June 22, 1815. He hoped to flee to the United States, but the British Navy blockaded the coast. With no escape, Napoleon surrendered to the British and was exiled once again, this time to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic. There would be no return. He spent the final years of his life in isolation, writing his memoirs and reflecting on a career that had taken him from obscurity to the heights of power and back down again. He died on May 5, 1821. The legend of Napoleon would live on, but his last campaign ended not in triumph, but in irrevocable defeat. After the crushing defeat at Waterloo and his second abdication, Napoleon Bonaparte found himself once again at the mercy of the victors. But this time, they would not make the same mistake. There would be no Elba, no chance of return. The British, determined to ensure that Napoleon could never again threaten Europe, chose a remote and desolate place of exile, the island of St. Helena, in the South Atlantic Ocean, over 1,000 miles from the nearest continent. On October 15, 1815, after surrendering to the British aboard the HMS Bellerophon, Napoleon arrived at his final prison. St. Helena was a lonely and unforgiving place. The island was harsh, windswept, and isolated. It had no fertile fields or bustling cities, only rugged terrain and damp grey skies. The British stationed a garrison there and kept constant watch. Napoleon was allowed a small retinue of loyal followers, including his physician, valet, and a handful of officers. His new home was Longwood House, a damp and poorly maintained structure perched on a plateau. It was a far cry from the splendor of the Tuileries Palace or the grand halls of Versailles. The conditions at Longwood House were far from comfortable. The climate was often cold and rainy, and the house itself was plagued by mold and poor ventilation. Napoleon's health, already beginning to decline, worsened in the damp environment. He complained of stomach pains, fatigue, and bouts of depression. Though he kept to a routine, including walks in the garden and reading or dictating memoirs, the isolation took a toll. The once great emperor, who had commanded vast armies and shaped the fate of Europe, was now reduced to a prisoner surrounded by the endless sea. Despite the bleakness, Napoleon never completely gave up his sense of dignity. He insisted on being treated as a sovereign and maintained a disciplined daily schedule. He continued to write, dictating his version of history and his justifications for the wars and decisions he had made. These writings would later become the foundation of the Napoleonic legend, presenting him not as a tyrant, but as a misunderstood leader who had sought to bring order and reform to a chaotic world. The British governor of the island, Sir Hudson Lowe, was strict and often at odds with Napoleon. The two men disliked each other deeply. Lowe enforced numerous restrictions on communication and travel, fearful of any attempt at escape. Tensions were constant. Napoleon resented the surveillance and regarded Lowe as a petty tyrant. These clashes, combined with the harsh living conditions and his growing health issues, deepened Napoleon's sense of bitterness. As the years passed, Napoleon's physical condition steadily deteriorated. He suffered from chronic pain and weakness. His stomach ailments worsened, and by 1820, his weight had dropped significantly. Observers noted how thin and pale he had become. His days were spent mostly indoors, and even writing became difficult. Yet he remained mentally sharp, often engaging in discussions of history, philosophy, and war with the few companions he had left. In these final conversations, he spoke often of his past, his victories, and his failures. The question of Napoleon's death has long been shrouded in mystery. Officially, he died on May 5, 1821, at the age of 51. The cause was listed as stomach cancer, the same disease that had afflicted his father. An autopsy performed by British doctors supported this diagnosis. However, later analyses and theories have suggested alternative causes, including arsenic poisoning, either intentional or accidental. Traces of arsenic were found in samples of his hair, leading to decades of speculation. Whether foul play was involved remains uncertain, but what is clear is that Napoleon suffered greatly in his final months. His last words were reportedly, "France, the army, the head of the army, Josephine." With those fading thoughts, he slipped away. Napoleon was buried on the island in a secluded valley, known as the Valley of the Willows. For 2 decades, his body remained there, until 1840, when King Louis-Philippe of France obtained permission from the British to return Napoleon's remains to France. His body was transported with great ceremony to Paris, where it was laid to rest in a grand tomb beneath the dome of Les Invalides. There he remains to this day. The exile and death of Napoleon Bonaparte marked the end of one of the most extraordinary lives in modern history. Once feared and revered, he spent his final years in obscurity and discomfort, yet even in defeat, he crafted a narrative that would survive him. His legacy, complicated and contested, continues to provoke debate and fascination. On a remote island in the middle of the sea, far from the battlefields and palaces he once knew, Napoleon passed into legend. Ancient Egypt stands as one of the most influential and fascinating civilizations in human history. Its story spans over 3 millennia, from the dawn of its unification around 3100 BCE to its eventual decline in the 4th century CE. Situated along the fertile banks of the Nile River, Egypt's unique geography and natural resources played a pivotal role in the formation and growth of its remarkable culture and society. This chapter introduces the beginnings of ancient Egyptian civilization, its rise, and the crucial role the Nile played in shaping one of the greatest ancient cultures. The geography of ancient Egypt was central to its development. The country is located in northeastern Africa, bordered by deserts to the east and west, and by the Mediterranean Sea to the north. But perhaps the most significant geographic feature of Egypt was the Nile River, which stretched for over 4,000 miles from Central Africa to the Mediterranean. The Nile provided a lifeline to the Egyptians, offering water, transportation, fertile soil, and abundant fish and wildlife. Each year the river flooded its banks, depositing nutrient-rich silt that enabled the Egyptians to cultivate crops and sustain large populations. The annual flooding of the Nile was seen as a gift from the gods, an event that allowed Egypt to thrive as an agricultural powerhouse. Beyond its geographical advantages, Egypt's natural isolation, protected by vast deserts, provided a sense of stability and security. This allowed Egyptian culture and society to develop relatively undisturbed by outside forces for many centuries. It was within this unique environment that one of the earliest great civilizations of antiquity would rise. The early history of Egypt is marked by its unification. Before around 3100 BCE, Egypt was divided into two kingdoms: Upper Egypt, located to the south, and Lower Egypt, located in the north around the Nile Delta. The unification of these two regions is traditionally attributed to King Narmer, also known as Menes, who became the first pharaoh of a unified Egypt. Narmer's unification marked the beginning of the dynastic period, a time when Egypt would be ruled by a succession of powerful and influential dynasties. With the establishment of the first dynasty around 3100 BCE, Egypt's political and religious structures began to take shape. The pharaoh, viewed as both a divine ruler and the earthly representative of the gods, was central to the government. Pharaohs would rule over Egypt for centuries, and their power and influence were supported by a class of officials, priests, and soldiers. In this early period, Egypt's distinct cultural and religious practices began to emerge, setting the stage for the monumental achievements that would follow. One of the most significant aspects of Egyptian civilization was its complex and enduring religious system. The Egyptians believed in a multitude of gods and goddesses, each of whom governed various aspects of nature and human life. Central to their belief system was the concept of Ma, which represented order, balance, and justice. The pharaoh was considered the earthly guarantor of Ma, ensuring harmony between the gods, the land, and the people. The dynastic period also saw the development of Egypt's distinct art, architecture, and writing systems. The Egyptians are perhaps best known for their monumental achievements in architecture, including the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza, which were built as tombs for the pharaohs. These impressive structures, along with the vast temples, monuments, and obelisks that dotted the Egyptian landscape, serve as a testament to the engineering and artistic capabilities of the ancient Egyptians. In terms of writing, the Egyptians developed hieroglyphs, a system of pictorial symbols used to record religious texts, royal decrees, and historical events. This writing system played a key role in the preservation of Egypt's history and culture, allowing future generations to understand and learn from the accomplishments of their ancestors. Egypt's rise as a powerful civilization was also facilitated by its access to trade routes, which connected it to the broader Mediterranean world, the Near East, and Africa. Egypt's wealth, culture, and influence spread throughout the ancient world, and its legacy would continue to inspire civilizations for millennia. In summary, ancient Egypt was born out of its unique geography, the fertile Nile River, and the development of a strong, centralized government under the leadership of the pharaohs. Over time, Egypt would rise to become one of the most enduring and influential civilizations in the ancient world. Its remarkable achievements in art, architecture, religion, and governance would shape the trajectory of history and leave a lasting legacy that continues to captivate the world today. The origins of Egyptian religion are deeply entwined with the development of Egyptian society itself. Religion was not just a system of beliefs in ancient Egypt. It was an integral part of daily life, governing everything from politics to social norms to individual actions. The ancient Egyptians believed that their gods were intimately involved in every aspect of their world, from the rising and setting of the sun to the flooding of the Nile. Understanding Egyptian religion requires us to explore how these beliefs emerged, how they evolved, and how they influenced the daily lives of the people. The roots of Egyptian religion are believed to stretch back to pre-dynastic times, long before the unification of Egypt in 3100 BCE. Early Egyptian religious beliefs were animistic, focusing on the worship of natural forces and deities associated with the elements, animals, and aspects of nature. Over time, these beliefs became more structured and began to form a coherent system. As communities grew and settled along the banks of the Nile, the Egyptians began to personify natural forces and the cycles of life and death, leading to the creation of a vast pantheon of gods and goddesses. The formation of the Egyptian pantheon was gradual, with local deities worshipped in specific regions, often associated with cities or natural features such as rivers, animals, or the sun. Over time, these regional gods merged and became part of a larger unified system. The gods in the Egyptian pantheon were typically anthropomorphic, meaning they had human-like features, though they often had animal characteristics as well. Some of the most important gods included Ra, the sun god, Osiris, the god of the afterlife, Isis, the mother goddess, Horus, the god of kingship, and Anubis, the god of mummification. These gods were believed to govern various aspects of the cosmos and were deeply connected to both the natural and supernatural worlds. In addition to the major gods and goddesses, the Egyptians also believed in a variety of spirits and lesser deities who influenced daily life. These included household gods, protective spirits, and deities associated with specific tasks, such as Thoth, the god of writing and knowledge. The importance of these gods in the everyday life of Egyptians cannot be overstated. Priests, temples, and rituals were a constant part of Egyptian society. Religious practices were central to political life as well, as the pharaohs were seen as divine rulers, intermediaries between the gods and the people. The pharaoh's role was not only as a political leader, but also as a religious figure, responsible for maintaining cosmic order and harmony. One of the most important concepts in Egyptian religion was Ma'at, which represented order, balance, and justice. Ma'at was seen as the fundamental force that maintained harmony in the universe, ensuring that everything in the world functioned according to divine will. Ma'at was personified as a goddess, often depicted with an ostrich feather on her head. This concept was central to Egyptian spirituality, influencing the actions of the pharaoh and every aspect of the kingdom. The pharaoh's primary duty was to uphold Ma'at, ensuring that justice and order prevailed both in the physical world and in the afterlife. Ma'at's role in Egyptian religion extended beyond the actions of the ruler. It was believed that every individual had a responsibility to live according to the principles of Ma'at, ensuring personal harmony and the well-being of society. This meant behaving in a morally upright manner, following the laws, and respecting the gods. The Egyptians believed that if Ma'at was disrupted, chaos and disorder would ensue. The concept of Ma'at was also connected to the idea of judgment in the afterlife. In the judgment hall of Osiris, the deceased's heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at to determine whether they had lived a righteous life and could enter the afterlife. The daily rituals and religious observances of the Egyptians were intricately connected to their beliefs in Ma'at. Temples were built in honor of the gods, where priests performed daily rituals to maintain the favor of the gods and ensure the continued prosperity of Egypt. These rituals involved offerings of food, incense, and other gifts, and were intended to sustain the gods and keep cosmic balance intact. Major festivals and celebrations were held throughout the year to honor specific gods, with the most important being the festival of the Opet, which celebrated the divine union of the gods and the pharaoh. The Egyptians also believed that their gods had human characteristics and could be both benevolent and wrathful. The gods were seen as protectors, guiding their people through difficult times, but they were also capable of punishing those who violated the principles of Ma'at. One of the most famous examples of divine wrath is the story of the sun god Ra, who sent the goddess Sekhmet to punish humanity for their disobedience. The balance between divine protection and retribution was an essential part of Egyptian religious thought. In conclusion, the origins of Egyptian religion were shaped by the need to understand and cope with the natural world and the forces that governed it. Over time, this evolved into a rich and complex system of beliefs centered around a pantheon of gods and the concept of Ma'at. Religion in Egypt was not a separate part of life. It was interwoven with every aspect of society, from governance to daily rituals. The gods and goddesses were seen as integral to the welfare of the state, and their influence extended into every corner of Egyptian life. As such, Egyptian religion played a fundamental role in the development of this great civilization, influencing its politics, culture, and spirituality for centuries. Ra, the sun god, is one of the most powerful and revered deities in ancient Egyptian mythology. As the central figure in Egypt's religious system, Ra was associated with life, light, warmth, and the very essence of creation. His influence was so profound that he became the cornerstone of Egyptian religious thought and was considered the king of all gods. This chapter delves into the myth of Ra's creation, his journey across the sky, and his significant role in Egyptian society and governance. Ra was believed to be the creator of the universe, responsible for bringing light and life to the world. In the Egyptian creation myth, Ra's emergence from the primordial waters of Nun marks the beginning of time and existence. According to one version of the myth, in the beginning there was only darkness and chaos. From the waters of Nun, the ancient Egyptian concept of the primordial ocean, Ra arose as the first divine being. Ra was said to have created himself, and by extension, the cosmos. As the god of the sun, his primary role was to bring order and structure to the world, dispelling the chaos that once ruled. Ra's journey across the sky was a central part of his daily existence. Egyptians believed that Ra traveled across the sky in his solar bark, a boat that sailed through the heavens each day. As the sun rose in the east, Ra began his journey, sailing from the horizon to the zenith of the sky, where he would reign supreme. As he traveled, Ra would pass through different realms, each with its own challenges and obstacles. At night, Ra would descend into the underworld, known as Duat, where he would battle the forces of darkness and chaos, primarily represented by the serpent Apep or Apophis. The struggle between Ra and Apep symbolized the eternal fight between order and chaos, light and darkness. The myth of Ra's nightly journey was not only a cosmological explanation for the cycle of day and night, but also a reflection of the ancient Egyptians' belief in the need to maintain harmony and balance in the universe. Ra's victory over Apep each night was seen as essential for the continuation of life and the preservation of Maat, the divine order. This daily cycle reinforced the idea that life itself was an ongoing struggle against disorder, and that divine intervention was necessary to maintain cosmic stability. Ra's association with the pharaohs of Egypt was another crucial aspect of his role in Egyptian religion. The pharaoh was considered not only a political leader, but also a divine ruler on earth, directly descended from Ra's. This divine connection was vital for the legitimacy of the pharaoh's reign. Pharaohs were seen as living embodiments of Ra's power and as intermediaries between the gods and the people. As such, the pharaoh's role was to maintain Maat, the divine order, and ensure that Egypt remained protected and prosperous under Ra's watchful gaze. The association between Ra's and the pharaohs is most evident in the royal titulary, which included the phrase "son of Ra's." This title was a symbol of the pharaoh's divine right to rule and emphasized his close relationship with the sun god. Ra's was seen as the ultimate source of royal authority, and the pharaoh's actions were believed to reflect the will of Ra's. In this sense, the pharaoh was not just a political leader, but a manifestation of Ra's divine power and will on earth. One of the most important aspects of the relationship between Ra's and the pharaoh was the pharaoh's role in maintaining the cosmic order. The pharaoh was seen as the protector of Maat, ensuring that the universe remained in balance and that the natural cycles of life continued uninterrupted. Just as Ra's brought light and life to the world each day, it was the responsibility of the pharaoh to bring order, justice and prosperity to Egypt. The pharaoh's ability to maintain Maat was believed to directly affect the well-being of the country, its people and its rulers. Ra's influence extended beyond the political realm. He was also associated with various temples and monuments built in his honor. The most famous of these is the Temple of Ra's at Heliopolis, which became a major center of worship. At the temple, priests would perform elaborate rituals and sacrifices to honor Ra's and ensure his continued favor. Ra's image was often depicted as a man with the head of a hawk, crowned with a solar disk, which became one of the most recognizable symbols in Egyptian art. His presence was felt not only in religious contexts, but in every aspect of Egyptian culture, from art to architecture to daily life. The concept of Ra's eternal presence and power was also reflected in the Egyptian practice of sun worship. Temples dedicated to Ra's were built throughout Egypt, and sun worship became an important part of Egyptian religious practice. The daily worship of Ra's was not limited to the elite. The general population participated in various sun-related rituals and festivals, which were believed to invoke Ra's blessings for the country's prosperity. In summary, Ra was not only the sun god, but also the very essence of creation, light and life in ancient Egypt. His creation myth explained the origins of the world and the eternal struggle between order and chaos. Ra's daily journey across the sky symbolized the cyclical nature of life, while his battle with Apep represented the constant need to uphold Maat, the divine order. His association with the pharaohs emphasized the divine right to rule, and the pharaohs themselves were seen as manifestations of Ra's power. Through the worship of Ra, the ancient Egyptians sought to ensure the continued prosperity and stability of their civilization, placing the sun god at the center of their religious, political, and cultural life. The myth of Osiris and Isis is one of the most powerful and influential stories in ancient Egyptian mythology. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and his wife Isis are central figures in the Egyptian religious system, representing death, resurrection, and the eternal cycle of life. The story of Osiris's death and resurrection became a symbol of hope for the Egyptians, reinforcing their beliefs about the afterlife and the importance of moral behavior in life. Osiris was originally a god associated with fertility and agriculture. He was a beloved ruler of Egypt, bringing prosperity and abundance to the land. His wife Isis was a goddess of magic and wisdom, known for her devotion to Osiris and her powerful abilities to heal and protect. Together, they represented the harmonious balance of life, death, and rebirth. The myth takes a dark turn when Osiris's brother Set, the god of chaos and destruction, becomes jealous of Osiris's popularity and power. In his envy, Set devises a cunning plan to kill Osiris and take his throne. Set traps Osiris in a beautiful, ornately decorated coffin, which he seals and throws into the Nile River. The coffin is carried away, and Osiris's body is eventually discovered by Isis. Heartbroken, Isis embarks on a quest to find and restore her beloved husband. With the help of her magical powers and the assistance of her sister Nephthys and the jackal-headed god Anubis, Isis is able to recover Osiris's body. However, Set, not willing to allow his brother's resurrection, dismembers Osiris's body and scatters the pieces across Egypt. Undeterred, Isis and her sister search for and reassemble Osiris's body, bringing him back to life through the power of her magic. The resurrection of Osiris is one of the most significant events in Egyptian mythology. It symbolizes the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Osiris's ability to be resurrected represents the promise of life after death and the possibility of regeneration. Osiris, after his resurrection, becomes the ruler of the afterlife, presiding over the judgment of souls and guiding the dead to their final resting place. The concept of the afterlife was central to Egyptian religious beliefs, and Osiris was the key figure in this process. The idea that one could live again in a different form after death provided comfort and hope to the ancient Egyptians. Osiris's resurrection also had profound implications for the pharaohs of Egypt. Pharaohs were considered to be the living embodiments of Horus, the son of Osiris, and were thus directly connected to Osiris in both life and death. After their deaths, the pharaohs were believed to join Osiris in the afterlife, and they were often depicted as being reborn in a similar way to their divine ancestor. This connection between Osiris and the pharaohs reinforced the concept of divine kingship and the idea that death was not an end, but a continuation of the eternal cycle. The myth of Osiris and Isis also had a significant impact on the religious practices of ancient Egypt. The story of Osiris's death and resurrection became the basis for many of the rituals and beliefs surrounding burial and the afterlife. Egyptians believed that through proper burial rites and offerings to the gods, the soul could be assured of its place in the afterlife, where Osiris would judge it and determine its fate. In addition to its religious significance within Egypt, the myth of Osiris and Isis also influenced the afterlife beliefs of later civilizations. The story of Osiris's resurrection would later be echoed in various religious traditions, especially in the concept of a dying and rising god, a motif that appears in numerous mythologies across the world. Some scholars believe that the Osiris myth may have influenced the development of Christian resurrection theology, with similarities between the resurrection of Osiris and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Osiris also became a symbol of hope for the common people of Egypt. In a society where life was often difficult and uncertain, the story of Osiris's resurrection reminded the Egyptians that death was not the end, and that there was hope for renewal and rebirth. The resurrection of Osiris represented the idea that life, in all its forms, was cyclical, renewed each day with the rising of the sun and again with the resurrection of Osiris. In conclusion, the myth of Osiris and Isis is one of the most important and enduring stories in ancient Egyptian religion. It encapsulates the central themes of life, death, and resurrection, offering Egyptians both a moral framework for living and a vision of hope for the afterlife. The story's impact extended far beyond Egypt, influencing the religious traditions of later civilizations and continuing to resonate through time as a powerful symbol of rebirth and eternal life. The early dynastic period of ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 3100 BCE to 2686 BCE, marks a crucial phase in the formation of one of the most powerful and enduring civilizations in history. It is during this period that Upper and Lower Egypt were unified under the rule of the first pharaoh, Narmer, also known as Menes. This unification laid the foundation for Egypt's political structure and religious beliefs, while the establishment of the first dynasty helped to solidify the concept of divine kingship. The story of Narmer's unification of Egypt is one of the most important moments in the history of the ancient world. Narmer, who ruled around 3100 BCE, is believed to have been the king who succeeded in bringing together the two previously separate regions of Upper and Lower Egypt. The unification was symbolized by the creation of the famous Narmer palette, a ceremonial slate slab depicting Narmer wearing the crowns of both Upper and Lower Egypt. This image clearly shows Narmer as the supreme ruler of both regions, and the palette itself represents one of the earliest examples of Egyptian art that illustrates the idea of unified Egypt. Narmer's successful unification allowed him to establish the first dynasty, which marked the beginning of a long line of rulers that would dominate Egypt for the next 3 millennia. The title of pharaoh, which was used to refer to the king of Egypt, came to be associated with both political authority and divine status. Pharaohs were considered not only as the supreme political rulers, but also as divine intermediaries between the gods and the people. Their role as the earthly embodiment of the gods made them central to both the governance of Egypt and its religious practices. With the establishment of the first dynasty, the pharaohs became key figures in both the spiritual and political lives of the Egyptian people. Their divine status was reflected in their association with the gods, and their authority was seen as ordained by the divine forces. This connection to the gods played a crucial role in ensuring the pharaoh's legitimacy and power. The idea of divine kingship also helped to reinforce social order in Egypt, as the pharaoh was seen as a symbol of the gods' will on earth. Another key aspect of the early dynastic period was the beginning of pyramid building projects. Early on, the pharaohs sought to demonstrate their power, wealth, and divine connection through monumental architecture. The construction of large-scale structures, including mastebous rectangular tombs and early pyramids, signaled the pharaohs' desire for eternal life and their role in the afterlife. The pyramids, as elaborate tombs for the pharaohs, also reflected the central role of religion in Egyptian life. These tombs were designed not only to house the pharaoh's body, but also to provide a space for their soul to reside in the afterlife. The earliest pyramid building project was the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, built for Pharaoh Djoser during the 3rd dynasty c. 2670 BCE. This pyramid, designed by the architect Imhotep, represented a major architectural innovation and marked the beginning of Egypt's pyramid building tradition. The step pyramid's construction demonstrated the pharaoh's ability to mobilize vast resources and labor forces, as well as the importance of religion in Egyptian society. It was also one of the first large stone structures built in Egypt, setting the stage for the later, more iconic pyramids of the Old Kingdom. The role of the pharaohs in Egyptian religion was intertwined with their political authority. As divine rulers, the pharaohs were seen as responsible for maintaining Ma'at, the ancient Egyptian concept of order, justice, and harmony. Ma'at was not only a moral code but also a cosmic order that governed both the heavens and the earth. The pharaoh was expected to uphold Ma'at by maintaining peace and prosperity, overseeing the proper performance of religious rituals, and ensuring that Egypt was in balance with the gods. The pharaoh's ability to do this was believed to be essential for the continued welfare of the country. In addition to overseeing the rituals that ensured Egypt's continued prosperity, the pharaohs were also responsible for the construction of temples dedicated to the gods. These temples, which were often grand and lavish, served as the focal point for religious life in Egypt. Within these temples, the pharaohs performed rituals and made offerings to the gods to ensure the gods' favor and the prosperity of the land. The early dynastic period laid the groundwork for many of the religious and political practices that would define Egyptian civilization for centuries to come. It established the divine nature of the pharaoh's role and the importance of monumental architecture in expressing power and devotion to the gods. As Egypt moved into the Old Kingdom, the role of the pharaohs in both politics and religion would continue to evolve, leading to the creation of some of the most iconic structures in history, including the Great Pyramids of Giza. In conclusion, the early dynastic period was a foundational time in the history of Egypt. The unification of Upper and Lower Egypt under Nama, the establishment of the First Dynasty, and the rise of the pharaoh as a divine ruler set the stage for the grandeur and influence of Egyptian civilization. The early pyramid building projects and the central role of religion in political life shaped the trajectory of ancient Egypt for centuries, leaving a lasting legacy that continues to captivate the world today. The Fourth Dynasty of ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 2613 to 2494 BCE, is considered one of the most remarkable periods in the history of Egyptian civilization. This era saw the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza, monumental achievements that not only symbolized the power and wealth of the pharaohs, but also reflected the deep religious beliefs that permeated ancient Egyptian society. It was a time when the pharaoh was seen as the divine ruler, a living god whose role was critical in ensuring the harmony of the cosmos and the prosperity of the nation. The Fourth Dynasty is most famously associated with the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, also known as Cheops. Khufu's reign marked the pinnacle of pyramid construction, with the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza being his crowning achievement. This pyramid, the largest of the three pyramids at Giza, is one of the seven wonders of the ancient world and stands as a testament to the pharaoh's power and vision. The Great Pyramid was originally 481 feet tall, and it remains the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. It was built with millions of limestone blocks, each weighing several tons, and the scale of the pyramid's construction required a massive workforce of laborers, engineers, and craftsmen. Khufu's pyramid was not only an engineering marvel, but also a deeply religious symbol. The pyramid was designed to be the pharaoh's tomb, but it was also meant to facilitate his journey to the afterlife. In ancient Egyptian belief, the pharaohs were not just kings, but were considered divine beings, living gods on earth. The construction of the pyramid was thus seen as a means of ensuring the pharaoh's immortality and divine favor in the afterlife. The pyramid, as well as the surrounding complex of temples and smaller pyramids for the pharaoh's family members, were designed to serve as places where the pharaoh's soul could rest in eternity. Pharaoh Khufu's divine status was not an isolated concept. It was part of a broader religious framework that emphasized the pharaoh's connection to the gods, particularly Ra, the sun god. Ra was believed to be the creator of all life, and the pharaoh, as the living incarnation of Ra, was seen as the intermediary between the gods and the people. This divine status of the pharaoh was essential in maintaining Ma'at, the Egyptian concept of order, balance, and justice, which was vital for the continued prosperity of Egypt. During the Fourth Dynasty, The belief in the pharaoh's divine nature was reinforced through rituals, monuments, and inscriptions that linked the pharaoh with the gods. Khufu, for example, was often depicted in royal imagery as a godlike figure, further solidifying his divine status. The building of massive pyramids such as the Great Pyramid was a physical manifestation of this divine connection. By constructing these grand structures, the pharaohs were not just asserting their political power, but were also fulfilling their religious duties to ensure the favor of the gods and the stability of the world. Another significant development during the Fourth Dynasty was the introduction of the concept of the Ka, which would become central to Egyptian ideas about the afterlife. The Ka was believed to be a person's soul or spiritual essence, and it was thought to live on after the body's death. The pharaoh's Ka was considered to be eternal, continuing to exist in the afterlife. This belief influenced the construction of elaborate tombs, as the pharaoh's Ka needed a place to reside after death. The pyramid was therefore not only a tomb, but also a place for the pharaoh's Ka to be preserved for eternity. The concept of the Ka also had a broader societal impact. It reinforced the belief that the soul was just as important as the body, and that the afterlife was an extension of earthly life. The Ka required offerings of food, drink, and other items to ensure its well-being in the afterlife. This is why tombs were often filled with goods that the deceased might need in the next world. For the pharaohs, these goods were often placed in elaborate burial chambers within the pyramids, ensuring that the pharaoh's Ka would remain nourished and cared for in the afterlife. In addition to Khufu, his successors in the Fourth Dynasty, such as Pharaoh Khafre Chephren and Pharaoh Menkaure, continued the tradition of pyramid building. Khafre, for example, built the second pyramid at Giza, and his complex is also home to the famous Great Sphinx, a massive limestone statue with the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh. The Sphinx is believed to represent Khafre himself, further emphasizing the pharaoh's divine nature and his role as a god on earth. The pyramid building projects of the Fourth Dynasty were not only about the pharaoh's afterlife, but also about reinforcing the political and religious order of Egypt. These massive monuments were symbols of the pharaoh's power and divine right to rule, and they served as reminders of the eternal connection between the ruler and the gods. They were also expressions of Egypt's ability to mobilize labor, resources, and technology to create awe-inspiring structures that would stand for millennia. In conclusion, the Pyramid Age and the Fourth Dynasty of ancient Egypt represent one of the most extraordinary periods in the history of the ancient world. The reign of Pharaoh Khufu, with the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, stands as a lasting testament to the divine authority of the pharaohs and their role in ensuring the balance of the universe. The introduction of the Ka and the emphasis on the afterlife further solidified the religious beliefs of the time, and the pyramid-building projects of the era were monumental, both in their scope and their cultural significance. The legacy of the Fourth Dynasty continues to influence our understanding of ancient Egypt and the ancient world as a whole. The Middle Kingdom of Egypt, which lasted from around 2055 to 1650 BCE, marks a pivotal period in ancient Egyptian history. This era followed a time of instability known as the First Intermediate Period, where the once unified kingdom had fractured, leading to political disarray and decentralization. As Egypt transitioned from the Old Kingdom, the power of the pharaohs was restored, and a new era of stability and prosperity emerged. The Middle Kingdom would lay the groundwork for many of Egypt's most lasting achievements, both politically and religiously. The Middle Kingdom began with the reunification of Egypt under Pharaoh Mentuhotep II, who established the 11th dynasty. His victory over rival dynasties and his ability to restore centralized authority were crucial in bringing Egypt out of the chaos of the First Intermediate Period. Following his reign, the 12th dynasty, which included pharaohs like Amenemhat I and Senusret I, brought further stability to the nation. These pharaohs focused on administrative reforms, military campaigns, and large-scale building projects, which marked the beginning of the Golden Age of the Middle Kingdom. One of the most significant developments during the Middle Kingdom was the rise of the god Amun. Amun's emergence as a powerful deity reflects the broader religious transformations that took place during this period. Initially, Amun was a local god worshipped primarily in Thebes, a city in Upper Egypt. However, as the Middle Kingdom progressed, Amun's status was elevated, and he became one of the most important gods in the Egyptian pantheon. Amun's rise to prominence coincided with the growing political and religious power of Thebes. As the capital of the Middle Kingdom shifted back to Thebes, Amun became closely associated with the pharaohs, who sought to consolidate their political and divine power by aligning themselves with this powerful god. Amun's attributes as a creator god and his connection to the sun made him an appealing figure for the pharaohs, who were eager to strengthen their divine right to rule. Over time, Amun's role expanded, and he was associated with creation, fertility, and kingship. The role of Amun in religious life reached its peak during the reign of Pharaoh Amenemhat II, who ruled during the 12th dynasty. Amenemhat II, like his predecessors, worked to strengthen the political and religious unity of Egypt, and he did so in part by fostering the worship of Amun. This religious alliance between the pharaohs and Amun helped to solidify the legitimacy of the ruling family, as it reinforced the idea that the pharaoh's power came from divine favor. Amenemhat II and his successors built grand temples dedicated to Amun in Thebes, which became a center of religious worship and political authority. During the Middle Kingdom, pharaohs were often portrayed as the earthly representatives of the gods, and they used their connection to Amun to further strengthen their rule. Amun was seen as a protector of the pharaoh and the nation, and his favor was crucial for ensuring the pharaoh's success in both war and peace. As the pharaoh's association with Amun grew, the god's cult became increasingly influential, and his high priests gained significant power and wealth. This growing influence of Amun would have long-lasting consequences for Egyptian religion. By the New Kingdom period, Amun would be firmly established as the king of the gods, a status he would hold for centuries. The rise of Amun also led to the development of monumental religious architecture, including the vast temple complexes that would be built in his honor, such as the Temple of Karnak. The construction of these temples became a symbol of both the pharaoh's devotion to Amun and the pharaoh's divine right to rule Egypt. Another important aspect of the Middle Kingdom was the development of literature and culture. The pharaohs of the 12th dynasty were not only great military and political leaders, but also patrons of the arts. This period saw the production of some of the most famous works of Egyptian literature, including the wisdom literature and the Tale of Sinuhe, a narrative that explores themes of exile, identity, and the divine order. These literary works reflect the values and beliefs of the time and offer insight into the social and religious landscape of the Middle Kingdom. The Middle Kingdom also saw the beginning of Egypt's expansion beyond its borders. Pharaohs like Senusret III launched military campaigns into Nubia and the Sinai Peninsula, securing valuable resources and asserting Egyptian power over neighboring regions. These campaigns were not just about territorial expansion. They were also a way for the pharaohs to reinforce their divine right to rule by demonstrating their power and influence over foreign lands. In conclusion, the Middle Kingdom was a time of consolidation for Egypt, both politically and religiously. The transition from the Old Kingdom to the Middle Kingdom brought stability after a period of turmoil, and the rise of Amun as a major deity played a central role in this process. The pharaoh's association with Amun helped to legitimize their power, and the god's influence would continue to grow throughout Egyptian history. The Middle Kingdom also saw advancements in literature, military expansion, and monumental architecture, all of which contributed to Egypt's long-lasting legacy. The Middle Kingdom is remembered as a time of great achievement, and it set the stage for the golden age of the new kingdom that would follow. The reign of Pharaoh Akhenaten, c. 1353–1336 BCE, represents one of the most radical and controversial periods in ancient Egyptian history. Known for his religious revolution, Akhenaten introduced a drastic departure from the long-established polytheistic beliefs of Egypt by embracing monotheism. His dedication to the worship of Aten, the sun disk, marked a significant shift in both religious practices and societal norms. This chapter will explore Akhenaten's religious reform, its impact on Egyptian art and culture, and the return to traditional polytheism after his death. Akhenaten, originally named Amenhotep IV, ascended to the throne during the 18th dynasty, a period when Egypt was at the height of its power. Initially, he ruled under the traditional pantheon of gods, but in a dramatic break with tradition, Akhenaten introduced the worship of Aten as the sole god. Aten, depicted as a sun disk with rays extending to the earth, became the central figure in Akhenaten's religious vision. Unlike the other gods, who were often represented in human or animal form, Aten was symbolized as a simple disk of light, emphasizing his abstract, all-encompassing nature. This religious revolution was not merely a change in the gods worshipped, it was an entire reorganization of Egyptian society and culture. Akhenaten built a new capital city, Akhenaten, modern-day Amarna, which was dedicated entirely to the worship of Aten. The city was designed with an open, airy layout, reflecting the god's association with the sun and the sky. Akhenaten's decision to move the capital away from Thebes, the traditional center of religious power, was a bold political statement as well. He aimed to shift both the political and religious center of Egypt to Aten, and away from the established priesthood of Amun, who had long held great influence in Egypt. Akhenaten's religious reform also had a profound impact on Egyptian art. Traditional Egyptian art had followed strict conventions, with idealized depictions of the pharaohs and gods. However, during Akhenaten's reign, there was a radical departure from these norms. In the art of the Amarna period, Akhenaten and his family were depicted with exaggerated features, such as elongated heads and necks, which may have symbolized their divine nature, or simply been a stylistic choice. These depictions were far more naturalistic than previous royal portrayals, which had adhered to rigid conventions of royal perfection. This shift in artistic style is seen as a reflection of Akhenaten's desire to emphasize a more personal and intimate connection with the divine, as opposed to the grand, idealized representations of past pharaohs. In addition to the religious and artistic changes, Akhenaten's reign also led to significant social and economic disruptions. The shift to the worship of Aten undermined the power of the priesthood of Amun, who had controlled vast wealth and influence. As Akhenaten reduced the prominence of Amun and the traditional temples, it is likely that many in Egyptian society, especially the priests and elites, resisted his reforms. This disruption, combined with other factors such as the decline of Egypt's international influence during Akhenaten's reign, may have contributed to the instability that followed his death. Akhenaten's religious reforms were not long-lasting. After his death, his successor, the boy pharaoh Tutankhamun, restored the traditional polytheistic beliefs and the worship of Amun. Tutankhamun's reign, though brief, marked a return to the old religious order. The city of Akhetamun was abandoned, and the focus of religious and political life returned to Thebes and the worship of the traditional gods. Akhenaten's successor, I, also continued this trend, by erasing Akhenaten's name and legacy from monuments and inscriptions. The restoration of polytheism was followed by a return to the strong influence of the Amun priesthood. The power and wealth of the priesthood of Amun were quickly restored, and the gods of Egypt returned to their prominent positions in the religious hierarchy. Akhenaten's radical religious reforms were largely erased from memory, and his reign became an anomaly in Egyptian history. However, despite the eventual return to polytheism, Akhenaten's reign had a lasting impact on Egyptian art and culture. The artistic style of the Amun period influenced subsequent generations of Egyptian artists, who incorporated elements of Akhenaten's more naturalistic approach into their work. Additionally, Akhenaten's attempt at monotheism sparked debates that would resurface in later periods of Egyptian history, as well as in other ancient civilizations. Akhenaten's religious revolution remains one of the most fascinating and perplexing episodes in ancient Egyptian history. His shift to monotheism and the worship of Akhenaten was a bold experiment in religious and political power, but it was ultimately short-lived. Nevertheless, his reign continues to capture the imagination of scholars and historians, who debate the reasons behind his religious reforms and their impact on Egyptian society. In the end, Akhenaten's legacy is one of both innovation and rejection, a reminder of the complexity and fluidity of religious and cultural traditions in ancient Egypt. The discovery of King Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922 by British archaeologist Howard Carter remains one of the most significant archaeological finds in history. The tomb, located in the Valley of the Kings, contained an extraordinary wealth of treasures, including the famous gold mask of Tutankhamun, as well as countless artifacts that have provided invaluable insights into ancient Egyptian culture, art, and religion. This discovery not only brought King Tut to international fame, but also shed new light on the religious and political history of Egypt, particularly during the transition from the reign of Akhenaten to the restoration of traditional polytheistic worship. Tutankhamun ascended to the throne at a young age, likely around the age of 9 or 10, following the death of his father, Akhenaten, and the subsequent collapse of Akhenaten's religious reforms. Akhenaten's attempt to establish the worship of Akhenes, the sole god, had been deeply controversial, and after his death, the return to the traditional religious order was inevitable. As pharaoh, Tutankhamun was a figurehead, with the real power lying in the hands of his advisors, such as the Vizier I and General Horemheb. Despite his youth and relative inexperience, Tutankhamun's reign was marked by the restoration of the traditional polytheistic beliefs that had been disrupted by Akhenaten. Tutankhamun's most significant religious actions were his restoration of the worship of the old gods, particularly Amun, the chief deity in the Egyptian pantheon. Akhenaten's efforts to suppress the worship of Amun had caused widespread unrest, and the return to the traditional gods was seen as a necessary step to heal the divisions caused by Akhenaten's reign. Tutankhamun's restoration of Amun worship included the reopening of temples that had been closed during the Amun period and the reinstatement of the powerful Amun priesthood. The pharaoh also took steps to erase Akhenaten's name from monuments and inscriptions as part of the broader effort to undo his predecessor's religious changes. Although Tutankhamun's reign was short, he died around the age of 18 or 19. His restoration of the old gods had a profound impact on Egyptian religious life. The gods, such as Amun, Osiris, and Ra, returned to their central positions in the Egyptian religious system. Amun, in particular, regained his status as the king of the gods, and his cult based in Thebes flourished once again. The power of the priesthood of Amun was strengthened, and Egypt's religious and political landscape returned to the familiar order that had existed prior to Akhenaten's reforms. In addition to the religious changes, The afterlife beliefs of Egyptian pharaohs also played a central role in Tutankhamun's reign. Like all pharaohs, Tutankhamun's ultimate goal was to ensure a successful journey to the afterlife, where he would join the gods and continue his reign in a divine realm. Egyptian religion held that the pharaoh's soul, or Ka, was eternal, and it was the pharaoh's duty to maintain Ma'at, the cosmic order, during his reign. Upon death, the pharaoh's Ka was believed to journey through the underworld, facing various trials and challenges before ultimately reaching the realm of Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Osiris was one of the most important deities in the Egyptian pantheon, and his role in the afterlife was central to Egyptian religious beliefs. Osiris, originally a god of fertility and agriculture, became associated with death and resurrection. According to Egyptian mythology, Osiris was murdered by his brother Set and dismembered, but his wife, Isis, successfully reassembled his body, allowing him to be resurrected. This myth of death and rebirth was symbolic of the eternal cycle of life, death and renewal, and it was central to the pharaoh's understanding of the afterlife. The pharaoh's connection to Osiris was believed to ensure his immortality. Upon death, the pharaoh's body would be preserved through mummification, and his Ka would be placed in a tomb along with offerings for the afterlife. The tomb of Tutankhamun, for example, contained not only the pharaoh's mummy, but also a wealth of objects intended to ensure his comfort and survival in the afterlife. These items included furniture, clothing, jewelry, and food, as well as statues and representations of the gods, including Osiris and Amun. The tomb of Tutankhamun also revealed the pharaoh's close connection to the god Ra, the sun god, who was believed to journey through the sky each day, bringing light and life to the world. Ra's influence on Egyptian religion was profound, and the pharaoh's role as the living embodiment of Ra was a central part of his divine authority. In the afterlife, the pharaoh was thought to join Ra in the celestial realm, ensuring the continued order and prosperity of Egypt. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb not only provided a wealth of material culture, but also illuminated the religious and spiritual beliefs of ancient Egypt. The tomb's treasures, many of which were devoted to the gods of Egypt, reveal the deep reverence with which the pharaohs approached the divine realm. Tutankhamun's tomb contained numerous statues, amulets, and inscriptions that demonstrate the importance of the gods in his life and death. These artifacts highlight the belief in a divine order that transcended earthly existence and the pharaoh's essential role in maintaining that order. In conclusion, Tutankhamun's reign, though brief, was marked by the restoration of Egypt's traditional polytheistic beliefs and a return to the worship of the gods, particularly Amun and Osiris. The discovery of his tomb has provided modern scholars with unparalleled insight into the religious practices, art, and material culture of ancient Egypt. The gods of Egypt, from Amun and Osiris to Ra, played a central role in the afterlife beliefs of the pharaohs, and the legacy of these beliefs continues to fascinate and inspire people around the world today. The New Kingdom c. 1550–1070 BCE is often regarded as the peak of ancient Egyptian civilization, marked by immense military power, cultural flourishing, and monumental building projects. Among the many great pharaohs of this period, Ramses II, also known as Ramses the Great, stands out as one of the most influential and legendary rulers in Egyptian history. His reign, lasting from 1279 to 1213 BCE, is considered a high point in Egyptian power, with Ramses II being celebrated for his military successes, his role in constructing vast temple complexes, and his consolidation of Egypt's divine right to rule through his association with the gods. Ramses II's reign followed a period of relative stability after the turbulent 18th dynasty, during which Egypt had established its dominance in the ancient world. Under Ramses II, Egypt reached the height of its territorial expansion and political influence. His military campaigns, especially against the Hittites in the Battle of Kadesh, demonstrated his prowess as a warrior and strategic leader. Although the battle itself was inconclusive, Ramses II presented it as a great victory, securing his reputation as a defender of Egypt's borders and an upholder of Ma'at, the divine order. The gods played a central role in legitimizing Ramses II's reign, reinforcing his divine right to rule. Amun, Ra, and Pa, three of the most powerful gods in the Egyptian pantheon, were closely associated with the pharaoh, as they were with all Egyptian rulers. Amun, as the king of the gods, was the most prominent deity associated with Ramses II's reign. The pharaoh was often depicted as the earthly representative of Amun, who was believed to give the pharaoh divine sanction to rule. The close relationship between Ramses II and Amun was evident in the construction of grand temples and monuments dedicated to the god, which not only served religious purposes, but also reinforced the pharaoh's authority and divine right. Ra, the sun god, was also of central importance during Ramses II's reign. The pharaoh was often depicted as the living embodiment of Ra, particularly in the context of his military campaigns, where he was shown as a divine warrior under Ra's protection. Ra's influence extended beyond the earthly realm, as the pharaoh was also believed to join Ra in the afterlife, continuing his rule in the celestial realm. The pharaoh's association with Ra reinforced his status as the protector of Egypt and the guarantor of its prosperity. Ptah, the god of creation and craftsmanship, was another important deity during Ramses II's reign. Ptah was particularly associated with the city of Memphis, the ancient capital of Egypt, and Ramses II, as a ruler deeply invested in monumental architecture, sought to honor Ptah through the construction of temples and statues. The pharaoh's connection to Ptah underscored his role as a builder and creator, further solidifying his divine authority. Ramses II's dedication to the gods was not limited to his military exploits. It was also expressed in his monumental construction projects. Throughout his reign, Ramses II oversaw the building of some of Egypt's most iconic temples and monuments, many of which were dedicated to the gods he revered. One of the most famous of these is the Abu Simbel complex, located in southern Egypt near the Nubian border. The temple at Abu Simbel, carved directly into a mountainside, is an awe-inspiring example of Ramses II's architectural ambition. The complex features 4 colossal statues of Ramses II seated on a throne, symbolizing his dominance over both the earthly and divine realms. The Abu Simbel temples were not only a testament to Ramses II's grandeur, but also a demonstration of the pharaoh's role as the chosen of the gods. The temples were specifically designed to honor Ra-Horakhti, the sun god, and to celebrate Ramses II's divine right to rule. The most impressive aspect of the Abu Simbel temple is the fact that twice a year during the solstices, the sunlight would penetrate deep into the temple's inner sanctum, illuminating the statues of Ramses II and the gods, further emphasizing the pharaoh's connection to Ra and the divine. In addition to the Abu Simbel temples, Ramses II also commissioned the construction of several other monumental structures, including the Ramseum, a mortuary temple dedicated to his own memory, and the temple at Karnak, which was expanded and enriched during his reign. These monumental buildings not only showcased Ramses II's devotion to the gods, but also reinforced his legacy as a ruler who had ensured Egypt's prosperity and divine favor. Ramses II's reign was also marked by the flourishing of Egyptian art, literature, and culture. The pharaoh was not only a military and political leader, but also a patron of the arts. His reign saw the production of grand inscriptions and reliefs that depicted his victories, divine associations, and building projects. The artistry of the time reflected the grandeur and power of the pharaoh, with intricate carvings, paintings and sculptures that continue to captivate audiences today. Ramses II's long reign, which lasted 66 years, was a time of unparalleled peace and prosperity for Egypt, but it also marked the apex of Egypt's imperial ambitions. By the time of his death, Egypt had become the dominant power in the ancient world, and Ramses II's legacy as one of Egypt's greatest pharaohs was firmly established. His military victories, religious devotion and monumental building projects ensured that his name would be remembered for millennia. In conclusion, the reign of Ramses II represents the height of Egypt's power during the New Kingdom. The pharaoh's close association with the gods, particularly Amun-Ra and Ptah, reinforced his divine right to rule, and his grand building projects, including the Abu Simbel temples, stand as enduring symbols of his authority and devotion. Ramses II's reign was a time of military success, cultural flourishing, and religious consolidation, and his legacy continues to influence our understanding of ancient Egyptian civilization. They taught us in school that Christopher Columbus discovered America in 1492, but that is one of the greatest historical myths of all time. The truth is far more complex, more fascinating, and completely changes the way we see history. Long before Columbus set foot in the New World, others had already made the journey across the vast Atlantic Ocean. The Vikings, the Chinese, the Polynesians, even the ancient Phoenicians, all have claims to reaching the Americas centuries, if not millennia, before Columbus. But why is this not common knowledge? Why do we still celebrate Columbus Day when the evidence shows he was not the first? In this story, we uncover the truth about the real discoverers of America and the hidden history that challenges everything we thought we knew. The Viking sagas tell of a fearless explorer named Leif Erikson, who sailed west from Greenland in the year 1000, nearly 500 years before Columbus. He followed rumors of a land beyond the sea, a place first spotted by an Icelandic trader blown off course. Leif reached a lush land filled with wild grapes, which he called Vinland. Archaeological evidence confirms that the Norse built a settlement in Newfoundland, Canada, at a place now called Landsort Meadows. But this was not just legend, it was real proof that Europeans had reached America long before Columbus. Yet this discovery was largely forgotten, buried under centuries of Spanish imperial propaganda. And the Vikings were not alone. Ancient Chinese records suggest that Buddhist monks may have sailed to the Americas over 1,000 years ago, led by a monk named Hui Shen. He described a land he called Fusang, which some believe refers to parts of the American West Coast. Maps found in China suggest an awareness of lands across the Pacific long before European explorers ventured there. If true, this would rewrite history once again. But what about the Polynesians? These master navigators sailed across the vast Pacific Ocean thousands of years before Columbus. Even today, scientists find evidence that Polynesians reached South America before Europeans. DNA studies show genetic links between Polynesians and indigenous South American peoples, and chicken bones found in Chile match those of a Polynesian breed long before Spanish contact, suggesting trade and contact across the ocean. And there is more. Some researchers argue that the ancient Phoenicians, seafaring merchants from the Mediterranean, may have reached the Americas as early as 1000 BC. They were known for their ability to navigate vast distances using the stars. Ancient inscriptions found in Brazil and the United States hint at their presence, possibly long before any Viking or European explorer. If so many different civilizations reached the Americas before Columbus, why does he get all the credit? The answer lies in politics, empire, and the rewriting of history. The Spanish crown needed a hero to justify its claim over the New World. Columbus became that symbol. He may not have been the first, but he was the one who brought Europe's full force to the Americas, setting in motion events that would change the world forever. But what if history had remembered Leif Erikson instead? What if the Polynesians had established lasting contact with South America? Or if the Chinese had settled California centuries before the Spanish? The world we know today might have looked entirely different. And that is the story we are about to unravel. Imagine standing on the deck of a Viking longship, the salty sea spray on your face, the endless horizon ahead. The year is 1000 AD, and Leif Erikson, son of Erik the Red, is about to make history. He has heard tales of a mysterious land to the west, first spotted by an Icelandic merchant named Bjarni Herjolfsson. Unlike Columbus, who set sail with maps and a clear mission, Leif's journey is a leap into the unknown, a voyage based on whispers and sagas. What he finds will challenge everything we thought we knew about the first Europeans in America. Leif and his crew of Norsemen leave Greenland behind, their ship slicing through the frigid Atlantic waters. After weeks at sea, they finally reach a strange and unfamiliar coastline. It is nothing like the icy shores of Greenland or the volcanic landscapes of Iceland. This land is rich and green, with towering trees, wild rivers, and an abundance of resources. They call it Vinland, the land of wild grapes. To the Vikings, this is paradise. The Norsemen establish a small settlement, building simple wooden structures and exploring their new home. They hunt, fish, and gather resources, amazed at the abundance of nature around them. They find wild grapes, which is why they name the land Vinland, and they encounter animals they have never seen before. But they are not alone. The land is already inhabited by indigenous peoples, whom the Vikings call the Skrallings. These first encounters are tense, as the two groups size each other up. At first, there is trade. The Vikings offer metal tools and red cloth in exchange for furs and food. But as history has often shown, peaceful contact does not last forever. Tensions rise and small skirmishes break out between the Vikings and the indigenous tribes. The Norse warriors, fierce as they are, find themselves outnumbered. Unlike the later European colonizers, Leif and his men do not attempt to conquer or claim dominion over the land. They are explorers, not invaders. Realizing that their position is precarious, they eventually decide to abandon Vinland and return to Greenland. Their journey is remembered in Viking sagas, but over time, their discovery fades into legend. For centuries, historians dismissed the story of Leif Erikson as myth. But in 1960, a remarkable discovery changed everything. Archaeologists uncovered the remains of a Norse settlement at Lansog Meadows in Newfoundland, Canada. The site contained unmistakable evidence of Viking presence, iron nails, tools, and the remains of Norse-style buildings. The sagas were true. Leif Erikson had reached North America nearly 500 years before Columbus. Yet, despite this proof, Columbus remained the man credited with discovering America. Why? Because history is written by the victors. The Norse did not stay, did not colonize, and did not bring lasting change to the Americas. Their voyage, while groundbreaking, did not alter the course of world history in the way Columbus's arrival did. The Spanish, with their vast empire, had the power to shape the narrative, to create a hero, and to erase inconvenient truths. But today, we know better. The evidence is clear. Leif Erikson was the first European to set foot in the New World. And yet, there are still more forgotten stories of early exploration waiting to be uncovered. But what if things had gone differently? What if the Vikings had chosen to stay, to build lasting settlements, to spread their culture across the continent? Would the Americas have seen an entirely different kind of European influence? The Norse were expert shipbuilders, warriors and traders, yet they lacked the sheer numbers to maintain a colony so far from home. Their reliance on sporadic resupply from Greenland made them vulnerable, and their clashes with the indigenous peoples proved too dangerous. The decision to leave was pragmatic, but it also meant that their achievements would be buried under centuries of forgotten history. Still, traces of their presence linger. Some historians speculate that Norse explorers may have ventured even further south than Newfoundland, possibly reaching present-day New England or even farther along the Atlantic coast. Evidence is scarce, but oral traditions and scattered artifacts hint at the possibility. If true, it would mean that Leif Erikson's journey was just the beginning of a much longer and more extensive Viking presence in North America. And yet, Vinland remains an enigma. Why was its memory preserved in sagas but lost to mainstream history for so long? Why were later generations of Vikings unable or unwilling to return? The answers lie buried in time, waiting to be uncovered by those who dare to question the official story. One thing is certain: history is far more complex than the simplified narratives we are taught. The truth, hidden beneath layers of myth and empire, is waiting to be rediscovered. The departure from Vinland was not the end of Norse exploration in the Americas. Although Leif Erikson and his crew had proven that land existed beyond the Western Ocean, the question remained: could it be settled? Could the Norse establish a foothold in this new world, or was Vinland destined to remain just an untamed frontier, too distant and too dangerous to maintain? The answer would come not from Leif himself, but from the generations that followed. One of the most fascinating figures in this story is Leif's younger brother Thorvald Eriksson. Unlike Leif, who had merely explored and mapped parts of Vinland, Thorvald sought to claim it. His ambition was not just to visit but to stay, to make Vinland a permanent extension of Norse influence. With a crew of warriors and settlers, he returned to the land his brother had discovered, determined to carve out a place for the Vikings in the New World. Thorvald and his men expanded the settlement, strengthening their structures and pushing further inland. At first, all seemed well. The resources were plentiful, the weather was milder than Greenland's, and the land itself appeared to hold great promise. But the same challenge that had driven Leif away remained: the indigenous inhabitants. Unlike Leif, who had managed a brief period of trade with the native peoples, Thorvald's expedition quickly fell into conflict. The Skrallings, as the Norse called them, did not take kindly to the outsiders expanding into their territory. Skirmishes erupted, and the consequences were deadly. In one of these clashes, Thorvald himself was struck by an arrow. As his men carried him back to their settlement, he is said to have looked over Vinland one last time and declared it a beautiful land before succumbing to his wounds. With their leader dead and their numbers dwindling, the Norse had no choice but to abandon their dream of permanent settlement. They buried Thorvald, burned what they could not take, and set sail back to Greenland. This second failed attempt to colonize the Americas left a deep mark on Norse history. The sagas, which had once spoken of a land of promise, now told of a land of danger. And so, over the next few decades, the Viking voyages to Vinland became fewer and fewer until they eventually stopped altogether. But what if Thorvald had succeeded? What if the Norse had managed to hold their ground, to establish a thriving colony that could have grown into something greater? The implications are staggering. A lasting Norse presence in the Americas could have altered the course of history entirely. Could they have expanded further south, trading and mingling with other indigenous civilizations? Could the Vikings have established an early European presence centuries before Columbus? The mind reels at the possibilities. The failure of the Norse to settle Vinland was not just due to the resistance of the native peoples. There were deeper structural problems. Unlike the later European empires, the Norse did not have the centralized power or vast resources to support large-scale colonization. Greenland itself was a fragile outpost, dependent on supplies from Iceland and Norway. Supporting an even more distant colony in Vinland was simply beyond their capabilities. Their ships, while unmatched in speed and maneuverability, were not built to transport large numbers of settlers and supplies over vast distances for sustained periods. Despite these setbacks, the Norse presence in North America was not entirely forgotten. The stories lived on in the sagas, passed down through generations, dismissed as legend by many, but holding a kernel of truth. And as we now know, that kernel of truth was very real. The remains at Landsog Meadows are undeniable proof that the Vikings were here long before Columbus. Yet, because their settlement failed to persist, their role in American history remained largely overlooked. The legacy of these early Norse explorers is a haunting one. They were so close to changing history, so close to creating an alternate future where the Americas were connected to Europe centuries earlier. And yet, fate had other plans. Still, their story is not one of failure, but of daring, of adventure, of the relentless human spirit, pushing beyond the known world. And though they left, the echoes of their presence still remain, waiting for those who choose to listen. With the death of Thorvald Eriksson and the retreat of his men from Vinland, the Norse dream of settling the New World seemed all but over. But there was still one more attempt, one final effort to establish a permanent presence in the mysterious western lands. This time, it would not be a group of warriors leading the charge, but a woman, Gudrid Thorbjarnardóttir, one of the most remarkable and overlooked figures in Viking history. Unlike the previous expeditions, which were driven by exploration and conquest, Gudrid's journey to Vinland was driven by something far more fundamental: survival and family. She had already lived a life of adventure, having traveled from Iceland to Greenland and now seeking a new beginning. Her husband Thorfinn Karlsefni was determined to succeed where Leif and Thorvald had failed. He gathered a group of settlers, men, women and children, hoping that a true colony, not just a temporary outpost, could take root in Vinland. The voyage was perilous, as all Norse crossings were. The North Atlantic was unforgiving, its waters capable of swallowing even the most seasoned sailors. But Karlsefni and Gudrid, along with their followers, endured the hardships and eventually arrived in Vinland. Unlike the previous Norse expeditions, which were mostly comprised of warriors and adventurers, this was a true settlement effort. They built homes, tended livestock, and prepared to stay for the long haul. For a while it seemed as though they might succeed where others had failed. One of the most extraordinary moments in this chapter of history was the birth of Snorri Thorfinnsson, the son of Gudrid and Karlsefni. Snorri was the first known child of European descent born in the Americas, a historical milestone that has been all but erased from common knowledge. His birth symbolized a bridge between two worlds, proof that Norse civilization had truly touched American soil in a way that went beyond mere exploration. But despite their efforts, despite their hopes, the same challenges that had plagued the previous expeditions soon emerged again. The indigenous peoples, wary of the newcomers, initially engaged in trade, but soon grew hostile. Clashes erupted, and once again, the Norse found themselves outnumbered. The sheer logistical challenge of maintaining a settlement so far from Greenland, combined with the constant threat of conflict, made it clear that they could not hold Vinland indefinitely. After 3 years of struggle, Karlsefni and Gudrid made the difficult decision to abandon the colony and return to Greenland. Their departure marked the end of the Norse attempts to settle North America. The dream of Vinland faded into legend, its memory preserved only in sagas that many later dismissed as myth. And yet, the evidence remains. The discovery of Norse artifacts, the ruins of settlements, and the genetic traces that some claim still linger in certain indigenous populations all point to a forgotten history that predates Columbus by centuries. What if Karlsefni's colony had endured? What if Vinland had grown into a thriving Norse settlement, firmly establishing European presence in the Americas long before 1492? Would history have played out differently? Would the balance of power in the world have shifted? These are questions that will forever remain unanswered, lost to the what-ifs of history. But one thing is certain: the Vikings were here. They walked these lands, built their homes, raised their children, and for a brief moment in time, they dared to dream of a future that was never meant to be. The Norse departure from Vinland marked the end of their direct presence in the New World, but it was not necessarily the end of their influence. While no lasting Viking settlements survived in North America, some historians believe that occasional contact between the Norse and indigenous peoples may have continued for some time. Stories persisted, both in Europe and among native groups, of encounters with strange seafaring outsiders. Could the echoes of Norse exploration have left more of a mark on history than we realize? One theory suggests that Viking voyages to North America did not stop entirely after the failure of the Vinland settlements. It is possible that occasional trips were made to harvest valuable resources. The sagas mention an abundance of timber in Vinland, a resource that Greenland sorely lacked. Some researchers speculate that Norse explorers may have continued to visit the coastlines of North America, cutting trees and bringing them back across the Atlantic. If true, this would mean that Viking contact with the New World persisted far longer than commonly assumed. There is also speculation that the Norse may have traveled further than Newfoundland. Some artifacts, including a Norse-style penny found in Maine, suggest possible trade or indirect contact. While skeptics argue that such finds could have arrived through later European interactions, they leave open the possibility that Viking influence extended beyond what has been archaeologically proven. Meanwhile, back in Europe, the memory of Vinland faded. Without a permanent settlement or a sustained effort to colonize the new lands, the story of the Viking voyages became little more than legend. Medieval maps showed vast unknown spaces beyond Greenland, but no widespread European exploration of the Americas followed in the wake of the Norse expeditions. The world was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion, but what if it had been? What if the Vikings had found a way to maintain their foothold in North America? If they had been able to trade, grow, and expand, the entire course of world history could have been different. Would the Norse have been the ones to establish the first European empires in the Americas? Would the indigenous civilizations have had a different fate, encountering a different kind of European society centuries before Columbus? The possibilities are endless. The failure of the Norse to settle Vinland was not a failure of navigation, bravery, or even technology. It was a failure of circumstances. The Vikings were expert explorers, but lacked the large organized states that would later drive European colonization. Their presence in North America, though real, was fleeting, too isolated, too fragile to withstand the forces of time. Yet their story endures. Today, Lev Erikson is recognized in both historical accounts and popular culture as the true first European to reach the Americas. His legacy, along with that of the other Norse explorers who followed him, serves as a reminder that history is often far more complex than the simplified narratives we are taught. The Vikings reached the shores of a vast uncharted world, but history was not yet ready for them. and so their discovery remained in the shadows, waiting for the day when the world would finally acknowledge what had been known for centuries in whispers and sagas. Centuries passed, and the story of Vinland became little more than a fading legend, whispered among the Norse and largely forgotten by the rest of the world. But while the Vikings did not establish a lasting presence in North America, their influence may have rippled further than we once believed. What if the Norse contact with the indigenous peoples of North America left traces not just in sagas, but in the very fabric of history itself? One of the most intriguing possibilities is the idea that knowledge of Vinland may have filtered into the wider European consciousness long before Columbus set sail. Though medieval Europe was largely uninterested in transatlantic exploration at the time, maps and oral traditions had a way of persisting. Some scholars have speculated that hints of Vinland's existence may have reached the cartographers and thinkers of the later medieval period. Could Columbus himself have heard whispers of lands to the west from the remnants of these ancient stories? There is some evidence to suggest that European seafarers, particularly those from the British Isles and Portugal, had knowledge of lands beyond the Atlantic before 1492. Though unproven, there are accounts of Basque fishermen possibly reaching the rich waters near Newfoundland in search of cod long before the official age of discovery. Could these early mariners have stumbled upon lands first scouted by the Norse centuries before? Meanwhile, in the indigenous cultures of North America, there are tantalizing hints of encounters with seafaring outsiders. Some Native American oral traditions describe pale-skinned visitors arriving by boat long before the arrival of Columbus. While these accounts are difficult to verify, they align with what we know about Viking explorations and suggest that their presence, however brief, may have left a lasting impression on the indigenous peoples they encountered. Perhaps even more intriguing is the question of whether Viking artifacts, technologies, or even genetic traces may have made their way deeper into the Americas. While no direct evidence has confirmed Norse integration into indigenous cultures, isolated findings, such as metal objects in areas where no native metallurgy existed, raise questions about possible trade or cultural exchange. Could the Vikings have unknowingly influenced the civilizations that would later rise to prominence in North America? The idea that the Norse were merely visitors who left no lasting impact on the New World may be an oversimplification. Their presence may have been fleeting, but history is not always written in the form of permanent settlements. It is also written in ideas, stories, and subtle influences that shape the course of events in ways we may never fully understand. Despite the growing body of evidence supporting the reality of Viking voyages to North America, the world remained fixated on the narrative of Columbus. The discovery of the New World had become a story of empire, wealth, and conquest, something the Norse had never pursued in Vinland. But had circumstances been different, had they found a way to survive and expand, how different would history look today? The real discovery of America was not a single moment, nor was it the achievement of just one man. It was a slow, complex process involving multiple civilizations over thousands of years. The Vikings were part of that story, even if their role was forgotten for centuries. Today the truth is finally coming to light, but there is still more to uncover, more to question, and more to explore. The Norse may have left Vinland behind, but their story is far from over. As the centuries rolled on, the knowledge of the Norse expeditions to North America faded into obscurity. The great European powers, focused on internal struggles and expansion within the known world, had little interest in tales of distant lands explored by a long-gone people. Yet the echoes of these early voyages lingered, buried in forgotten manuscripts and ancient maps that hinted at lands beyond the Atlantic. One such artifact is the Vinland map, a controversial document that surfaced in the 20th century. It purportedly depicts a landmass to the west of Greenland, labeled as Vinland, drawn centuries before Columbus. While the map's authenticity has been hotly debated, its existence raises an intriguing question: were there those in medieval Europe who still knew of the Norse voyages, even if mainstream history had cast them aside? Even without definitive proof of widespread knowledge, scattered hints remain. Medieval Norse sagas, though sometimes dismissed as embellished storytelling, contained remarkably accurate details about the geography of North America. The descriptions of Vinland's rich resources, vast forests, and even encounters with indigenous peoples suggest that these were not mere myths but retellings of real events. The question remains, why did no other European power act on this knowledge? Part of the answer lies in timing. The Norse, though formidable explorers, lacked the political and economic backing needed to sustain long-term expansion across the Atlantic. Unlike the centralized monarchies of Spain and Portugal in later centuries, the Viking world was fragmented, reliant on local chieftains rather than empire-building kings. By the time Europe developed the means and motivation for large-scale transatlantic exploration, the Norse voyages were little more than a whisper in history. But had circumstances been different, had a unified Scandinavian power seized the opportunity, the map of the world might look very different today. Even without permanent Norse colonies, the possibility remains that their influence stretched further than we currently recognize. Could later explorers have unknowingly followed in Viking footsteps? Did rumors of Western lands, passed down through generations, inspire others to seek out the unknown? While Columbus is credited with ushering in the age of European expansion in the Americas, his journey was built on a foundation of existing knowledge, speculation, and centuries-old seafaring traditions. The Norse had already proven that crossing the Atlantic was possible. What they lacked was the means to make the world remember. As historians continue to uncover new evidence, the story of America's discovery grows more complex. The Norse may not have changed the course of history in their time, but their voyages were a crucial chapter in the larger saga of human exploration. Their legacy, once nearly forgotten, is now being reclaimed, reminding us that history is never as simple as it seems. For centuries, the Norse voyages to North America remained little more than a distant memory, preserved only in the sagas of Iceland and the scattered whispers of medieval maps. Yet, while Europe largely forgot about Vinland, the people who lived in the lands the Vikings once visited carried their own accounts of these early encounters. Oral traditions among indigenous groups speak of pale-skinned visitors arriving from the sea, staying for a time, and then vanishing as mysteriously as they came. Could these stories be remnants of the Viking presence in North America? The indigenous peoples of the Northeast, including the Mi'kmaq and Innu, have legends that align closely with what we know of the Norse expeditions. Some describe strange bearded men arriving in large wooden boats, different from anything seen before. They brought with them unfamiliar tools and weapons, yet they struggled to survive in the harsh new environment. Conflict was inevitable. These newcomers did not understand the ways of the land, nor did they comprehend the power structures and customs of those who had lived there for thousands of years. While most of what we know about Norse interactions with indigenous peoples comes from the sagas, these accounts are told from the perspective of the Vikings themselves. The sagas describe the Skrellings, a term the Norse used for the native inhabitants of Vinland. Initially there were attempts at peaceful trade, but tensions quickly escalated. In one instance, a Viking is said to have frightened a group of Skrellings by showing them the power of Norse weaponry. In another, the Norse attacked an indigenous camp, only to be driven away by superior numbers. What is clear is that these encounters were brief and filled with mutual distrust. The Norse, used to the tactics of European warfare, were unprepared for the indigenous people's methods of fighting, which relied on speed, knowledge of the terrain, and overwhelming numbers. The Vikings had the advantage in weapons and armor, but they were far from home, outnumbered and vulnerable. Eventually, they abandoned their settlements, retreating back to Greenland and leaving the land to its original inhabitants. But was that truly the end of Viking contact with North America? Some historians believe that even after the main expeditions ceased, small groups of Norse traders or explorers may have continued to visit these shores. The Greenland settlements persisted for centuries, and the need for timber and other resources was constant. Could it be that, long after the failed Vinland colony, Norse ships still made the journey, engaging in trade with indigenous groups, and perhaps even influencing their societies in subtle ways? The idea is not as far-fetched as it may seem. Archaeological finds suggest that Norse artifacts, such as iron tools and woven cloth, have been discovered far beyond Landsort Meadows, the only confirmed Norse site in North America. Some of these objects were found in indigenous sites far inland, raising the possibility that they were traded from group to group, their origins becoming lost over time. If true, it means that while the Vikings themselves did not stay, their impact may have lasted much longer than we assume. History is rarely as simple as a single discovery, a single moment, or a single person. The Norse came to North America, and though they did not stay, they left behind stories, artifacts, and perhaps even traces in the oral histories of the people they encountered. The echoes of their voyages still linger, waiting to be fully uncovered. As we continue to re-examine the past, we must ask how much of history has been forgotten, waiting just beneath the surface for us to rediscover. The Norse may have abandoned their settlements in North America, but their story did not end there. As the Viking Age faded, so too did the knowledge of their transatlantic voyages. However, history has a way of preserving fragments of the past in unexpected ways. While medieval Europe largely forgot about Vinland, hints of its existence persisted in ways that would later spark curiosity and debate. One of the most enduring mysteries is the presence of Norse artifacts in locations far beyond their known settlements. A Norse penny dating back to the reign of King Olaf Kyrre, minted between 1065 and 1080, was discovered in a Native American site in Maine. The site itself dates back centuries after the Vikings were known to have explored North America, suggesting that the coin was traded extensively among indigenous peoples before being lost to time. How did it travel so far? Was it part of a larger network of trade that stretched further than we ever imagined? Archaeologists have also uncovered evidence of metalworking in indigenous sites that predate European colonization. The Vikings were among the few people in the region at the time who had the ability to forge iron tools, leading some researchers to speculate that they may have shared their knowledge, intentionally or not. Did Norse explorers influence native technologies in ways that have yet to be fully understood? Another intriguing clue comes from maps. Some medieval cartographers created maps that, in hindsight, seem to depict landmasses that strongly resemble the northeastern coast of North America. One of the most famous examples is the Vinland map, which surfaced in the 20th century. While its authenticity remains debated, it is part of a broader pattern of pre-Columbian maps that depict western lands long before Columbus's voyages. Could it be that knowledge of the Norse voyages to Vinland never fully disappeared? Perhaps it survived, hidden within obscure texts whispered among seafarers, or even passed down through indigenous oral traditions. If so, it raises an even bigger question. Did Columbus himself have access to these forgotten stories? Some historians believe that Columbus may have encountered references to Vinland in old maritime lore, or even in written documents. He was known to have consulted a wide range of sources, including ancient and medieval texts that speculated about lands beyond the Atlantic. While there is no direct evidence that he knew about the Norse expeditions, the possibility remains that he was influenced, perhaps unknowingly, by knowledge that had persisted in the shadows of history. The rediscovery of the Norse in North America did not happen overnight. For centuries, their voyages were dismissed as myths or exaggerated tales. It was only in the 20th century, with the excavation of Lansorg Meadows, that undeniable proof emerged. Yet even now, the full extent of their journeys remains unknown. Were there more settlements, lost to time? Did they travel further than we realize? How much of their story is still waiting to be uncovered? History is not just about what we know, it is also about what we have yet to learn. The Norse voyages to North America remind us that the past is full of surprises, that the stories we take for granted are often incomplete, and that sometimes the greatest discoveries are the ones that challenge everything we thought we knew. As the centuries passed, the knowledge of the Norse voyages faded almost entirely from European memory. The sagas once recited in the great halls of Iceland and Greenland became mere folklore, their details lost in time. Yet, across the Atlantic, the lands the Vikings once touched continued to be inhabited by the indigenous peoples who had been there long before and would remain long after. To them, these strange visitors from the east were but a fleeting presence in a much larger history. But were the Norse truly forgotten, or did their story continue in ways we have yet to fully understand? Some historians argue that echoes of the Norse presence in North America persisted in unexpected ways. Among the indigenous peoples of the northeastern seaboard, certain oral traditions tell of encounters with foreign seafarers who came from across the ocean, bringing with them unfamiliar tools, weapons, and ways of living. Could these stories be fragmented memories of Viking visitors passed down through generations? Some scholars believe so, though others argue that these legends could just as easily refer to later European explorers. Further evidence that the Norse may have influenced the world beyond their immediate presence comes from the movement of goods and ideas. The Norse were skilled traders, known for their ability to navigate vast distances. If they continued visiting the shores of North America, even sporadically, did they leave behind knowledge, materials, or traditions that subtly shaped the societies they encountered? There are also intriguing but controversial suggestions that Norse contact with the Americas may have gone further south than commonly believed. Some speculative theories propose that Viking explorers, either intentionally or by accident, reached beyond Newfoundland and into more temperate regions. While there is no solid proof, scattered accounts from early European explorers suggest that indigenous groups in regions far south of Newfoundland had knowledge of white-skinned, bearded men long before Columbus arrived. Could it be that the Norse left behind a greater legacy than we have recognized? The search for definitive evidence continues. Archaeologists have made several discoveries that challenge previous assumptions, such as Viking-style artifacts found in areas beyond known settlements. Some of these could be trade goods passed from group to group, but others raise deeper questions about whether Norse activity in the New World was more extensive than currently documented. One of the most compelling aspects of history is how much remains unknown. The Norse voyages to North America were once dismissed as legend, yet we now know they were real. What else, hidden in ancient maps, buried artifacts, or the oral histories of those who lived through these times, has yet to be uncovered? The more we learn, the more we realize that history is not a fixed story, but an evolving puzzle, one that still holds secrets waiting to be revealed. The Norse voyages to North America might have faded from mainstream history, but traces of their legacy remained, hidden in folklore, scattered across archaeological sites, and embedded in the very landscapes they once walked. While no lasting Norse colony was established, their brief presence left ripples that would not fully disappear. The story of the Vikings in the New World was not over, even if the world had seemingly forgotten it. For centuries, the sagas were the only written records of these voyages. They spoke of vast lands beyond Greenland, rich with resources, yet filled with dangers. The stories of Lech Erikson, Thorfinn Karlsefni, and Freydis Eriksdottir painted a picture of adventure, conflict, and ultimately retreat. But were the sagas entirely accurate, or had they been altered over generations of retelling? Modern archaeology has confirmed many details of these Norse expeditions, particularly with the discovery of Lance Ork Meadows in Newfoundland. But what of the other locations described in the sagas? Were there additional Viking settlements still waiting to be found? Some researchers believe that evidence of Norse activity may exist further south along the Atlantic coast, but conclusive proof remains elusive. Beyond archaeology, the influence of Norse exploration may have lingered in ways more difficult to trace. Some indigenous oral traditions recall encounters with foreign sailors long before Columbus. These stories, passed down through generations, describe interactions with pale-skinned people who arrived in great boats, carrying strange tools and weapons. Could these be echoes of the Viking presence? While the accounts cannot be verified with certainty, they suggest that the Norse may not have been entirely forgotten by those they encountered. There is also the matter of unexplained artifacts. The Norse penny found in Maine, a relic from the late 11th century, raises intriguing questions about trade and movement. Did Vikings venture further into the continent, or was their presence known indirectly through indigenous trade networks? Some suggest that Norse iron tools or shipbuilding techniques may have influenced native groups in subtle ways, though this remains a topic of debate. As scholars continue to piece together the Viking footprint in North America, one thing remains clear: the Norse were not merely mythical figures in a forgotten legend. They were real explorers, driven by ambition, curiosity, and survival. Their failure to establish a lasting presence in the New World was not due to a lack of skill or courage, but rather the immense challenges of distance, climate, and conflict. Had history unfolded differently, the Vikings might have become the first European empire in the Americas. Instead, their voyages became whispers in time, waiting to be rediscovered. But history has a way of revealing itself, and with every new discovery, the truth behind these early explorers comes into sharper focus. The story of the Norse voyages to North America was not just about discovery, it was about survival, adaptation, and the limits of human endurance. Unlike later European explorers who arrived with the backing of powerful monarchies, the Vikings who ventured to Vinland were small bands of seafarers, relying on their own resourcefulness to navigate an unfamiliar world. Their attempts to settle in this new land may have failed, but their impact on history would not be erased so easily. One of the most intriguing questions surrounding the Norse presence in North America is whether their brief encounters left any lasting mark on the indigenous peoples they met. Did the Vikings introduce new ideas, tools, or even legends that persisted long after they had disappeared? Some historians argue that while the Norse did not stay, their presence may have influenced native societies in subtle but significant ways. The sagas describe fierce battles between the Norse and the indigenous people they called Skrallings. But conflict was not the only possibility. The Norse were traders by nature, and it is likely that at least some peaceful exchanges took place. Could the Vikings have introduced iron tools or shipbuilding techniques that were later adopted or adapted by native groups? Some archaeological sites suggest limited interaction, but the evidence remains scarce. Further complicating the picture are the unexplained artifacts that have surfaced in regions far beyond where the Vikings were known to have settled. Norse-style objects like the famous Maine penny hint at possible trade routes that extended deep into the continent. While skeptics argue that these items could have been introduced much later, their presence raises fascinating questions about how far Norse influence may have reached. Even more intriguing are the cultural echoes that some researchers believe can be traced back to the Norse. Certain indigenous myths speak of bearded, pale-skinned visitors who arrived in large boats and brought both gifts and violence. Could these be distorted memories of Viking explorers, preserved through oral traditions? While no definitive proof exists, the possibility remains tantalizing. Despite their early presence, the Norse expeditions to North America did not lead to a lasting European foothold. Unlike later explorers who arrived with larger populations and stronger logistical support, the Vikings lacked the numbers to establish permanent colonies. Their settlements were fragile, dependent on resupply from Greenland, and ultimately unsustainable. The forces of nature, conflict with indigenous groups, and sheer isolation all played a role in their eventual retreat. But what if things had gone differently? What if the Norse had managed to maintain a permanent presence in North America? If they had been able to sustain trade, form alliances, and grow their settlements, the course of history could have been dramatically altered. European expansion into the Americas might have begun centuries earlier, reshaping the balance of power between the old and new worlds in ways we can only speculate about. The reality, however, is that the Norse presence in North America was brief, just a fleeting chapter in the vast story of exploration. But even as history seemed to forget them, the truth of their voyages remained, buried in ancient texts and hidden beneath the soil, waiting for the world to rediscover what had been known for centuries. As time passed and the Norse abandoned their dreams of Vinland, the world continued to turn, unaware of the fleeting moment when Europeans had first set foot on the American continent. The sagas that spoke of these journeys faded into myth, dismissed by scholars and overshadowed by later explorers who arrived with the full weight of European empires behind them. Yet, buried beneath centuries of forgetfulness, the truth of the Viking voyages to North America remained, waiting for rediscovery. In the centuries that followed, Europe underwent profound changes. The rise of centralized monarchies, advancements in navigation, and an increasing thirst for expansion set the stage for what would become the Age of Exploration. When Christopher Columbus set sail in 1492, his voyage was fueled by a belief that the world beyond Europe was ripe for conquest. But what if he had known that, centuries earlier, Norse explorers had already reached these lands? Would history have unfolded differently if their achievements had been widely recognized? Unlike the grand fleets of Spain and Portugal, the Norse expeditions were small and fragile. They lacked the backing of a powerful state, the infrastructure to sustain long-term colonization, and the sheer numbers needed to establish a permanent presence. Their departure from Vinland was not a failure of courage or skill, but rather a reflection of the limitations of their time. The world simply was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion on a large scale. But if the Vikings had stayed, how would history have changed? Would the cultures of Europe and North America have merged centuries earlier? Would the indigenous peoples have been able to forge stronger defenses against later European incursions? These are questions that remain unanswered, existing only in the realm of speculation. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Norse legacy is the question of whether their influence persisted beyond their departure. While no definitive evidence exists, some researchers believe that knowledge of their voyages may have subtly shaped European thought. Did whispers of Vinland inspire later explorers? Did the legends of a land across the sea encourage Columbus to press forward with his journey, even as others doubted him? Some have even speculated that traces of Norse influence could be found in European maps predating Columbus. A handful of medieval cartographic records depict landmasses beyond Greenland, suggesting that some knowledge of the Western lands had trickled through the centuries. While these maps remain controversial, they add another layer of mystery to an already complex history. For centuries, the tale of the Norse voyages was lost, buried beneath waves of new exploration and conquest. But history has a way of revealing itself. With each new archaeological discovery, with every fragment of evidence unearthed, the world is forced to acknowledge that Columbus was not the first European to set foot in the Americas. The Vikings had come before, braving the vast Atlantic, stepping onto unknown shores, and leaving behind a legacy that, though nearly forgotten, refused to vanish completely. The truth, once hidden in the shadows, is now emerging. The world is finally beginning to recognize the full extent of the Norse achievement. And yet, even as we uncover more about their journeys, questions remain. What else have we yet to discover? What secrets still lie buried, waiting for the day when they too will come to light? As the centuries passed, the Norse presence in North America faded from memory, their brief exploration overshadowed by the grand narratives of European expansion that would come much later. Yet, while history seemed to forget the Viking voyages, traces of their journeys remained, hidden in the land they once walked, in the stories passed down through generations, and in the artifacts waiting to be uncovered beneath the earth. The Norse had been there, and though time had buried their story, it was not erased. For those who sought the truth, there were clues, small scattered pieces of evidence that hinted at something greater. Landsok Meadows had been the first undeniable proof that the sagas were not merely legend, but rooted in reality. But what about the other locations described in the ancient texts? Where was the land of Markland, said to be rich in timber? Where was the fabled Vinland, the land of wild grapes and endless opportunity? Had these places been lost to history, or were they simply waiting to be rediscovered? The search for Vinland became one of history's greatest mysteries, drawing explorers, archaeologists, and scholars into an endless debate. Some believed Vinland was located further south, in modern-day Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, or even as far as New England. Others argued that it may have been a broader region rather than a single settlement. The sagas spoke of fertile lands and a climate that could support crops, details that suggested a location beyond the harsh conditions of Newfoundland. But without concrete evidence, the exact whereabouts of Vinland remained elusive. Yet, despite the uncertainty, one thing was clear: the Norse had pushed further into the New World than previously believed. Artifacts such as the Main Penny, a small Norse coin found in an indigenous archaeological site, suggested that trade or indirect contact may have extended beyond their known settlements. Some researchers even speculated that Norse travelers had ventured deep into the continent, their presence faintly recorded in the oral traditions of indigenous tribes. Could it be that the Vikings had left more of a legacy than we realized? While mainstream history largely ignored the Viking voyages for centuries, whispers of their expeditions persisted. In some European intellectual circles, there were those who believed the sagas contained truth. Maps from the Middle Ages depicted lands beyond Greenland, lands that seemed to match descriptions of Vinland. Was it possible that Columbus himself had heard of these tales? That the idea of land across the Atlantic had been planted in his mind long before his own fateful journey? While there is no definitive proof, the idea remains a compelling one. The Vikings may not have stayed in North America, but their story did. It remained in the fragments of history, in the clues left behind, waiting for someone to piece them together. And as new discoveries continue to emerge, the world is forced to reconsider the past. The Norse were not mere myths or footnotes in history. They were explorers, pioneers who reached a land that few believed existed. Their journey was not just one of adventure, but of proof that the world was far larger, far more interconnected than medieval minds could comprehend. For too long, the story of the first Europeans in the Americas was left incomplete. But history has a way of revealing itself, and the further we dig, the closer we come to uncovering the full truth of what really happened when the Vikings set sail into the unknown. The rediscovery of the Norse presence in North America was not a sudden revelation, but a slow unraveling of history, a puzzle pieced together from fragments scattered across centuries. For hundreds of years, the idea that Vikings had reached the Americas before Columbus was dismissed as mere legend, a fanciful tale preserved in the sagas, but lacking any real historical weight. And yet the evidence was always there, waiting for someone to take it seriously. When Lansac Meadows was unearthed in the 1960s, it was the first undeniable proof that the sagas had told the truth. The Norse had indeed crossed the Atlantic, settled briefly, and then vanished. But even as the site was excavated, new questions arose. If the Vikings had made it this far, could they have gone even further? And if they had, why was there so little left behind? One theory suggests that while the Norse failed to establish permanent settlements, they may have maintained seasonal camps for years, perhaps even generations. The sagas mention repeated trips to Vinland, voyages that brought supplies and resources back to Greenland and Iceland. Could it be that the Vikings saw the New World not as a place to colonize, but as a land to exploit, a distant and dangerous frontier that was valuable but too hostile to tame? If so, their presence in North America might have been more significant than we realize, just not in the way history usually records. There are also hints that Norse explorers may have left traces beyond what archaeology has confirmed. Some scholars have pointed to linguistic clues, suggesting that certain indigenous words or traditions bear subtle echoes of Norse influence. Others have examined genetic markers, wondering if Viking bloodlines might still persist in remote regions. These ideas remain speculative, but they raise fascinating questions about the true extent of the Viking footprint in the New World. Despite the growing body of evidence, mainstream history continued to resist the idea of a pre-Columbian European presence in North America. Columbus's voyage had become too entrenched in the global narrative, his discovery too foundational to the modern world's understanding of itself. Acknowledging the Viking expeditions would mean rewriting that story, and for many, that was a step too far. But the truth, once unearthed, cannot be buried again. As new discoveries emerge, as more pieces of the puzzle come to light, the world is beginning to recognize what the sagas have claimed all along, that the Vikings reached the Americas centuries before Columbus, that they walked its shores, built their homes, and left behind a legacy that, though faint, still lingers in the shadows of history. The question now is not whether the Norse came to America, but how much we have yet to discover about their journeys. What else lies hidden beneath the surface, waiting to rewrite the past once again? As more evidence emerged, and the world slowly began to acknowledge the Viking presence in North America, the question shifted from whether the Norse had arrived to what exactly they had done during their time there. The sagas tell stories of exploration, settlement and conflict, but they leave many details unclear. How far did the Norse truly venture? Did they interact with indigenous peoples in ways beyond mere skirmishes? And most importantly, why did they leave? Archaeological discoveries at Lansac Meadows provided a glimpse into the Norse presence, revealing remnants of homes, tools, and evidence of metalworking. But beyond this site, tangible proof of Viking activity remains elusive. Some researchers believe that Vinland was not a single location, but a broader region, encompassing various sites along the North American coast. If so, there may still be undiscovered settlements, hidden beneath layers of earth and time, waiting for someone to find them. The sagas describe encounters with indigenous peoples, whom the Norse called skraelings. These interactions were not always peaceful. The Vikings, accustomed to warfare and raiding, may have approached these new lands with the same mindset they had in Europe. But unlike in England or Ireland, where they faced fragmented kingdoms, the indigenous groups in North America were well adapted to their environment, had strong networks, and vastly outnumbered the Norse explorers. Clashes were inevitable, and the Vikings, lacking reinforcements or a steady supply chain, were at a severe disadvantage. Yet not all encounters were violent. Some historians speculate that limited trade may have occurred, with the Norse exchanging metal tools or other goods for furs and supplies. The possibility of cultural exchanges, though difficult to prove, remains intriguing. Did the Norse introduce new technologies or ideas? Did they learn survival skills from the indigenous people that helped them endure in these unfamiliar lands? These are questions that remain unanswered, but continue to drive research into the Viking presence in the New World. Ultimately, the Norse departure from North America was not a result of failure in navigation or survival skills. Rather, it was a recognition of the logistical and geopolitical reality of their time. Unlike later European colonial efforts, which were backed by powerful monarchies and expansive naval fleets, the Norse were relatively isolated. Greenland itself was a precarious settlement, reliant on trade with Iceland and Norway. With Vinland too far to sustain and too dangerous to hold, the Vikings abandoned their ambitions and returned to more familiar lands. But even in their absence, their legacy remained. The stories of their journeys survived in oral tradition and later in written sagas, keeping alive the memory of the first Europeans to set foot on American soil. And though their impact may have been fleeting, their presence was undeniable. The Norse had crossed the Atlantic centuries before Columbus, proving that the world was connected in ways few had imagined. And while they may not have established an empire, they had left behind a chapter of history that, though nearly forgotten, would one day be rediscovered. As time passed, the Norse voyages to North America became little more than fading echoes in history. The brief attempt at settlement in Vinland did not spark a lasting colony, and the Viking explorers returned to their familiar lands. But the question remains, what if they had stayed? What if history had taken a different turn and the Norse had succeeded in planting permanent roots in the New World? Would the course of global history have been irrevocably altered? The reality of Viking expansion in North America was shaped by forces beyond mere exploration. Unlike the later European colonial empires, the Norse lacked the political and logistical infrastructure to support long-term settlement overseas. Their presence in Greenland was tenuous at best, and their connections to the broader Scandinavian world were fragile. In contrast, the indigenous peoples of North America had well-established societies, vast knowledge of the land, and the numbers to resist a small group of foreign settlers. While the Vikings were formidable warriors, they were vastly outnumbered, and without reinforcements, their hold on Vinland was unsustainable. Yet, had circumstances been different, if the Norse had established stronger trade routes, if they had formed alliances with indigenous groups, if they had found a way to sustain their settlements, history might have unfolded in an entirely different way. Some historians speculate that a successful Viking colony in North America could have created a bridge between the Old and New Worlds centuries before Columbus. Cultural exchanges, trade networks, and even early globalization could have reshaped the development of both continents. There is even the possibility that later European expansion might have been influenced by Viking presence. Would the kingdoms of Europe have turned their attention westward sooner if they had known of an established Norse colony across the Atlantic? Would the course of indigenous history have changed had they encountered the Norse rather than the Spanish and Portuguese in the 15th and 16th centuries? These are questions that remain in the realm of speculation, but they highlight the immense potential of the Viking voyages, an opportunity that slipped through history's grasp. Despite their failure to establish a lasting presence, the Norse did prove one thing: transatlantic travel was possible. Their journeys across the North Atlantic paved the way for later explorers, showing that the seemingly endless ocean had shores beyond the horizon. Though largely forgotten for centuries, their legacy endured in the sagas, waiting to be rediscovered by a world that had long credited Columbus with being the first European to set foot in the Americas. As the centuries passed, the memory of Vinland faded. The Vikings continued their raids and expansion in Europe, and their brief foothold in North America became little more than legend. But history is not always written in stone, and truth has a way of resurfacing. The Norse had reached the New World, and even if they did not stay, their journey was real. It was only a matter of time before the world would recognize their place in the grand story of exploration. For centuries, the Norse voyages to North America remained largely forgotten, buried beneath the weight of history and overshadowed by later European explorations. While the sagas preserved their stories, they were dismissed as myths, exaggerated tales passed down through generations. But history has a way of uncovering the truth, and as the pieces of the Viking puzzle began to emerge, the world was forced to reconsider what it thought it knew about the discovery of the New World. The first major challenge to the established narrative came not from archaeology, but from scholarship. In the 19th century, historians and researchers began revisiting the Old Norse sagas with a more critical eye. They noticed details that, while once dismissed as fiction, aligned with real geographic locations. The descriptions of Vinland's lush forests and mild climate did not match Greenland or Iceland, but seemed to describe somewhere further west. The pieces of the puzzle were there, it just took time for someone to put them together. But the true breakthrough came in the 1960s, when a team of archaeologists led by Helge and Anne Stein Ingstad uncovered the remains of a Norse settlement at Lance Og Meadows in Newfoundland. For the first time, physical evidence confirmed what the sagas had long claimed: the Vikings had indeed reached North America. The site contained remnants of Norse-style buildings, iron nails and tools, clear proof that the sagas were not mere legend, but historical accounts of real voyages. Yet even as the discovery of Lance Og Meadows rewrote history, new mysteries emerged. The site, while significant, seemed small, a temporary outpost rather than a true colony. Where were the other settlements mentioned in the sagas? Had they been lost to time, eroded by the elements, or perhaps never built at all? And what of the indigenous peoples the Norse had encountered? The lack of extensive evidence suggested that any contact had been brief, perhaps cautious, and ultimately unsustainable. Despite the undeniable proof of the Norse in North America, mainstream history was slow to adjust. The idea that Columbus had discovered America was too deeply embedded in the Western narrative, and the Viking voyages were often treated as a fascinating footnote rather than a transformative event. But as more scholars revisited the topic, the true scope of the Norse exploration became harder to ignore. Columbus may have initiated permanent European contact with the Americas, but he was not the first to set foot on its shores. That honor belonged to the Norse, nearly 500 years earlier. Today, the acknowledgement of Viking exploration is no longer in doubt, but questions remain. Did the Norse travel further than we have evidence for? Did they attempt to return after abandoning Vinland? Could there be yet undiscovered traces of their presence hidden beneath the forests and soil of North America? As archaeology advances and technology allows for new methods of exploration, the full story of the Viking journeys may still have more to reveal. The past is not a fixed narrative, it is a collection of truths waiting to be uncovered. The discovery of Lance Og Meadows proved beyond doubt that the Norse had reached North America, but it also raised a question that still haunts historians and archaeologists today. Was this the only Viking outpost, or were there others yet to be found? The sagas suggest that Vinland was more than just one settlement, describing a land rich in resources, stretching far beyond the windswept coast of Newfoundland. Could it be that other Norse settlements existed but have been lost to time? Some tantalizing clues suggest this might be the case. A single Norse-style penny was found in Maine, a long way from Lance Og Meadows, leading to speculation about trade or indirect contact with indigenous peoples. There have been reports of Norse artifacts discovered along the eastern seaboard of North America, though many remain unverified or controversial. If additional Norse sites existed, they may have been small, temporary, or eroded by centuries of natural forces, leaving little trace behind. The challenge of locating further evidence is immense. Unlike the large permanent colonies established by later European powers, the Norse settlements were likely seasonal and sparsely populated. Without lasting stone structures or widespread human activity, much of their presence could have been reclaimed by nature. The forests, rivers, and shifting landscapes of North America may have hidden their traces forever. Even if no new sites are ever uncovered, the Norse voyages represent a remarkable achievement in human exploration. Centuries before Columbus, the Vikings proved that the Atlantic was not an impassable barrier, but a bridge between worlds. They sailed beyond the known limits of their time, venturing into the unknown without maps, compasses, or the backing of powerful empires. They were not just raiders and warriors, but explorers willing to push the boundaries of their world. As the modern world recognizes their contributions, the legacy of the Norse in North America continues to evolve. With new technologies like satellite imaging, ground-penetrating radar, and advanced dating methods, the possibility of finding more evidence remains alive. Future discoveries may yet confirm that Vinland was more than just a brief Norse endeavor, that it was a connection, however fleeting, between two continents long before history recorded it. The story of the Norse in North America is one of ambition, hardship, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. While their presence may have been brief, it was significant. They were the first Europeans to set foot on the shores of a land that centuries later would become the focus of global exploration, colonization, and cultural transformation. Their voyages may not have changed the course of history in their time, but they proved one thing beyond all doubt. The world was far more connected than anyone had dared to imagine. As the final chapter of this forgotten history unfolds, we are left with one undeniable truth. The Norse were the first Europeans to set foot in North America. Their voyages, once dismissed as legend, are now cemented as historical fact. Yet their presence in the New World was brief, a fleeting encounter with a land that would remain untouched by European hands for nearly 500 more years. The question that lingers is not whether they made it to America, but why they failed to stay. The answer lies in a complex interplay of circumstances that shaped their fate. The Norse were skilled sailors and fierce warriors, but they lacked the resources and manpower to establish a lasting colony. Their numbers were too few, their supply lines too fragile, and the resistance from indigenous peoples too strong. Unlike the later European empires, they had no central authority to fund and support expansion, no fleets of ships to send reinforcements, no overwhelming technological advantage to impose their will. They were explorers, not conquerors. Though they had the courage to cross the Atlantic, courage alone was not enough to build an enduring presence in an unfamiliar and often hostile land. Another key factor in their failure to stay was the environment itself. The lands they encountered were vastly different from Greenland, Iceland, or Scandinavia. The dense forests, unpredictable climate, and unfamiliar wildlife presented challenges they were ill prepared for. Hunting and fishing were possible, but sustaining a colony over time required reliable agriculture, something the Norse had difficulty maintaining in a region where seasons were different from those in their homelands. Without steady sources of food, their settlements remained fragile, vulnerable to any hardships that might arise. The indigenous peoples also played a significant role in shaping the Norse experience in North America. The sagas speak of tense encounters with the Skrellings, the term the Norse used for the native inhabitants. These early meetings were marked by a mix of curiosity and violence. Though the Norse attempted to trade, misunderstandings and conflict soon escalated, making peaceful coexistence difficult. Unlike the later European powers, the Norse did not have the numbers or the military superiority to impose their will upon the native populations. With each encounter, the dangers of remaining in Vinland grew more apparent. The Norse were not prepared for sustained conflict, and without reinforcements from their distant homeland, they knew their time in this new world was limited. The knowledge of their discovery did not spread widely. With no lasting colony, no great wealth returning to Greenland or Iceland, and no written records outside of the sagas, their achievements faded into obscurity. The medieval world was not yet ready for transatlantic expansion. Trade and warfare dominated European priorities, and the distant memory of Vinland was buried beneath the weight of time. The Norse, though they had reached a new continent, left behind no great empire, no enduring footprint. They were too far ahead of their time for the world to recognize the significance of their journey. But history is never truly lost. The sagas passed down through generations kept the story alive. The ruins of Lance Org Meadows stood as silent testimony to a truth waiting to be rediscovered. And when the world finally turned its eyes back to these ancient voyages, the legacy of the Norse was restored. Leif Erikson and his fellow explorers are now recognized as pioneers, visionaries who crossed an ocean and touched a distant shore long before Columbus. Their voyages were not failures but glimpses into a different path. History could have taken, a path where Norse settlers might have shaped the Americas centuries before the age of exploration. Though they did not stay, their journey reshaped our understanding of exploration and human ambition. They proved that the Atlantic was not an impenetrable barrier, but a pathway. They challenged the idea that history is a straight line, showing instead that it is full of lost chapters, forgotten pioneers, and roads not taken. Their legacy is not one of empire or conquest, but of daring, curiosity, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. They were the bridge between the old world and the new, even if their connection would not be remembered for centuries. And so, the story of the Norse in America comes to its quiet end. They came, they saw, and then they vanished from the land they briefly called Vinland. But their voyage was not in vain. It was a glimpse of what was possible, a testament to the human spirit's desire to push beyond the horizon. The world would forget them for centuries, but history never stays buried forever. The truth, like the tides, always finds its way back to shore. And in rediscovering this lost chapter, we are reminded that history is far more complex, rich and surprising than we ever imagined. The origins of the samurai, one of Japan's most iconic and legendary warrior classes, trace back to the Heian period, which spanned from 794 to 1185. During this era, Japan was transitioning from a centralized, aristocratic society based on court culture to one increasingly defined by military power, and feudalism. The samurai, who would eventually come to dominate Japanese society for centuries, evolved during this time as the bushi, or warriors, and played a crucial role in shaping Japan's political and military landscape. The rise of the samurai was closely tied to the shifting needs of the Japanese aristocracy, the growing importance of regional military leaders, and the development of a feudal system that would come to define Japan's medieval period. The early warriors, who would eventually become the samurai, were initially referred to as bushi. These warriors were not yet part of the distinctive samurai class, but were typically local, regional military men who served aristocratic landowners, often in exchange for land or resources. In the beginning, their role was primarily as skilled horsemen and fighters who defended the land of powerful families and clan leaders. However, over time, the bushi began to gain more importance as military leaders, and they began to transition from being simply retainers to becoming a distinct class with their own identity. As Japan entered the Heian period, the political and social structure of the country began to evolve. The central government, located in the capital city of Heian-kai, modern-day Kyoto, was dominated by the aristocracy, and the emperor and court officials held much of the political power. However, the court culture of the Heian period, with its emphasis on poetry, arts, and aesthetics, began to shift as the need for military protection and local governance became increasingly apparent. Powerful aristocratic families, seeking to protect their land and wealth, began to rely more heavily on the bushi, the emerging military class, to defend their holdings. The rise of feudalism during the late Heian period contributed significantly to the evolution of the samurai. As the power of the imperial court weakened and aristocratic families grew in wealth and influence, a system of landholding and military service began to take hold. The bushi, initially tasked with protecting the lands of the nobility, gradually took on greater military and political responsibilities. This shift toward a more decentralized feudal system led to the rise of powerful regional clans, each with its own samurai warriors who would serve their lords in exchange for land and titles. This feudal system would eventually lay the foundation for the establishment of the shogunate and the samurai class's dominance in Japanese society. One of the key factors that contributed to the rise of the samurai during the Heian period was the growing importance of military conflict between powerful clans. The Taira and Minamoto clans, two of the most prominent families of the period, played a central role in the development of samurai culture. These two clans were embroiled in a series of bloody conflicts known as the Genpei War, 1180–1185, which would ultimately lead to the establishment of the first shogunate under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo. The Genpei War marked the culmination of the military struggle between the Taira and Minamoto, and the Minamoto clan's victory would lay the groundwork for the rise of the samurai as the dominant force in Japan's military and political life. The Taira clan, originally influential in the imperial court, was a powerful family that gained control over the imperial court and its military forces. The Minamoto clan, on the other hand, was a rival family that, over time, rose in prominence and began to challenge the Taira's dominance. This rivalry between the Taira and Minamoto families would shape the future of the samurai class. The samurai, who initially served these families in regional conflicts, would soon become the foundation of Japan's military power. The Heian period, while renowned for its cultural achievements, was also a time of significant political and military upheaval. The court culture of the time, with its focus on refined aesthetic pursuits like poetry, calligraphy, and courtly rituals, began to lose its grip on the political power of Japan. The growing tensions between the Taira and Minamoto clans resulted in a series of military conflicts that ultimately reshaped the power structure of Japan. As military leaders gained influence, the samurai class began to rise, not only as a military force, but as an important part of the governing structure of Japan. This shift from a court-centered aristocratic society to a more militarized and decentralized system was pivotal in the creation of the samurai as a distinct class with its own code of ethics, military structure and culture. In conclusion, the Heian period was crucial in the emergence of the samurai as a powerful and distinctive class in Japan. The transition from courtly culture to military governance, combined with the rise of regional military leaders and the emergence of feudalism, set the stage for the samurai's eventual dominance in Japanese society. The Taira and Minamoto clans, along with the development of the Bushi into the samurai, played an essential role in this transformation. As Japan entered the late Heian period, the samurai would begin to shape the nation's future, not only as warriors but as political and cultural leaders. Their legacy would endure for centuries, making the samurai one of Japan's most enduring symbols of martial prowess and honor. The Kamakura shogunate, established in 1192 under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo, marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history, the birth of the shogunate rule. Following the decisive Genpei War 1180 to 1185, in which the Minamoto clan triumphed over their rivals, the Taira clan, the power dynamics in Japan shifted dramatically. No longer would the imperial court in Kyoto hold supreme authority. Instead, a military government, known as the Bakufu, would take center stage. This transition from imperial rule to military rule would lay the foundation for the dominance of the samurai class in Japan, changing the course of the nation's political and military structure for centuries. The Minamoto clan's victory in the Genpei War was a pivotal moment in Japanese history. For over a century, the Taira and Minamoto clans had been vying for control over the imperial court. With the defeat of the Taira, the Minamoto, led by Yoritomo, emerged as the preeminent military power in Japan. Rather than seizing control of the imperial throne itself, however, Minamoto no Yoritomo chose to establish a new form of governance. In 1192, he was granted the title of shogun, a military title that signified his authority over the armed forces of Japan, and thus the Kamakura shogunate was born. The Kamakura shogunate represented a dramatic departure from Japan's previous system of governance, where the emperor was the central figure of political and military power. The emperor, based in the capital city of Kyoto, had traditionally been seen as the divine ruler, holding both spiritual and temporal authority over the country. However, under the Kamakura shogunate, power shifted from the imperial court to the military leaders in Kamakura, a city located to the south of Kyoto. Yoritomo and his successors ruled Japan from Kamakura, while the emperor remained in Kyoto, relegated to a more symbolic ceremonial role. The rise of the Kamakura shogunate was deeply tied to the growing influence of the samurai class. As Japan transitioned from imperial rule to military rule, the samurai, who had played a crucial role in the Genpei War, became the dominant political and military force in the country. With their newfound power, the samurai became the core of the new political system, serving as the key agents of the shogunate in both military and administrative matters. The samurai were no longer mere warriors serving individual noble families. They had become the ruling class of Japan, overseeing land, people, and military affairs throughout the country. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai were granted land and other privileges in exchange for their loyalty and service to the shogunate. The shogunate itself operated as a feudal system, where land was granted to samurai lords, known as daimyo, in return for their military service. The samurai class thus became deeply entrenched in both the political and military infrastructure of Japan, and their influence spread across the country. The establishment of the Kamakura shogunate marked the beginning of feudal Japan, a system that would endure for several centuries, with the samurai at its heart. While the rise of the samurai as the dominant class in Japan was a defining feature of the Kamakura shogunate, the relationship between the emperor and the shogun during this period was a complex one. The emperor remained the figurehead of Japan, revered for his divine lineage and spiritual authority, but he was effectively powerless in terms of governing the country. The shogun, on the other hand, held real political and military power, and his authority was derived from his control over the samurai class and the military structure. The emperor's role, though symbolic, was important, as the shogun required the emperor's approval to legitimize his rule and maintain the appearance of continuity with Japan's ancient imperial traditions. This delicate balance between imperial authority and military power characterized the relationship between the emperor and the shogun throughout the Kamakura period. Although the emperor retained his title and held a position of honor, the real power lay with the shogun and his samurai. This arrangement allowed the shogunate to function as a military dictatorship, with the shogun exercising near absolute control over Japan's political and military affairs, while the emperor's influence was largely confined to ceremonial and religious matters. The Kamakura shogunate was not without its challenges. Throughout its rule, the shogunate faced numerous internal and external threats, including uprisings from dissatisfied samurai, challenges from competing clans, and invasions by foreign powers. One of the most significant external threats came in the form of the Mongol invasions in the late 13th century. In 1274, and again in 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan attempted to invade Japan. However, both invasions were thwarted by a combination of fierce samurai resistance and natural disasters, such as typhoons, which destroyed the Mongol fleets. The failure of the Mongol invasions, often attributed to the divine protection of the Japanese gods, was a defining moment for the Kamakura shogunate and reinforced the power of the samurai as Japan's foremost military force. Despite these challenges, the Kamakura shogunate was able to maintain control over Japan for much of the 13th century. However, as time passed, the central authority of the shogunate began to weaken. The shogunate faced growing internal divisions, and its political and military control over the provinces became increasingly tenuous. By the early 14th century, the Kamakura shogunate had lost much of its power, leading to its eventual downfall. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate was overthrown by the forces of the imperial court, and the Ashikaga clan would rise to power, marking the beginning of the Muromachi period. In conclusion, the rise of the Kamakura shogunate marked a significant turning point in Japan's history. It marked the shift from imperial rule to military rule, with the samurai class emerging as the dominant force in the country. The relationship between the emperor and the shogunate during this period was one of balance and tension, with the emperor holding spiritual and symbolic authority, while the shogunate held political and military power. The Kamakura shogunate laid the foundation for the feudal system in Japan, and the legacy of the samurai would continue to shape Japan's political and military structure for centuries. In the late 13th century, Japan faced one of the most significant challenges to its sovereignty, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281. Under the leadership of Kublai Khan, the Mongol Empire sought to extend its power by bringing Japan into its vast domain. These invasions would become a major test for Japan's military, particularly for the samurai, who were tasked with defending the country against the Mongol onslaught. The invasions are legendary, not only for the valor displayed by the samurai in battle, but also for the mysterious natural forces that seemed to aid Japan in its defense. This period of struggle would ultimately have profound implications for the samurai class, the Kamakura shogunate, and Japan's future. In 1274, the Mongol Empire, already a massive force stretching across much of Asia, sought to expand further by invading Japan. Kublai Khan, having already successfully conquered China and established the Yuan dynasty, turned his attention to the island nation. The Mongols gathered a large fleet of ships, with estimates ranging from several hundred to over 1,000, and set sail for Japan. The Mongols, along with their Korean vassals, arrived at the island of Kyushu in November 1274. However, the samurai, the warrior class that had risen to prominence under the Kamakura shogunate, were not unprepared. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, quickly mobilized to defend Japan. As professional warriors, the samurai were highly skilled in combat, particularly in archery, swordsmanship, and mounted warfare. The Mongols, on the other hand, relied on heavily disciplined, multi-ethnic armies equipped with advanced technology, including gunpowder weapons, such as early forms of bombs and rockets. The Mongol invaders attempted to land at Hakata Bay on the island of Kyushu, where they were met by a determined force of samurai. The two forces engaged in a series of battles, but the samurai's superior fighting tactics and their knowledge of the terrain allowed them to resist the invaders, inflicting heavy casualties. However, it was not just the samurai's combat skills that contributed to Japan's survival. Nature played a pivotal role in the Mongol invasions, and it was during the Second Mongol invasion in 1281 that a particularly legendary event occurred, the arrival of the kamikaze, or divine winds. These winds, which came in the form of typhoons, struck the Mongol fleets with devastating force, sinking many of their ships and forcing the Mongol invaders to retreat. The term kamikaze, meaning divine wind, became deeply ingrained in Japanese culture, as many believed that the gods themselves had intervened to protect Japan from foreign conquest. The samurai's role in the Mongol invasions, particularly in the First Battle of 1274, was significant but far from decisive. While they were able to fight off the invaders at Hakata Bay, the Mongols had already made significant landings, and their superior numbers and resources proved challenging. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, had to contend with an enemy that used tactics and technology unfamiliar to them. The Mongols employed a combined arms strategy that included mounted archers, heavy infantry, and siege weapons, while the samurai were primarily accustomed to more traditional forms of warfare. Despite these challenges, the samurai displayed great courage and determination. They fought fiercely to protect their homeland, refusing to yield to the Mongol invaders. The samurai's code of honor, known as Bushido, guided them through these trials, emphasizing loyalty, bravery, and self-sacrifice. This code would become a defining characteristic of the samurai class and would continue to influence Japanese society for centuries to come. The Mongol invasions also had significant political and cultural implications for Japan. While Japan was victorious in defending its shores, the invasions revealed the weaknesses of the Kamakura shogunate. The shogunate's leadership was strained under the pressure of organizing a defense against such a formidable opponent, and the cost of the defense effort was immense. The samurai, while victorious in battle, were left with a sense of dissatisfaction, as they had not been able to achieve a decisive victory over the Mongols. Moreover, the repeated invasions placed significant financial and military strain on the shogunate, which led to growing discontent among the samurai and other classes. The decline of the Kamakura shogunate began shortly after the Mongol invasions. The strain of defending Japan, coupled with internal political infighting, weakened the central authority of the shogunate. In the aftermath of the invasions, Japan's feudal system began to unravel, and dissatisfaction among the samurai, who had borne the brunt of the conflict, increased. This dissatisfaction would eventually culminate in the downfall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333, when the imperial forces, aided by disillusioned samurai, overthrew the shogunate. In conclusion, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281 were defining moments in Japanese history, particularly for the samurai. While Japan's victory over the Mongols was in part due to natural forces, the valor and resilience of the samurai in defending their homeland cannot be understated. These invasions marked a turning point for the samurai, who were forced to adapt to new forms of warfare and faced the pressures of defending their nation against a powerful foreign adversary. The aftermath of the invasions also contributed to the eventual decline of the Kamakura shogunate, as the political and economic strains of the defense effort led to internal unrest. The Mongol invasions of the late 13th century, though a failure for the Mongols, were ultimately a test of Japan's martial spirit and the indomitable will of its samurai. In 1333, one of the most significant political changes in Japanese history occurred, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate. This event marked the end of the first military government in Japan, which had been in power for over a century. The Kamakura shogunate, which had been established by Minamoto no Yoritomo in 1192, had successfully brought military rule to Japan, but by the early 14th century, it had become increasingly unstable. Internal strife, financial difficulties, and political pressures ultimately led to its downfall, paving the way for the rise of the Ashikaga clan and the establishment of the Muromachi shogunate. The collapse of the Kamakura shogunate and the shift in power were not only a turning point for Japan's political system, but also for the samurai, who found themselves adapting to a new era of governance. The Kamakura shogunate had ruled Japan with a highly centralized military government, with power concentrated in the hands of the shogunate. However, by the early 14th century, the shogunate's power was weakening. The Mongol invasions had put significant strain on the government's resources, and the subsequent efforts to maintain the defense against further Mongol threats had drained the Kamakura shogunate's finances. Furthermore, internal strife between the ruling Minamoto family and powerful samurai factions created a volatile political situation. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate faced a serious challenge from Emperor Go-Daigo, who sought to restore imperial rule and reassert the power of the throne. Emperor Go-Daigo had been a vocal critic of the shogunate's rule, believing that the imperial family should return to power. In 1331, Go-Daigo initiated a rebellion against the shogunate, but his forces were initially defeated. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when the powerful samurai family, the Hojo, who had served as regents to the shogun for decades, began to lose their grip on power. Go-Daigo's forces, with the support of disillusioned samurai and some provincial leaders, managed to rally and overthrow the Kamakura shogunate in 1333. This marked the collapse of the military government and the restoration of imperial power, though the restoration would prove short-lived. After the fall of the Kamakura shogunate, Japan was plunged into a period of political instability. The victory of Emperor Go-Daigo was not fully consolidated, and the samurai, who had been loyal to the shogunate, found themselves caught between the emperor's forces and those seeking to establish a new military government. As a result, the power vacuum left by the fall of the Kamakura shogunate was filled by the Ashikaga clan, a rising samurai family that would eventually establish the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga shogunate marked the beginning of a new chapter in Japan's feudal history. Unlike the highly centralized rule of the Kamakura shogunate, The Ashikaga shogunate was more decentralized, with power dispersed among regional samurai families. The Ashikaga shogunate ruled from Kyoto, and its influence extended to much of Japan, but local warlords, known as daimyos, had significant autonomy in their territories. The central authority of the Ashikaga shogunate was weaker than that of the Kamakura shogunate, and this decentralization led to frequent power struggles and conflicts between samurai families. The transition from the Kamakura shogunate to the Ashikaga shogunate was a crucial period of change for the samurai. The samurai had long been an elite warrior class with significant political and military influence, but the shift in power meant that their role in Japanese society was evolving. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai had served as vassals to the shogunate, with a clear chain of command and loyalty to their lord. However, with the rise of the Ashikaga shogunate and the fragmentation of political power, samurai found themselves navigating a more complex political landscape. As the Ashikaga shogunate struggled to maintain centralized control, the samurai began to take on more local power, with many samurai families forming their own private armies and asserting control over their territories. Despite the challenges of the Ashikaga shogunate, this period also saw the flourishing of Japanese culture, including the development of distinctive art forms such as the tea ceremony, no drama, and Japanese gardens. The samurai of the Ashikaga period, although engaged in frequent warfare and political intrigue, were also patrons of the arts, helping to shape Japan's cultural heritage. This cultural blossoming occurred alongside the samurai's increasing involvement in local governance and their continued dominance in military affairs. In conclusion, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333 marked a dramatic shift in the political landscape of Japan. The collapse of the military government and the subsequent rise of the Ashikaga shogunate ushered in a new era of decentralized feudalism. For the samurai, this period of transition represented a time of change and adaptation. While the Ashikaga shogunate's decentralized rule meant more power for local samurai, it also led to greater instability and factionalism. Nevertheless, the samurai continued to play a central role in Japan's political, military, and cultural life, shaping the course of Japanese history for centuries to come. The Sengoku period, often referred to as the Warring States period, spanned from 1467 to 1603, and it was a time of intense military conflict, political fragmentation, and social upheaval in Japan. During this era, the country fractured into multiple competing domains, each ruled by powerful samurai lords known as daimyos, who fought relentlessly for power and territory. It was a time of immense change, as the samurai evolved from mere warriors into the dominant political and military force in Japan. The Sengoku period set the stage for the unification of Japan and the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, which would last for over 2.5 centuries. The Sengoku period was precipitated by the Onin War 1467-1477, which triggered a collapse in the authority of the Ashikaga shogunate, the ruling military government at the time. With the central authority weakened, various samurai clans began to fight for control of their own territories, often at the expense of neighboring domains. This fragmented landscape led to the rise of the daimyos, powerful regional warlords who commanded private armies of samurai and sought to expand their control over Japan. Each daimyo sought to solidify their power through warfare, alliances, and diplomacy, resulting in nearly constant conflict throughout the period. Amidst the chaos, several major figures rose to prominence, each playing a key role in shaping the course of Japan's history. Oda Nobunaga, one of the most influential figures of the period, began his rise to power in the late 16th century. Known for his ruthlessness, military innovation, and ambition, Nobunaga sought to unify Japan under his rule. He successfully defeated many rival daimyos and took control of a large portion of central Japan, including the capital city of Kyoto. Nobunaga's strategic genius, as well as his use of firearms, was key in several decisive battles, including the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, where his forces decisively defeated the Takeda clan by utilizing firearms to break their cavalry charge. Following Nobunaga's death in 1582, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, one of his most loyal generals, took up the mantle of unifying Japan. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing much of Japan under his control. A brilliant strategist and tactician, Hideyoshi is best known for his military campaigns in the 1580s, which included the conquest of Kyushu and the suppression of rebellious samurai. Hideyoshi also sought to solidify his power by instituting social and economic reforms, including the famous land surveys and the sword hunt to disarm the peasants. These actions helped him consolidate his rule and establish a new social order. Hideyoshi's reign marked a pivotal moment in Japan's transition from the chaos of the Sengoku period to a more centralized form of government. However, it was Tokugawa Ieyasu, Hideyoshi's trusted general, who would ultimately secure the lasting unification of Japan. After Hideyoshi's death in 1598, Ieyasu gradually consolidated power and defeated his rivals in the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. This battle was a decisive conflict that effectively ended the Sengoku period and established Ieyasu as the most powerful figure in Japan. In 1603, Ieyasu was granted the title of shogun by the emperor, formally establishing the Tokugawa shogunate and ushering in a period of peace and stability that would last for over 250 years. The Sengoku period was also significant for the samurai, whose role in Japanese society evolved during this time. Samurai, once primarily battlefield warriors, became increasingly involved in politics, administration, and the management of domains. The daimyos, with their private armies of samurai, wielded tremendous power, and many samurai served as retainers in the courts of these warlords. The rise of the samurai, as both military leaders and political players, was one of the key characteristics of the Sengoku period. Their influence extended beyond the battlefield, as they played crucial roles in the governance of Japan's fractured domains. The Sengoku period also saw the rise of the Bushido Code, the samurai's moral and ethical code of conduct. Although the Bushido Code evolved over time, its principles of loyalty, honor, courage, and discipline were central to the samurai way of life during the Sengoku era. Samurai were expected to serve their lords with absolute loyalty, to fight with valor and honor, and to act with integrity both on and off the battlefield. The Bushido Code became a symbol of the samurai's identity and played a crucial role in shaping the culture and values of the period. Key battles during the Sengoku period shaped the course of history and demonstrated the military prowess of the samurai. The Battle of Nagashino, fought in 1575, was one of the most important battles of the era. Oda Nobunaga's use of firearms to decimate the cavalry of the Takeda clan marked a turning point in Japanese warfare, demonstrating the growing importance of firearms in battle. The Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the final and decisive confrontation of the Sengoku period, as Tokugawa Ieyasu defeated his rivals and secured control of Japan. This victory laid the foundation for the Tokugawa shogunate and the subsequent period of peace known as the Edo period. In conclusion, the Sengoku period was a time of great turmoil, but it also laid the foundation for the unification of Japan and the rise of the samurai as the dominant political and military force. The period was defined by the rise and fall of powerful daimyos, The strategic brilliance of leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, and the increasing role of the samurai in shaping Japan's future. The era also saw the solidification of the Bushido Code, which defined the samurai's way of life and left a lasting legacy on Japanese culture. The Sengoku period was a pivotal chapter in Japan's history, and the events and figures of this era continue to shape the identity of the samurai to this day. The rise of the Tokugawa shogunate marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history. After decades of civil war and political fragmentation during the Sengoku period, Japan finally achieved unification under Tokugawa Ieyasu, a key figure in the final phase of the warring states. Tokugawa Ieyasu's decisive victory at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the turning point that allowed him to consolidate power and become the most influential figure in Japan. This victory effectively ended the Sengoku period and laid the foundation for the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603–1868, a time of peace, stability, and cultural growth that would last for more than 2.5 centuries. The Battle of Sekigahara, fought on October 21, 1600, was a defining moment in Japanese history. Tokugawa Ieyasu, backed by his allies, including the Oda and Tokugawa clans, faced off against the forces of Ishida Mitsunari, a prominent general allied with the Toyotomi clan. The battle, which involved more than 100,000 soldiers, was fought in the plains of Sekigahara, located in present-day Gifu Prefecture. The conflict was a culmination of years of political maneuvering and shifting alliances, as both sides vied for control over Japan after the death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the last major warlord to have attempted to unify the country. Tokugawa Ieyasu's military genius and strategic prowess played a pivotal role in his victory at Sekigahara. By using his knowledge of the terrain and forging crucial alliances with other daimyos, Ieyasu was able to secure a decisive victory, despite being outnumbered by Mitsunari's forces. The battle was not only a military success but also a political one, as it allowed Ieyasu to consolidate control over Japan. In the aftermath of Sekigahara, Ieyasu systematically neutralized his remaining rivals and ensured his dominance by placing his supporters in key positions across the country. By 1603, Tokugawa Ieyasu was officially appointed shogun by the emperor, marking the formal establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate. The Tokugawa shogunate ushered in the Edo period, a time of peace and stability that was a stark contrast to the chaotic Sengoku era. Under the Tokugawa regime, Japan enjoyed more than 2 centuries of relative peace, largely due to the shogunate's ability to maintain control over the samurai class and the various daimyo's feudal lords. The Tokugawa system of government was a highly structured and hierarchical one, with Ieyasu's descendants serving as hereditary shoguns. Below the shogun, the country was divided into domains, each ruled by a daimyo, who were expected to remain loyal to the Tokugawa family. One of the most significant aspects of Tokugawa rule was the consolidation of power in the hands of the shogunate, which allowed for a more centralized government than ever before in Japan's history. The shogunate's control over the samurai class and its ability to regulate the military, political, and social aspects of life helped to ensure the stability and longevity of the Tokugawa regime. The samurai, once warlords in their own right, became the enforcers of Tokugawa law and policy, serving as bureaucrats, soldiers, and administrators in the new peace-focused society. The samurai, however, experienced significant changes in their role during the Tokugawa period. During the Sengoku era, samurai were primarily warriors engaged in battle and warfare. But with the establishment of peace under Tokugawa rule, the samurai's role shifted from warriors to civil servants. Many samurai were employed as bureaucrats, overseeing the administration of their lord's domain, while others served in local government positions. This shift in function had a profound impact on samurai culture, as the warrior class began to focus more on scholarly pursuits, such as education, ethics, and governance, rather than martial skills alone. Despite this shift, the samurai still held a prominent position in society. They were considered the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and the samurai's loyalty to their lords. The Bushido Code, which emphasized loyalty, honor, and discipline, remained a core part of samurai identity, even as their roles became more administrative than combative. Samurai were expected to live according to these ideals, upholding the values of loyalty to their lord and their family, while maintaining their honor and personal discipline. Another significant change for the samurai during the Tokugawa period was the implementation of a strict social hierarchy. The Tokugawa shogunate established a rigid class structure that divided society into four main groups: the samurai, farmers, artisans, and merchants. This system reinforced the samurai's position at the top of the social ladder, but also led to a growing divide between the samurai and the lower classes. While the samurai were responsible for maintaining order and enforcing laws, the farmers, artisans, and merchants had their own specialized roles and were often subject to strict regulations and taxes. The Tokugawa period also saw the development of a unique and highly influential culture that blended military tradition with peaceful, artistic pursuits. The samurai, who had once been trained in the arts of war, began to embrace cultural activities such as tea ceremonies, poetry, calligraphy, and theater. The samurai were expected to cultivate not only their martial skills, but also their intellectual and artistic abilities, leading to the development of a distinctly Japanese cultural identity that continues to influence Japan today. In conclusion, the Tokugawa shogunate marked the end of Japan's warring states period and the beginning of a new era of peace and stability. Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at the Battle of Sekigahara secured his dominance, leading to the establishment of a centralized government under the Tokugawa family. The samurai, while no longer engaged in constant warfare, remained central to the political and social fabric of Japan, adapting to their new roles as civil servants and administrators. This period of stability allowed for the development of a vibrant cultural landscape and the establishment of the Edo period, which would shape Japan's future for centuries. The Edo period, 1603 to 1868, represents a pivotal chapter in the history of Japan, during which the samurai class underwent profound transformation. Under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan experienced more than 2 centuries of relative peace, which dramatically altered the role and identity of the samurai. Once the fierce warriors who fought in battle during the Sengoku period, samurai, in the Edo period, became bureaucrats, administrators, and civil servants, adapting to a society that no longer required their martial prowess. The transition from warriors to bureaucrats was a direct result of the lasting peace established by the Tokugawa shogunate. The military conflicts that had defined previous centuries faded into the background, and the samurai were no longer needed to fight wars or defend their domains. Instead, they were employed in roles that focused on governance and administration, overseeing the management of land, taxation, and law enforcement. As a result, the samurai became more integrated into the bureaucratic structures of the Tokugawa government, serving as officials who helped maintain order in their domains. This shift in role required the samurai to adopt new skills. Rather than focusing on the martial arts and battlefield strategies, the samurai began to prioritize education and administrative duties. They were expected to learn the art of governance, engage in intellectual pursuits, and contribute to the social order through their work as officials. This transition also led to the rise of the samurai as landowners and patrons of arts and culture, with many investing in the development of their domains and patronizing scholars, artists, and craftsmen. The concept of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct, also evolved during the Edo period. Originally centered around combat, honor, and loyalty to one's lord, Bushido gradually shifted to emphasize morality, governance, and self-discipline. With warfare no longer a constant part of samurai life, Bushido became more concerned with the ethics of ruling and administering justice, as well as maintaining personal integrity and discipline. The samurai were expected to act as moral exemplars, maintaining the highest standards of honesty, loyalty, and respect for authority. The teachings of Confucianism, which were increasingly influential during the Edo period, also had a significant impact on the samurai code. Confucian principles of duty, hierarchy, and respect for authority were integrated into the samurai ethos, shaping their views on governance and society. As bureaucrats and administrators, samurai were expected to adhere to these principles, reinforcing their role as moral leaders and stewards of their domains. Another significant aspect of the Edo period was Japan's increasing isolation from the outside world, a policy known as sakoku. Under Tokugawa rule, Japan closed its borders to foreign trade and contact, limiting interactions with Europe, China, and Korea. This policy was partly driven by the desire to maintain political stability and prevent foreign influence from disrupting the social order. For the samurai, this isolation meant that they were largely cut off from the wider world and the global conflicts that shaped it. With no external enemies to fight, the samurai were forced to focus on internal governance and the maintenance of peace within Japan's borders. As Japan became increasingly isolated, the samurai's role in society also began to shift. They were no longer solely concerned with warfare and conquest, but with the administration of their domains and the enforcement of peace. Samurai, who had once been accustomed to the rough and violent life of a soldier, now found themselves in roles that required diplomacy, management, and governance. The samurai were tasked with ensuring the smooth operation of society, maintaining order, and enforcing the laws of the Tokugawa shogunate. Despite the lack of military conflict, the samurai retained their privileged status in Japanese society. They were the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and expectations of behavior. Samurai were expected to maintain a sense of honor and discipline, even in times of peace. They adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized loyalty to their lord, personal integrity, and the cultivation of virtues such as humility and self-control. However, this peaceful period also brought about challenges for the samurai. With little opportunity for military glory or advancement, many samurai struggled to maintain their status and financial stability. The Tokugawa shogunate imposed strict regulations on the samurai, limiting their ability to engage in business and trade. As a result, many samurai found themselves struggling to make a living, relying on stipends from their lords to support themselves and their families. Some samurai began to lose their traditional martial skills, and a growing sense of frustration began to simmer within the ranks of the warrior class. In the latter half of the Edo period, a number of samurai became involved in intellectual and political movements that sought to challenge the Tokugawa shogunate's policies. As Japan's isolationism became increasingly untenable in the face of Western pressure and trade demands, many samurai began to advocate for reforms and the opening of Japan to foreign trade. This discontent would eventually lead to the downfall of the Tokugawa shogunate in the mid-19th century, as samurai and other factions called for the restoration of imperial rule and the modernization of Japan. In conclusion, the Edo period was a time of peace and stability in Japan, which fundamentally reshaped the role of the samurai. The warrior class transitioned from fighters to bureaucrats, focusing on governance, administration, and intellectual pursuits. The samurai adapted to a new, more peaceful society, but their code of Bushido remained central to their identity. As Japan became more isolated, the samurai were increasingly tasked with maintaining order within the country, while outside pressures began to challenge the long-standing policies of the Tokugawa shogunate. The transformation of the samurai during this period set the stage for the eventual fall of the Tokugawa regime and the emergence of a new modern Japan. The decline of the samurai class is a critical chapter in Japanese history, occurring during the late Edo period. By the 1800s, Japan, under the rule of the Tokugawa shogunate, was facing numerous internal and external pressures that contributed to the weakening of the samurai's power and influence. While the samurai had once been the backbone of the military and administrative structure in Japan, the transformation of Japanese society and the introduction of Western ideas would signal the end of the samurai's dominance. Economic hardship played a central role in the declining fortunes of the samurai. By the 19th century, Japan was struggling with economic stagnation, and the samurai, who were once supported by stipends from their feudal lords, found themselves facing financial difficulties. With the country's economy in decline, many samurai were unable to maintain their traditional lifestyle. The Tokugawa shogunate had imposed strict regulations on the samurai, preventing them from engaging in trade or commerce. This limited the samurai's ability to generate additional income, and as a result, many found themselves living in poverty. Samurai, who once held high social status, were now struggling to support their families. The economic difficulties contributed to a growing sense of discontent among the samurai. They became increasingly frustrated with their stagnant role in society, as their former military prowess was no longer required. Samurai began to lose their sense of purpose, and with it, their sense of honor. Many turned to intellectual pursuits or became involved in political movements, but the lack of opportunity for military advancement left many samurai feeling disenfranchised. Their social position, once the highest in Japan, was no longer secure, and their frustration boiled over into growing social unrest. This social unrest was compounded by the impact of Western influence, which began to challenge Japan's long-standing isolationist policies. The arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry from the United States in 1853, with his fleet of black ships, forced Japan to open its ports to foreign trade. This was a significant blow to the Tokugawa shogunate's control over Japan's foreign relations and marked the beginning of a new era of external pressure. The samurai, who had long been guardians of Japan's tradition and isolation, found themselves facing a new, powerful force that could not be ignored. The Western presence in Japan brought new ideas and technology that threatened the samurai's way of life. The introduction of firearms, modern ships, and Western-style military tactics made traditional samurai combat methods, which had relied on swords and cavalry, appear outdated. The samurai's military role was increasingly marginalized as Japan began to modernize in order to compete with Western powers. The rise of Western-style armies, with their use of guns and artillery, further diminished the samurai's relevance in warfare. The arrival of the West also brought with it the rise of modernization forces within Japan. The samurai, who had once been the elite military class, now found themselves in conflict with those advocating for the reform and modernization of Japan. Intellectuals, merchants, and young samurai began calling for the adoption of Western technologies, including modern weaponry, to strengthen Japan's military and economy. The growing influence of these reformers, along with dissatisfaction with the Tokugawa regime, sparked political movements that would ultimately lead to the downfall of the shogunate. The Boshin War of 1868, a civil war between the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate and those advocating for the restoration of imperial rule, marked the final blow to the samurai's dominance. As the imperial forces, backed by modernized military forces, defeated the shogunate, the samurai's political and military power came to an end. The Tokugawa shogunate was overthrown, and the Meiji Restoration began, ushering in a new era of modernization and industrialization for Japan. The decline of the samurai was also symbolic of the broader changes taking place in Japan. The rise of industrialization, the adoption of Western-style governance, and the centralization of political power under the emperor led to the dismantling of the feudal system. Samurai, who had once been the military aristocracy, were gradually integrated into the broader fabric of Japanese society. Many samurai were forced to adapt to new roles in the emerging Meiji state, while others were left behind as Japan transformed into a modern nation. In conclusion, the decline of the samurai class was a result of various internal and external factors. Economic hardship, social unrest, and the impact of Western influence all contributed to the diminishing power of the samurai. The rise of modernizing forces in Japan, fueled by the desire to strengthen the country in the face of Western pressures, ultimately led to the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate and the end of the samurai's military role. The legacy of the samurai, however, would endure in Japanese culture, influencing everything from martial arts to the modern Japanese spirit. The Meiji Restoration in 1868 marked the definitive end of the samurai era, a significant turning point in Japanese history. This period saw the overthrow of the Tokugawa shogunate, the dismantling of the feudal system, and the restoration of imperial power under Emperor Meiji. The samurai, who had long held a central role in Japan's military, political, and social spheres, were officially abolished as a class. This chapter in Japan's history symbolizes the dramatic shift from an ancient warrior aristocracy to a modern industrialized nation. The Tokugawa shogunate, which had ruled Japan for over 250 years, was overthrown during a period of great internal unrest and external pressure. The arrival of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853 and the subsequent opening of Japan to the outside world exposed the weaknesses of the Tokugawa government. The samurai, once the most powerful military class in Japan, were now disillusioned with the shogunate's inability to protect Japan from Western influence. Amid this unrest, a coalition of samurai from powerful domains like Satsuma, Choshu, and Tosa, who were dissatisfied with the shogunate's rule, began pushing for the restoration of imperial power. In 1868, the Boshin War came to a head, and the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate were decisively defeated by the imperial army, signaling the end of the shogunate's rule. The emperor's authority was restored, and the political landscape of Japan was fundamentally transformed. The samurai class, who had long served as the military backbone of Japan, found their status and power rapidly diminishing. Under the new Meiji government, Japan embarked on a path of modernization, looking to the West for inspiration in military and industrial matters. The abolition of the samurai class was formalized with the Meiji Restoration's sweeping reforms. In 1876, the government passed the Heitorai law, which prohibited samurai from carrying swords in public. This law symbolized the end of the samurai's traditional role as both warriors and societal elites. The government also instituted the conscription system, creating a modern national army based on universal service, rather than relying on the hereditary military class of samurai. This was a significant departure from centuries of military traditions that had seen samurai serve as both the officers and soldiers of Japan's armies. The end of the samurai class had profound cultural and social consequences. For centuries, samurai had adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized honor, loyalty, and martial skill. The code of Bushido had shaped the identity of the samurai and was closely tied to their sense of duty to their lords, families, and country. The abolition of the samurai class effectively ended their role as the moral and military exemplars of Japanese society. Many samurai found themselves without purpose in a society that was rapidly modernizing and industrializing. With the rise of the Meiji government, many former samurai found new roles as bureaucrats, politicians, and businessmen, but their traditional warrior identity was increasingly marginalized. For others, the transition to a more modern and centralized military was a difficult adjustment. The samurai class had prided itself on its warrior ethos, but in the new Japan, the focus shifted from martial prowess to administrative skills, modern governance, and economic development. The transition was also difficult for the samurai's families, who had long been supported by stipends granted by feudal lords. With the fall of the feudal system, these stipends were abolished, and many samurai found themselves in financial hardship. Some turned to new professions, while others faced poverty and social ostracism. Many samurai were forced to leave their homes and adapt to a rapidly changing world. The clash between the old feudal system and the new, more centralized state created deep tensions in Japanese society, particularly among those who had once held power. The end of the samurai era was not without its romanticization. Despite their official abolition, the legacy of the samurai continued to influence Japanese culture and identity. The samurai's values of loyalty, honor, and duty were integrated into the new national identity, and the Bushido code would continue to serve as a cultural touchstone for future generations. The symbolism of the samurai was invoked in art, literature, and even the military, as the image of the noble warrior persisted in the national consciousness. In conclusion, the Meiji Restoration marked the end of the samurai as a dominant class in Japanese society. The samurai's role was replaced by a modernized military and bureaucratic system, but the cultural legacy of the samurai would live on in Japan's national identity. The abolition of the samurai class symbolized the shift from Japan's feudal past to its modern, industrialized future. The samurai's disappearance from the political and military landscape of Japan marked the end of an era, but their spirit and ideals would continue to influence the culture of Japan for generations to come. The legacy of samurai and shoguns continues to resonate deeply within Japan and beyond, influencing not only the country's cultural fabric, but also its global reputation. While the official abolition of the samurai class occurred during the Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century, their values, ideals, and spirit still shape modern Japanese society in various ways. From business practices to martial arts, the enduring principles of loyalty, honor, and discipline continue to define much of Japan's identity today. This chapter explores how samurai culture has been memorialized, romanticized, and maintained in both Japan and worldwide, becoming a powerful symbol of strength, resilience, and morality. One of the most lasting aspects of samurai culture is the influence of their core values, particularly loyalty, honor, and discipline, on modern Japanese society. Loyalty, for instance, remains a critical value in Japanese life, evident in both personal relationships and business practices. The strong emphasis on group harmony, respect for authority, and dedication to duty all trace their roots back to the ideals of the samurai, who believed that their loyalty to their lord or cause was paramount, often above all else. In modern Japan, this manifests in various forms, from the loyalty employees demonstrate to their companies to the dedication of students toward their academic goals. The Bushido Code, which guided the samurai, still serves as an ethical framework for many aspects of Japanese culture, teaching the importance of self-discipline, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. Honor, too, continues to play an essential role in modern Japan. While the extreme consequences of dishonor, such as seppuku ritual suicide, have long since faded, the concept of personal and familial honor still carries significant weight. In many areas of life, maintaining one's honor through responsible actions and moral behavior is viewed as a reflection of one's character. In the business world, for example, reputation is everything, and companies often go to great lengths to uphold their honor through ethical practices and customer satisfaction. The samurai's sense of honor also endures in the reverence for ancestral traditions and respect for one's family, which remains a cornerstone of Japanese society. Discipline is another value inherited from the samurai that continues to influence Japan today. From rigorous training in traditional martial arts like kendo and judo to the disciplined work ethic expected in schools and workplaces, samurai values permeate daily life. The idea of constantly striving to better oneself, pushing through adversity, and maintaining composure in the face of hardship is deeply rooted in the samurai tradition. This disciplined mindset is also evident in the pursuit of craftsmanship and perfection, a trait that has given rise to Japan's global reputation for precision engineering, meticulous artistry, and high standards in every field from technology to fashion. However, it is not just in daily life that samurai values have left their mark. Over time, samurai culture has been romanticized and memorialized in literature, film, and popular culture, transforming the image of the samurai into a global symbol of honor, bravery, and mystique. The samurai have been portrayed in countless novels, plays, and films, often as the noble warrior fighting for justice and upholding moral ideals. Classic works such as James Clavell's Shogun and Yukio Mishima's The Sea of Fertility explore the complex lives and internal struggles of samurai and the political and philosophical systems that shaped their world. In film, samurai have been immortalized through iconic portrayals from Akira Kurosawa's masterpieces like Seven Samurai and Rashomon to more modern films like The Last Samurai starring Tom Cruise. These films have contributed significantly to the romanticized image of the samurai, often emphasizing their loyalty, honor, and the tragic beauty of their lives. The samurai ethos in cinema conveys an idealized version of personal sacrifice and ethical integrity that continues to resonate with audiences worldwide. The visual impact of samurai, with their distinctive armor and katana swords, has also been a major influence on global pop culture, becoming instantly recognizable symbols of martial prowess and noble ideals. In addition to traditional media, samurai culture continues to be a major influence in modern video games, anime, and manga. From Ghost of Tsushima, which immerses players in the world of a samurai during Japan's Mongol invasion, to Samurai Champloo and Rurouni Kenshin, anime and video games continue to draw inspiration from the samurai era, often portraying characters who struggle with questions of honor, duty, and the complex balance between tradition and personal freedom. These stories have introduced new generations to the samurai's rich cultural legacy, shaping how the world perceives these warriors. The samurai also play a role in shaping the narrative of anime and manga, two of Japan's most significant cultural exports. Characters like Luffy from One Piece or Naruto Uzumaki from Naruto reflect the samurai code's influence on their sense of honor, discipline, and loyalty. These values are reflected in their personal struggles and relationships, making the legacy of the samurai an integral part of modern Japanese storytelling. The fascination with samurai extends far beyond Japan, influencing the global imagination. International audiences are drawn to the samurai's mystique, finding appeal in their discipline, bravery, and adherence to a strict ethical code. This attraction has been reflected in everything from Hollywood films to global cosplay, where fans around the world embrace samurai-inspired costumes and aesthetics. The romanticized image of the samurai as warriors who fought not only with swords, but with a deep sense of moral duty continues to inspire a broad spectrum of cultures. The continued global fascination with samurai culture demonstrates its enduring appeal and the universal themes of loyalty, honor, and personal sacrifice that resonate across time and place. In a world that often emphasizes speed and technology, the samurai's quiet commitment to discipline, introspection, and the pursuit of personal honor offers a contrast, one that speaks to the desire for a more principled and meaningful life. These ideals, rooted in a warrior class that lived by a strict code of ethics, still offer valuable lessons for modern society. In conclusion, the legacy of the samurai and the shogunate continues to shape modern Japan and has left an indelible mark on the wider world. Through their influence on Japanese values, their romanticization in literature and film, and their lasting impact on global pop culture, the samurai remain an enduring symbol of discipline, honor, and strength. The samurai's values have not only survived but thrived, influencing generations and cultures across the globe, proving that the spirit of the samurai continues to be relevant even in the modern era. The so-called Dark Ages were anything but dark. While there were certainly challenges, the medieval period was also a time of remarkable progress, artistic achievement, and groundbreaking innovation. The idea that civilization stood still for a millennium is one of the greatest historical misconceptions. Many of the foundations for modern science, art, and governance were laid during this time. Cities flourished, trade expanded, and knowledge was not only preserved but actively developed. The reality is that medieval Europe was a dynamic, ever-evolving society, shaped by invention, cultural exchange, and intellectual curiosity. One of the biggest myths is that medieval people were wholly ignorant of science and reason. In reality, medieval scholars made astonishing advancements in various fields. Universities began to emerge across Europe, creating intellectual hubs where subjects like medicine, mathematics, and astronomy were studied. The medieval period saw the rise of thinkers like Thomas Aquinas, who sought to reconcile reason with faith, and Roger Bacon, who emphasized empirical observation centuries before the scientific revolution. The Islamic Golden Age played a significant role in preserving and enhancing classical knowledge, which was later reintroduced to Europe, inspiring further progress in philosophy, medicine, and engineering. Art and architecture also flourished in ways that still inspire awe today. The construction of towering cathedrals, such as Notre Dame and Chartres, required an advanced understanding of engineering and design. These structures, with their intricate stained glass windows and gravity-defying spires, were not merely places of worship, but symbols of human ingenuity and artistic ambition. The Gothic style, which emerged in the High Middle Ages, showcased incredible craftsmanship, blending spiritual symbolism with mathematical precision to create structures that continue to impress architects and historians today. Innovation extended beyond architecture. The medieval period saw the invention of the mechanical clock, the development of eyeglasses, and improvements in agricultural techniques that increased food production. The three-field system of crop rotation significantly boosted yields, allowing for population growth and economic expansion. The use of windmills and watermills revolutionized industry, allowing for more efficient grain grinding and textile production. These were not the actions of a stagnant society, but of one constantly seeking better ways to live and work. The advancements in shipbuilding and navigation techniques eventually laid the groundwork for the age of exploration, expanding Europe's reach across the globe. Even the concept of knights and warfare is often misrepresented. While battles did occur, much of medieval life was not consumed by war. Chivalry was more than just a romanticized notion. It was a code that emphasized honor, justice, and the protection of the weak. Knights were not just warriors, they were also patrons of the arts and scholars in their own right. Tournaments and jousting competitions, while dangerous, were more about prestige and spectacle than actual military conflict. Furthermore, medieval warfare was not constant. Extended periods of peace allowed for trade, education, and cultural growth to flourish. Trade networks expanded during this period, connecting Europe to the Middle East, North Africa, and even Asia. The Silk Road facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies, bringing innovations such as paper, printing, and advanced medical knowledge to Europe. Cities such as Venice and Constantinople became centers of commerce where goods, ideas, and cultures intermingled. The establishment of guilds provided economic stability and training for craftsmen, helping to create a skilled workforce that fueled further economic growth. The rise of banking institutions in cities like Florence and Bruges laid the foundation for modern finance, demonstrating that medieval economies were far more complex than often assumed. The Middle Ages also witnessed significant social mobility, something often overlooked. While the feudal system did exist, it was not as rigid as commonly believed. Serfs could buy their freedom, skilled tradesmen could rise in status, and many women played vital roles in business, medicine, and even politics. Noble women often managed large estates, and some, like Eleanor of Aquitaine, wielded tremendous influence over European affairs. Religious institutions also provided avenues for upward mobility, as monasteries and convents became centers of learning and literacy. Many rulers, recognizing the value of education, sponsored schools and scholars to ensure their courts remained centers of culture and knowledge. The perception of the medieval period as a time of darkness and suffering is largely a product of later historical bias. Renaissance scholars sought to distance themselves from the past, branding the era before them as backward to elevate their own achievements. The term Dark Ages itself is misleading, as it ignores the vibrancy and dynamism that defined medieval society. The printing press, developed at the tail end of the Middle Ages, played a crucial role in the rapid spread of knowledge, helping to usher in the Renaissance rather than simply marking the end of an ignorant age. By looking beyond the myths, we can see that the Middle Ages were a time of extraordinary resilience and progress. The people of this era were not merely surviving, they were innovating, creating, and laying the groundwork for the world we live in today. The next time you hear the phrase the Dark Ages, remember that history is far more nuanced than the stories we have been told. The Middle Ages were not a time of unrelenting darkness, but an era of transformation, discovery, and human ingenuity that still influences us to this day. When people think of the Middle Ages, they often imagine a world of filth and squalor, where unwashed peasants lived in streets filled with refuse and disease. Hollywood and popular media have perpetuated this image, making it seem as though medieval people had no concept of hygiene. But the truth is far from this grim portrayal. In reality, people in the Middle Ages were far more concerned with cleanliness than we give them credit for. Bathing, washing, and even sewage management played important roles in medieval society, proving that life in the Middle Ages was not nearly as dirty as many believe. Personal hygiene was an essential part of daily life, particularly for those who could afford regular access to clean water. Public bathhouses were a common feature in many medieval towns and cities, where people would gather to bathe and socialize. In fact, medieval Europeans inherited a love for bathing from the Romans, whose bathhouse traditions continued well into the Middle Ages. Cities like Paris, London, and Prague had numerous bathhouses where people of all classes could wash themselves, and in some cases even enjoy heated water. In the 13th and 14th centuries, public bathhouses became so popular in many European cities that they were seen as centers of relaxation and even luxury. Bathing was not just reserved for the wealthy or those living in cities. In the countryside, peasants and farmers often bathed in rivers, lakes, or even wooden tubs inside their homes. Soap, made from animal fats and ashes, was commonly used for washing both the body and clothing. Medieval recipes for soap making show that people were well aware of the importance of cleanliness, and many varieties of soap were perfumed with herbs such as lavender and rosemary. Monasteries, which served as centers of knowledge and daily life, encouraged hygiene among their monks and often had dedicated washing areas. Some even required their members to bathe at least once a week, which compared to some later historical periods was quite frequent. Beyond personal hygiene, medieval societies also made efforts to maintain the cleanliness of their cities and towns. Many medieval cities had rudimentary sewage systems, with waste being channeled away through drainage ditches or underground pipes. In some places, regulations were even put in place to ensure waste was properly disposed of, and streets were kept clean. London, for example, passed laws in the 14th century to remove waste from the streets and prevent contamination of drinking water sources. While these measures may not have been as advanced as modern sanitation systems, they demonstrate a clear awareness of the importance of cleanliness and public health. Tooth care was another aspect of hygiene that medieval people took seriously. While they didn't have modern toothpaste, they used a variety of herbal remedies to clean their teeth and freshen their breath. Some of these included rubbing salt or ashes on their teeth, or using herbal mouth rinses made from mint or sage. Wealthier individuals sometimes used primitive toothbrushes made from animal hair or frayed twigs to scrub their teeth. There are even records of medieval people using chew sticks, a practice that continues in some cultures to this day. The idea that medieval people simply accepted filth as a part of life is a modern misconception. While they certainly didn't have access to the same level of sanitation and medical knowledge as we do today, they made significant efforts to stay clean. Bathing, washing clothes, and maintaining public hygiene were all considered important aspects of daily life. The belief that medieval society was inherently dirty comes largely from later time periods, particularly the early modern era, when bathing became less common due to misguided fears that water spread disease. In contrast, medieval people often embraced bathing and cleanliness as a way of life. The next time you see a medieval movie depicting peasants covered in dirt and filth, remember that history tells a different story. People in the Middle Ages valued cleanliness, enjoyed regular baths, and made efforts to maintain the hygiene of their communities. Far from being a time of squalor, the medieval period was one where hygiene was an important part of life, even if it looked different from the standards we have today. Medieval medicine is often dismissed as primitive, filled with superstition and ineffective treatments. While it is true that medieval medical practices were not as advanced as modern medicine, they were far more sophisticated than many people realize. Physicians, surgeons, and apothecaries relied on centuries of accumulated knowledge, drawing from ancient Greek, Roman, and Islamic sources. Universities taught medical students through structured curricula and hospitals provided care for the sick in ways that laid the foundation for modern medical institutions. One of the most surprising aspects of medieval medicine is surgery. While it is often assumed that surgical procedures were nothing more than crude amputations performed without anesthesia, the reality is more complex. Medieval surgeons were skilled practitioners who performed procedures such as trepanation, setting broken bones, and even removing bladder stones. Texts like the Practica Chirurgiae by Roger Frugadi and Chirurgia Magna by Guy de Chauliac provided detailed surgical techniques and emphasized the importance of cleanliness. While anesthesia, as we know it, did not exist, medieval doctors used herbal sedatives such as opium, mandrake, and hemlock to dull pain. Cauterization and ligatures were used to control bleeding, demonstrating an understanding of wound management. Some surgical procedures, such as cataract removal, were carried out with surprising precision using fine tools and careful techniques. Surgeons also understood the importance of post-operative care, using wound dressings soaked in wine or honey to prevent infection. Herbal medicine played a crucial role in medieval healthcare. Monasteries served as centers of medical knowledge, where monks cultivated medicinal plants and recorded their uses in detailed manuscripts. Texts such as the Herbarium of Apuleius and the Physica by Hildegard of Bingen catalogued the properties of various herbs. Remedies included garlic for infections, willow bark for pain relief, and honey for wound healing. While some treatments were ineffective or based on superstition, many herbal remedies had real medicinal value and are still used in some forms today. Physicians also recognized the importance of diet and lifestyle in maintaining health. Medieval medical texts emphasized the benefits of balanced nutrition, fresh air, and moderate exercise in preventing illness. Many doctors prescribed specific foods and herbal teas to treat ailments, showing an early understanding of nutrition's role in health. The establishment of hospitals in the medieval period marked a significant step toward organized health care. Contrary to the belief that the sick were simply abandoned, hospitals were built across Europe to care for the ill and needy. Institutions like the Hôtel Dieu in Paris and St. Bartholomew's Hospital in London provided medical treatment, shelter, and food. These hospitals were often run by religious orders that emphasized compassionate care. While medieval hospitals did not function like modern medical centers, they represented an early attempt at structured health care that went beyond simple hospice care. Some hospitals specialized in treating certain diseases, such as leprosy or the plague, and many provided long-term care for chronic illnesses. Medical practitioners in hospitals kept records of patients' symptoms and treatments, contributing to a growing body of medical knowledge that informed future generations. Public health measures were also more advanced than commonly believed. Medieval cities implemented quarantine measures during outbreaks of disease, particularly during the Black Death. The concept of contagion was understood, even if the precise mechanisms were unknown. In some cases, infected individuals were isolated to prevent the spread of illness. Urban centers developed sanitation systems that included waste removal and clean water sources. While these measures were not always effective by modern standards, they reflect a recognition of the need for public health efforts. In some cities, officials enforced street cleaning, regulated the sale of food, and monitored water supplies to reduce contamination. Bathhouses and public latrines were common in larger towns, allowing people to maintain better hygiene than commonly assumed. Medical education in the Middle Ages was rigorous and systematic. Universities such as Salerno, Bologna, and Montpellier trained physicians through formal education. Students studied texts from Galen, Hippocrates, and Avicenna, learning about anatomy, diagnosis, and treatment methods. The curriculum was structured with examinations required for medical degrees. While some medical theories such as the four humours were incorrect, medieval doctors engaged in scholarly debate and empirical observation, laying the groundwork for later medical advancements. Medical students often practiced dissections on animals or, in some cases, human cadavers, contributing to an evolving understanding of anatomy. Universities also fostered medical innovation, with scholars experimenting with new techniques and questioning outdated theories. The medieval period was not a dark age of ignorance in medicine. It was a time of learning, adaptation, and the preservation of medical knowledge. While many treatments were limited by the lack of scientific understanding, medieval physicians and healers worked within the best knowledge available to them. Their contributions to surgery, herbal medicine, hospital care, and public health helped shape the medical practices that would evolve in later centuries. The idea that medieval medicine was entirely backward is a myth that overlooks the remarkable progress made during this period. In fact, many medieval medical advancements laid the foundation for discoveries in the Renaissance and beyond, proving that the pursuit of medical knowledge never truly stagnated. The Middle Ages are often portrayed as a time of ignorance and intellectual stagnation, but this perception is far from accurate. In reality, medieval society placed a significant emphasis on education, and learning was far more widespread than many people assume. The period saw the establishment of universities, monastic schools, and cathedral schools, which laid the foundation for modern education systems. While literacy rates varied across social classes, education was not limited to the clergy or the nobility. Many members of the emerging middle class also had access to schooling. One of the most important developments in medieval education was the rise of universities. The first European universities, such as those in Bologna, Paris, and Oxford, emerged in the 12th and 13th centuries. These institutions became centers of higher learning, offering instruction in law, medicine, theology, and the liberal arts. The university model, with its structured curriculum and degrees, provided an educational framework that still influences modern academia. Students studied classical texts from scholars such as Aristotle and Cicero, as well as works from Islamic and Jewish scholars like Avicenna and Maimonides. Despite the challenges of medieval life, these universities produced some of the greatest intellectuals of the time, including Thomas Aquinas and Albertus Magnus. Education was not limited to universities. Monastic schools played a crucial role in preserving and transmitting knowledge. Monks meticulously copied and studied ancient manuscripts, ensuring the survival of Greek and Roman literature, scientific texts, and theological works. These schools provided education to young boys, primarily those training for the clergy, but also to lay students in some cases. Cathedral schools, often attached to large churches, also became important centers of learning. They trained future clerics but sometimes accepted students from wealthy or influential families who sought a broader education. Subjects taught included Latin, logic, rhetoric, arithmetic, and music, forming the basis of the medieval curriculum known as the trivium and quadrivium. Contrary to the belief that only the elite had access to education, many towns and cities had grammar schools where children of merchants and artisans could receive instruction. These schools focused on literacy, numeracy, and practical skills needed for trade and administration. Apprenticeship systems also functioned as an alternative form of education, with young people learning specialized crafts under the guidance of master artisans. This hands-on training was essential for professions such as blacksmithing, weaving, and bookkeeping. Women's education in the Middle Ages was more common than often assumed, though opportunities varied by social class. While most formal education was directed at men, Noble women were frequently taught reading, writing, and mathematics, particularly if they were expected to manage estates or engage in correspondence. Some women, particularly in convents, received extensive education in Latin, theology, and even medicine. Figures like Hildegard of Bingen and Christine de Pizan demonstrate that medieval women could be scholars, writers, and intellectuals in their own right. The influence of medieval education extended beyond the classroom. The rise of literacy contributed to the spread of knowledge through books and manuscripts, fostering a growing intellectual culture. The development of libraries, both in monasteries and universities, allowed scholars to access and build upon previous works. Additionally, the increasing use of the vernacular in literature and legal documents expanded education beyond Latin-speaking scholars to a broader audience. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of intellectual darkness is a misconception. Instead, it was a period of educational development that laid the groundwork for the Renaissance and the modern university system. From the rigorous scholarship of medieval universities to the practical learning of apprenticeships, education was a vital part of medieval life. The widespread efforts to teach, learn, and preserve knowledge ensured that intellectual progress did not stall but rather evolved, setting the stage for the advancements that followed in later centuries. The common perception of women in the Middle Ages is that they were entirely subordinate, voiceless, and without power. While it is true that medieval society was largely patriarchal, the reality was far more complex. Women played significant roles in trade, politics, and even warfare, often exerting more influence than modern portrayals suggest. Across medieval Europe, women could be merchants, landowners, scholars, and even rulers, shaping their communities in ways that defy simplistic stereotypes. One of the most overlooked aspects of medieval women's lives was their role in commerce. In many towns and cities, women actively participated in trade, working as merchants, artisans, and shopkeepers. Guild records show that women were involved in professions such as weaving, brewing, and textiles, often running businesses independently or alongside their husbands. In some cases, widows took over their late husband's trade and continued to operate successfully. Cities such as London, Paris, and Bruges had numerous female entrepreneurs, proving that economic agency was not limited to men. Women also held significant political power, particularly in noble and royal circles. Queens and noble women frequently acted as regents, ruling in place of underage or absent kings. Figures such as Eleanor of Aquitaine and Isabella of Castile wielded immense influence, making political decisions, leading military campaigns, and shaping the fate of entire kingdoms. Some women even exercised direct rule, controlling vast territories and negotiating treaties. In many cases, noble women managed estates, overseeing agricultural production, finances, and local governance in their husband's absence. Beyond political and economic roles, some women defied expectations by taking up arms. While female warriors were rare, they were not unheard of. Women such as Joan of Arc, Matilda of Tuscany, and the Viking shield maidens challenged traditional gender roles by leading troops into battle. Even if they did not fight personally, many noble women organized military defenses and commanded castles during sieges. Chronicles and records document instances where women were instrumental in wartime leadership, ensuring the survival of their people and lands. Education and intellectual life were also accessible to some medieval women. Convents served as centers of learning, where nuns not only preserved ancient texts, but also wrote influential works on theology, medicine, and philosophy. Hildegard of Bingen, a 12th century abbess, was a respected writer, composer, and scientist. Christine de Pizan, a 15th century writer, actively defended women's intellectual capabilities and criticized the misogyny of her time. While women's access to formal education was more restricted than men's, those who did receive an education contributed meaningfully to medieval scholarship. The legal status of women varied across medieval Europe. In some regions, women had property rights and could inherit land, particularly in areas influenced by Germanic and Celtic traditions. Customary laws often granted women legal autonomy in matters such as marriage, trade, and inheritance. Although medieval legal systems were not always favorable to women, they provided more opportunities for autonomy than is commonly assumed. For example, in some medieval cities, women could represent themselves in court, own businesses, and form contracts. Religious and cultural attitudes toward women were complex and often contradictory. While many religious texts reinforced traditional gender roles, there were also female saints and mystics who commanded great respect. Women who entered religious life often gained independence and influence, as abbesses sometimes held power equivalent to bishops. Some religious communities fostered female leadership and intellectual engagement, offering women an alternative path to authority outside of marriage and motherhood. The idea that medieval women were powerless is an oversimplification. While they faced many restrictions, they also found ways to exercise influence in commerce, politics, education, and even warfare. By examining historical records, it becomes clear that women played vital roles in shaping medieval society, often challenging the limitations placed upon them. Their contributions were significant, even if they have been overshadowed by later historical narratives. The Middle Ages were not a time of total female oppression, but rather a period of complexity where women could, and did, carve out spaces of power and autonomy. The image of the medieval knight is often reduced to that of a brutish warrior, clad in heavy armor, wielding a sword, and engaging in endless battles. While knights were indeed warriors, their role in medieval society was far more complex than simple combat. They were not just fighters but also poets, diplomats, and philosophers, bound by a strict code of honor known as chivalry. The ideals of knighthood emphasized not only martial prowess, but also loyalty, courtly manners, and a dedication to justice. Their position in society required them to be as refined in the court as they were fierce on the battlefield. Knighthood was a long and arduous journey that began in childhood. Boys of noble birth were typically sent to a lord's household at a young age to train as pages. They learned the basics of combat, horsemanship, and weaponry, but they also studied literature, music, and etiquette. Pages were expected to serve at feasts, learn to read and write, and become well-versed in courtly behavior. By their teenage years, they became squires, serving a knight directly and refining their skills in battle. They were responsible for maintaining their knight's armor and weapons, caring for the horses, and accompanying their mentor into skirmishes. Only after proving themselves in both combat and character could they be dubbed knights in a formal ceremony, which often had deep religious significance. The dubbing ritual was more than symbolic. It solidified their social standing and responsibilities. One of the defining features of knights was their commitment to chivalry, a code that dictated how they should behave both on and off the battlefield. This code emphasized bravery, loyalty to one's lord, protection of the weak, and respect toward women. While not all knights lived up to these ideals, historical records show that many took their vows seriously. Chivalry was not just about fighting honorably, but also about acting as a just and virtuous leader. Knights were expected to resolve disputes, uphold justice, and serve as protectors of the people. This is evident in medieval literature, where knights are often portrayed as noble figures who strive to do what is right, even at great personal cost. Many knights acted as judges or arbitrators in legal matters, settling feuds and ensuring that laws were enforced in their territories. Beyond their roles as warriors, knights were also patrons of the arts, and sometimes artists themselves. Many knights composed poetry and music, particularly within the tradition of courtly love. Troubadours, often knights themselves, wrote and performed songs celebrating love, honor, and adventure. Figures such as William IX of Aquitaine, one of the earliest known troubadours, demonstrated that knights could be both fierce warriors and refined poets. Chivalric romances, which told tales of heroic knights and noble quests, were among the most popular forms of literature in the medieval world. Knights were expected to appreciate the arts, sponsor artists, and participate in elaborate tournaments that combined martial skill with theatrical performance. Diplomacy was another essential aspect of a knight's role. Many knights served as envoys and advisors to kings and lords, negotiating treaties, forging alliances, and maintaining peace between warring factions. They were expected to be well versed in the laws and customs of different lands, able to navigate the complex political landscape of medieval Europe. Some knights rose to positions of great influence, acting as regents, counselors, or even rulers in their own right. Their ability to speak multiple languages, understand economic principles, and interact with foreign dignitaries made them indispensable in the affairs of the realm. Knights were often involved in marriage alliances as well, securing peace and strengthening political ties through strategic unions. Religious devotion was also central to knighthood. Many knights participated in the Crusades, seeing themselves as warriors of God. Orders such as the Knights Templar and the Hospitallers combined military skill with religious service, protecting pilgrims and defending Christian territories. Even outside of the Crusades, knights were expected to uphold Christian values, support the church, and engage in acts of charity. Some knights retired to monastic life, seeking spiritual fulfillment after years of service in war. Others founded religious institutions or donated wealth to the church as a means of securing their place in the afterlife. The connection between knighthood and faith was deeply ingrained, with many knights swearing oaths before relics or undergoing religious fasting before significant battles. Tournaments and jousting played a crucial role in the life of a knight. Far from being simple entertainment, these events allowed knights to hone their skills, gain fame, and prove their worth. Jousting was a dangerous and highly technical sport, requiring immense skill in both horsemanship and weaponry. Victories in tournaments could elevate a knight's reputation, earning them sponsorships, land, or marriage prospects. These events were also social gatherings, where knights could showcase their refinement, engage in courtly dialogue, and demonstrate their adherence to chivalric principles. While the idealized knight of legend did not always match the reality, many historical knights genuinely embodied these ideals. Their influence extended far beyond the battlefield, shaping medieval culture, politics, and art. The true legacy of knighthood is not just one of bloodshed and conquest, but also of learning, leadership, and moral responsibility. Knights were not merely warriors, they were the embodiment of a broader medieval worldview that valued honor, wisdom, and service. They played critical roles in shaping the societies they served, leaving behind a lasting impact that extended well beyond their years in armor. The knight was not just a fighter, but a guardian of tradition, a scholar of virtue, and a leader whose influence resonated through generations. When people think of medieval cities, they often imagine dirty, overcrowded and unsanitary places filled with disease and chaos. However, this image is far from the truth. Many medieval cities were highly organized, boasting intricate administrative systems, bustling markets, and impressive architectural feats. From London to Paris, medieval cities functioned as centers of commerce, governance, and culture, demonstrating a level of sophistication that is often overlooked. Medieval cities were not simply clusters of houses haphazardly built around castles or monasteries. They were planned and structured with a clear sense of organization. Many cities had walls for defense, intricate road networks, and designated districts for different trades and professions. Guilds played a crucial role in regulating business, ensuring quality standards, and protecting the rights of artisans and merchants. These guilds formed an early version of professional associations and helped maintain economic stability within the city. One of the most significant features of medieval cities was their market systems. Weekly markets and large annual fairs brought people from surrounding villages and towns, allowing for the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies. Merchants traded everything from textiles and spices to metals and livestock. Some cities, like Venice and Bruges, became major trade hubs, connecting Europe with distant regions such as the Middle East and Asia. These thriving economies encouraged innovation and financial advancements, including the early use of banking systems and credit. Despite common misconceptions, medieval cities had surprisingly sophisticated sanitation and infrastructure. Many cities implemented rudimentary but effective sewer systems, with waste disposal regulations enforced by local authorities. Wells and public fountains provided access to clean water, and bathhouses were common in many urban centers. In places like London and Paris, street cleaning regulations were in place to maintain hygiene, and designated officials monitored food markets to prevent the sale of spoiled goods. Governance in medieval cities was also more structured than one might assume. Many cities were granted charters that allowed them a degree of self-rule, separate from feudal lords. City councils, often composed of wealthy merchants and influential citizens, made important decisions regarding laws, taxes, and public projects. Some cities operated under elected mayors or magistrates, providing an early example of municipal government. This system allowed cities to maintain stability and ensure that commerce and daily life ran smoothly. Culturally, medieval cities were vibrant places filled with artistic and intellectual activity. Universities such as those in Bologna, Paris, and Oxford flourished and attracted scholars from across Europe. These institutions laid the foundation for modern academia, fostering advancements in philosophy, science, and medicine. Additionally, cathedrals and town halls stood as architectural marvels, showcasing the craftsmanship and ambition of medieval builders. Cities became hubs of literature, theater, and music, with poets, playwrights, and musicians entertaining both nobility and common folk alike. In conclusion, medieval cities were far from the primitive and chaotic settlements often depicted in popular media. They were well-organized, economically dynamic, and culturally rich centers of human activity. Their advancements in governance, trade, infrastructure, and education laid the groundwork for the development of modern urban life. Rather than being dirty and backward, medieval cities were thriving centers of progress, demonstrating the ingenuity and resilience of their inhabitants. The history of witch hunts is often intertwined with images of the Middle Ages, but the most infamous and widespread witch hunts actually occurred during the early modern period, long after the Middle Ages had ended. The idea of the medieval era being the height of witch persecution is a misconception, influenced by later historical events and a romanticized image of the so-called Dark Ages. In reality, Witch hunts were much more prevalent in the Renaissance and beyond, particularly in the 16th and 17th centuries. The first thing to understand is that belief in witches was not unique to the Middle Ages. Widespread belief in magic, spirits and supernatural forces existed throughout European history, from ancient times through the medieval period and into the Renaissance. However, the systematic and violent persecution of alleged witches really took off during the early modern period. One of the most significant drivers of these witch hunts was the rise of the Catholic and Protestant Reformations. Both religious movements encouraged the belief that witches were agents of the devil, and this fueled the persecution of those accused of witchcraft. In the Middle Ages, while accusations of witchcraft did exist, they were generally not as widespread or organized as they would become in the early modern period. It wasn't until the 15th century, with the publication of the infamous witch-hunting manual Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches, in 1487, that the witch hunt hysteria began to truly escalate. Written by two Dominican inquisitors, Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger, the Malleus Maleficarum argued that witches were real and dangerous, and that they were often women who had made pacts with the devil. This book was incredibly influential in encouraging the mass persecution of witches, particularly in Germany and France, but it was not a universally accepted text. Many medieval thinkers, including prominent scholars and clergy, did not fully endorse the ideas in the Malleus Maleficarum. Throughout the Middle Ages, accusations of witchcraft were more often linked to local disputes, personal vendettas, and social tensions, rather than a widespread belief in satanic conspiracies. The belief in witches was certainly present, but it was not as pervasive or institutionalized as it would later become. In fact, much of the fear of witches was tied to rural areas where folk beliefs about magic, healing, and curses were more common. Urban centers, on the other hand, where the influence of the church and educated elites was stronger, were less likely to be caught up in witch hunts. It wasn't until the 16th and 17th centuries, during the Reformation and the rise of Protestantism, that witch hunts truly began to spread across Europe. Protestant and Catholic authorities alike increasingly saw witchcraft as a threat to both religious and social order. In Protestant countries like England, the Netherlands, and the German states, witch trials became a means of asserting control over society and combating perceived threats to Christian orthodoxy. Catholic countries, too, had their own wave of witch hunts, with Spain, Italy, and France seeing an uptick in trials, often fueled by the Inquisition. The witch hunts were also closely tied to the social and political upheaval of the time. The turbulence of the Reformation, which saw religious divisions and conflict across Europe, created an environment where fear of the unknown and the supernatural could easily spread. In times of social instability, accusations of witchcraft were often used as a scapegoat for misfortune, such as bad harvests, disease outbreaks, and unexplained deaths. This fear of witches was often amplified by the growing influence of early modern states and the rise of more centralized legal systems, which made it easier to prosecute individuals accused of witchcraft. Despite the prevalence of witch hunts in the early modern period, it's important to note that they were not as widespread or as frequent as popular media often suggests. The majority of the population in medieval and early modern Europe did not participate in or even believe in witch hunts. Many towns and regions remained relatively untouched by witch trials. It's also crucial to remember that accusations of witchcraft were often rooted in misogyny and the fear of powerful or independent women. The majority of those accused were women, particularly those who were older, unmarried, or otherwise marginalized in society. Witch hunts were as much about social control and gender dynamics as they were about fear of the supernatural. In conclusion, while belief in witches and witchcraft was certainly a part of medieval European culture, The widespread witch hunts and trials that are most famous today occurred in the early modern period, not the Middle Ages. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of rampant witch persecution is a misconception. The true horror of the witch hunts came in the centuries that followed, when the Reformation, political instability and social fears created the perfect storm for the persecution of thousands of innocent people. The witch hunts of the early modern period are a sobering reminder of the dangers of superstition, fear and intolerance, but they are also a reflection of the changing religious, social and political dynamics of the time. One of the most enduring myths about the Middle Ages is that it was a period dominated by superstition, ignorance, and an overwhelming lack of scientific progress. This idea is often rooted in the notion of the Dark Ages, a time when the intellectual and cultural advancements of the classical world supposedly came to a halt. However, the reality of medieval science tells a much different story. Far from being a time of stagnation, the Middle Ages were a period of significant scientific development, particularly in fields such as astronomy, mathematics and medicine. In the medieval period, the foundation of scientific learning was laid in the monasteries, where monks copied ancient texts and worked on preserving knowledge from the Roman, Greek and Islamic worlds. These monks were not merely religious scholars, they were also some of the earliest scientists of their time. For example, in astronomy, medieval scholars like the English monk Bede and the Persian scientist Al-Batani made significant contributions to the understanding of the stars, the planets, and the motion of the heavens. Bede's De Natura Rerum and Al-Batani's accurate calculations of the length of the solar year helped lay the groundwork for later astronomical discoveries. Moreover, universities began to emerge in the medieval period, offering formal education in subjects such as philosophy, astronomy, medicine and mathematics. The University of Bologna, founded in 1088, and the University of Paris, founded in the 12th century, were two of the earliest institutions where scientific learning flourished. The medieval university curriculum was heavily influenced by the works of ancient scholars like Aristotle, Galen and Ptolemy, as well as Arabic and Jewish scholars, whose translations of ancient Greek texts provided much of the intellectual foundation for medieval science. Astronomy was one of the key fields of study during the Middle Ages. While many people think of medieval astronomy as primitive or based purely on superstition, the reality is that medieval scholars developed highly sophisticated models of the universe. The most influential astronomical work of the time was Ptolemy's Almagest, a treatise on the geocentric, Earth-centered model of the cosmos. This work was taught in universities across Europe and was widely regarded as the authoritative text on astronomy for centuries. Medieval astronomers also made advancements in understanding the movements of the planets, using tools such as the astrolabe, a device for measuring the positions of celestial bodies. In mathematics, medieval scholars made important strides in number theory, geometry, and algebra. One of the most significant developments was the introduction of Arabic numerals, which replaced the cumbersome Roman numerals and revolutionized mathematical calculations. The famous mathematician Fibonacci, who studied in the Arab world, introduced the Fibonacci sequence in his book Liber Abaci, which had a profound impact on mathematics. Additionally, scholars in the Middle Ages worked on refining Euclidean geometry, and many mathematical concepts that we take for granted today were developed during this period. In medicine, medieval scholars made significant strides as well. While the medical knowledge of the time may seem rudimentary by today's standards, it was based on a combination of ancient Greek and Roman knowledge, as well as new insights derived from the study of anatomy and disease. The writings of Galen, Hippocrates, and Avicenna were central to medical education in the Middle Ages, and many universities offered courses in these texts. In addition to theoretical knowledge, medieval doctors also made practical advances in surgery and medical treatment. For example, Early medieval surgeons developed techniques for treating wounds, setting broken bones, and performing cataract surgeries. Some medieval hospitals even specialized in particular types of care, such as leprosy, showing a level of medical specialization. Medieval alchemy also laid the foundation for the development of modern chemistry. Although alchemy was rooted in mysticism and the search for the philosopher's stone, it contributed to the understanding of chemical processes and the development of laboratory techniques. Alchemists like Roger Bacon and Paracelsus made contributions to the study of materials and chemical reactions, leading to a greater understanding of the physical world. While it's true that many people in the Middle Ages believed in supernatural forces, demons and magic, these beliefs were not dominant in the intellectual elite or the institutions of higher learning. The scientific work being done in universities and monasteries was based on observation, reason, and experimentation. Far from being a time of ignorance, the medieval period was one of intellectual exploration and scientific inquiry. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of scientific backwardness is an oversimplification that ignores the significant contributions made by medieval scholars in many fields. In conclusion, the Middle Ages were far from a period of scientific darkness. In fact, they were a time of significant scientific advancement in astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and alchemy. Universities played a central role in preserving and advancing knowledge, and many of the foundational discoveries of modern science were made during this time. The myth of the Dark Ages and the idea that medieval society was dominated by superstition and ignorance overlooks the true intellectual achievements of this period. Instead of being a time of stagnation, the Middle Ages laid the groundwork for the scientific revolution that would follow in the Renaissance and beyond. The idea of the Middle Ages as a time of isolation and stagnation is a common misconception. In reality, the medieval period was marked by the rise of complex trade networks that connected Europe to the rest of the world. Far from being cut off from other parts of the globe, Europe was part of a vast and intricate trading system that spanned across continents, bringing goods from Asia, Africa, and the Middle East to European markets. This interconnected world was built on ancient trade routes, as well as new networks established during the medieval period. One of the most important aspects of medieval trade was the Silk Road, a series of overland routes connecting China, Central Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. Although the Silk Road had been in use for centuries, it remained a crucial trade route throughout the medieval period. Goods such as silk, porcelain, spices, and tea were transported from the east to the west, while European merchants traded products like wool, glass, and metalwork in exchange. This exchange of goods also facilitated the movement of ideas, technologies, and even disease, linking different cultures and societies in ways that would shape the course of history. In addition to the Silk Road, maritime trade routes played an increasingly important role in medieval commerce. The Mediterranean Sea, for example, was a central hub for trade between Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Italian city-states such as Venice, Genoa, and Pisa were particularly active in maritime trade, establishing powerful fleets that dominated Mediterranean commerce. Venetian merchants, for example, brought luxury goods such as spices, silks, and precious metals from the East and sold them to customers across Europe. This maritime network was vital not only for the flow of goods, but also for the exchange of knowledge, as merchants and travelers brought back new ideas and innovations from the farthest reaches of the known world. By the 12th and 13th centuries, trade routes connected Europe to even more distant lands. The Crusades, while primarily military campaigns, also opened up new avenues for trade, particularly with the Middle East. Crusaders brought back valuable goods like sugar, citrus fruits, and exotic textiles, all of which became highly sought after in Europe. The Crusades also helped establish trade links between Europe and the Islamic world, where goods and knowledge from ancient Greece, Rome, and the farthest reaches of Asia were preserved and shared. The rise of powerful trade cities and the development of banking and financial systems further contributed to the growth of medieval commerce. In cities like Florence, Venice, and Bruges, merchants and bankers created a financial infrastructure that allowed for the efficient exchange of goods across great distances. The Medici family in Florence, for example, became immensely wealthy through their banking empire, which financed trade ventures across Europe and beyond. The development of letters of credit, bills of exchange, and early forms of banking allowed merchants to conduct business without the need to carry large amounts of cash, making trade safer and more efficient. Medieval Europe was not only connected to Asia and Africa, but also engaged in trade with sub-Saharan Africa. The kingdoms of West Africa, such as Mali, Ghana, and Songhai, were major players in the trans-Saharan trade. These kingdoms were rich in gold, salt, and other valuable resources that were traded for goods like textiles, metalwork, and weapons. The trade routes across the Sahara Desert were some of the most important in the medieval world, connecting the Islamic world in North Africa with the kingdoms of sub-Saharan Africa and beyond. The wealth generated by this trade helped fuel the rise of powerful empires and allowed for the exchange of cultures, technologies, and ideas. The flow of goods was not limited to luxury items. Everyday products such as grains, wool, and timber were traded across medieval Europe, facilitating the growth of urban centers and the development of a money economy. The rise of a merchant class and the increasing importance of towns and cities transformed European society, providing opportunities for social mobility and the spread of new ideas. Despite the numerous challenges of the medieval period, such as political instability, war, and disease, trade continued to thrive. The movement of goods, people, and ideas helped create a more interconnected world and laid the foundation for the globalized economy that would emerge in the centuries to come. The medieval period, far from being a time of isolation, was a time of dynamic exchange and growth, where merchants, travelers, and scholars connected different parts of the world and helped shape the development of the modern global economy. In conclusion, the Middle Ages were a time of remarkable global trade. Through the Silk Road, maritime trade routes, and the exchange of goods and ideas during the Crusades, Europe was deeply connected to Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. The development of banking and financial systems helped facilitate trade, while the rise of powerful trading cities fostered economic growth and cultural exchange. Far from being an isolated time, the medieval period was a time of thriving global commerce that helped pave the way for the interconnected world we live in today. When most people think of the Middle Ages, they picture crude, dark huts with thatched roofs and muddy streets. However, this image doesn't do justice to the incredible artistic and architectural achievements of the period. The Middle Ages were not just about surviving in a harsh world, they were a time of immense creativity, especially in the fields of art and architecture. The Gothic period, in particular, was one of the greatest artistic movements in history, giving rise to some of the most magnificent buildings ever created. Gothic architecture, which flourished from the 12th to the 16th centuries, was a revolutionary style that radically transformed the design of churches, cathedrals, and castles across Europe. Unlike the Romanesque style that preceded it, which featured thick walls and small windows, Gothic architecture sought to reach towards the heavens. This was achieved through the innovative use of flying buttresses, ribbed vaults, and pointed arches, which allowed for the creation of tall, airy structures with expansive windows. These innovations gave rise to some of the most awe-inspiring cathedrals ever built, such as the Notre Dame de Paris, Chartres Cathedral, and the Cologne Cathedral. One of the defining characteristics of Gothic architecture was its emphasis on height and light. The soaring vertical lines of Gothic cathedrals were designed to draw the eye upward toward the heavens, reflecting the medieval belief in the divine. Large stained glass windows, filled with colorful biblical scenes and intricate designs, allowed light to flood the interior of these churches, creating a mystical atmosphere that was meant to inspire awe and reverence. The windows not only served an aesthetic purpose, but also conveyed religious stories to the largely illiterate population. These stained glass windows were not just decorative but educational, helping to communicate the teachings of the church to the people. The construction of these monumental structures was a massive undertaking that required years, even centuries, to complete. The building of a Gothic cathedral was a communal effort, involving skilled masons, carpenters, blacksmiths, and laborers. These craftsmen worked under the supervision of master builders, who oversaw the design and execution of the work. The process of building a cathedral was an intricate and highly organized one, with each part of the structure being carefully planned and constructed to ensure its stability and beauty. The labor was intensive, and it often took generations for a cathedral to be completed. Some cathedrals, such as the famous Notre Dame de Paris, took over a century to build, with each generation of builders adding to the work of their predecessors. Castles were another hallmark of medieval architecture. These fortified structures, designed to protect lords and their territories from invaders, were often impressive feats of engineering. While many people today associate castles with large, imposing stone structures, their designs varied greatly depending on the region, the time period, and the available resources. Early castles were simple wooden motte and bailey structures, but over time they evolved into sophisticated stone fortresses, complete with drawbridges, moats, and high walls. Some castles, like the Tower of London and Château de Chillon, became symbols of power and authority, while others, such as the castles built along the Rhine River in Germany, were built for defense and control over strategic locations. The construction of these castles was a testament to the ingenuity of medieval builders. They were designed to withstand attacks, with features such as thick walls, narrow windows, and a system of internal defenses that could be used to repel invaders. Many castles also had great halls, where feasts were held and important matters of governance were discussed. These halls were often decorated with tapestries, wooden carvings, and fine furniture, reflecting the wealth and power of the lords who resided there. Medieval cities also displayed impressive feats of architecture. While they may not have had the grandeur of cathedrals or castles, medieval cities were often carefully planned and organized. Streets were laid out with a clear sense of order, with markets, guild halls, and homes arranged around central squares or plazas. Many cities had impressive town halls, which served as the centers of governance and civic life. In places like Florence, Bruges, and Prague, the architectural development of cities reflected the growing importance of trade and commerce during the medieval period. The design of these cities was influenced by both Roman and Byzantine architectural traditions, as well as the emerging Gothic style. Beyond architecture, the art of the Middle Ages was also rich and diverse. Illuminated manuscripts, which were painstakingly created by monks in scriptoriums, were one of the most important forms of artistic expression during this time. These manuscripts, often made from vellum or parchment, were decorated with intricate designs and vibrant colors, showcasing both religious and secular themes. The artwork in these manuscripts ranged from depictions of biblical scenes to the portrayal of courtly love and chivalric ideals. Medieval art also flourished in the form of frescoes, mosaics, and sculptures. Churches and cathedrals were often adorned with elaborate paintings and carvings that told religious stories, while sculptures of saints, angels, and biblical figures adorned altars and facades. The artwork of the period was deeply religious, reflecting the central role that the church played in medieval life. However, it also celebrated the ideals of chivalry and knighthood, and many works of art depicted knights in battle or performing heroic deeds. In conclusion, the Middle Ages were far from a time of artistic stagnation or crude, primitive construction. The Gothic period, in particular, was a golden age of architecture and art, giving rise to some of the most awe-inspiring structures in the world. The cathedrals, castles, and cities of the medieval period were not just functional, they were masterpieces of design and engineering, built to last for centuries. The art of the time, from illuminated manuscripts to frescoes and sculptures, reflected the deep religious devotion and cultural sophistication of the period. The idea that the Middle Ages were a time of primitive huts and backward thinking is simply a myth. The Middle Ages were a time of remarkable artistic and architectural achievement. When we think of medieval food, it's easy to picture dull, bland meals consisting of stale bread and porridge. However, the reality is far more intriguing. Medieval cuisine was actually much healthier, more diverse, and more flavorful than many people realize, and in some ways, it was even better than modern fast food. Contrary to popular belief, medieval diets were based on fresh, locally sourced ingredients, a wide variety of meats, fish, fruits, vegetables, and even exotic spices from far-off lands. The medieval diet was heavily influenced by geography and social class. Peasants typically ate simple foods like bread, porridge, and vegetables, while the nobility enjoyed elaborate feasts with meats, exotic fruits, and highly refined dishes. Despite these differences, both groups enjoyed a surprising level of variety in their diets. For example, medieval Europeans regularly consumed different types of grains, including barley, oats, and rye. Wheat was common among the wealthier classes, while peasants might have eaten bread made from coarser grains. In addition to grains, vegetables played a significant role in the medieval diet. Common vegetables included cabbage, onions, leeks, beans, carrots, and peas. Root vegetables, such as turnips and parsnips, were staples in winter months, providing important sources of vitamins and fiber. The variety of vegetables available was much greater than many people assume, and they were often prepared in creative and flavorful ways. Meat was an important part of medieval cuisine, especially for the wealthy. Game meats like venison, wild boar, and rabbit were prized, and domestic animals such as cows, pigs, and sheep were commonly raised for their meat. Poultry, such as chickens, geese, and ducks, was also enjoyed, and fish was a significant part of the diet, especially in coastal areas or for religious reasons, when eating meat was restricted during certain periods. While the lower classes typically consumed less meat, they still enjoyed occasional servings of bacon, sausages, and other preserved meats. What made medieval food truly stand out, however, was the abundance of spices and flavors. The spice trade flourished in the Middle Ages, and merchants brought exotic ingredients like pepper, cinnamon, cloves, ginger, and saffron from the Far East, Africa, and India. These spices were highly valued, not just for their flavor, but also for their medicinal properties. Spices were used in both sweet and savory dishes, creating a unique blend of flavors that would be considered gourmet by today's standards. Medieval cooks were also adept at using herbs, which were often grown in household gardens or monasteries. Fresh herbs like parsley, rosemary, thyme, mint, and sage were commonly used to season food. In fact, The wide use of herbs and spices in medieval cooking made the food much more complex and flavorful than modern fast food, which is often loaded with artificial flavorings and preservatives. Cooking techniques were another area in which medieval cuisine excelled. Stews, roasts, pies, and pastries were common dishes, and many of these were cooked slowly to allow the flavors to develop and meld together. For instance, roasted meats were often flavored with a mix of herbs, wine, and spices, creating a rich and savory meal. Dishes like pottage, a type of thick soup or stew, were staples of medieval cooking, made from a wide range of ingredients such as vegetables, legumes, and meats, and often flavored with a variety of spices. The complexity of these dishes contrasts with the simple and often repetitive meals found in modern fast food. Another surprising aspect of medieval cuisine was its emphasis on fresh, seasonal ingredients. In contrast to the mass-produced, preservative-laden fast food we consume today, medieval meals were based on what was available at the time, which meant that fruits, vegetables, and meats were often consumed at their peak freshness. The medieval period also saw the development of early preservation techniques, such as salting, pickling, drying, and smoking, allowing people to enjoy a variety of foods year-round. These preservation methods also helped reduce food waste, ensuring that food was used more efficiently and sparingly. Moreover, the medieval diet was typically much more balanced and nutritious than the modern diet, especially compared to the highly processed and nutrient-poor fast food that many people rely on today. While the wealthy had access to a greater variety of food, both the upper and lower classes consumed a range of fresh produce, grains, and protein sources that provided important vitamins, minerals, and fibers. One area in which medieval food was far superior to modern fast food was its lack of artificial ingredients. While medieval cooks relied on fresh, natural ingredients, fast food is often filled with artificial preservatives, flavor enhancers, and food coloring. Additionally, medieval cooking emphasized whole foods, such as fresh vegetables, meats, and grains, rather than the highly processed and refined products commonly used in modern fast food. In conclusion, medieval food was not just bland or basic, it was diverse, flavorful, and often healthier than many of the fast food options available today. From exotic spices to fresh vegetables, meats, and herbs, medieval cuisine had much more to offer than we often give it credit for. The wide variety of ingredients and cooking methods, along with the emphasis on fresh, seasonal food, made medieval meals far more satisfying and nutritious than the mass-produced options we often consume in modern times. So the next time you think about medieval food, remember that it was a time of culinary creativity, with a rich and diverse food culture that stands in stark contrast to today's processed fast food. The image of medieval peasants often conjures up a bleak existence filled with endless toil, crushing poverty, and subjugation under merciless lords. However, while the life of a medieval peasant was certainly challenging, it was far from hopeless. In fact, many peasants enjoyed a sense of community, stability, and even leisure that we often overlook. Today, we are going to explore the reality of peasant life in the Middle Ages and see why it wasn't as miserable as movies and TV shows often suggest. First, let's talk about work. Peasants did work hard, especially during planting and harvest seasons, but they were not constantly laboring from sunrise to sunset every single day. The medieval calendar was filled with religious holidays and festivals, many of which provided days off from work. Some estimates suggest that peasants in medieval Europe actually had more holidays than modern workers. In addition, work was often communal, meaning tasks like plowing fields or harvesting crops were shared among villagers, making them more manageable and even social. Speaking of community, the village was the heart of peasant life. Unlike the isolated and downtrodden figures we often see in historical dramas, medieval peasants were part of tight-knit communities. They worked together, celebrated together, and supported one another in difficult times. Many villages had communal lands where peasants could graze their animals or gather firewood, and disputes were often settled locally rather than through distant lords or kings. Another common misconception is that peasants had no personal freedom, while some were serfs, meaning they were legally bound to the land they worked. Many were free peasants who owned or rented their land. Even serfs were not slaves. They had rights, including protection from their lords, the ability to farm their own small plots of land, and in some cases the ability to buy their freedom. Lords depended on their peasants, and while the relationship was not always fair, it was not purely oppressive either. Food was also better than many assume. While peasants did not eat the luxurious meals of the nobility, their diet was relatively balanced. Bread was a staple, but they also ate vegetables, dairy products, and occasionally meat or fish. Beer and ale were common, as water was not always safe to drink. Many peasants had small gardens where they grew herbs and additional crops, supplementing their diet and providing a degree of self-sufficiency. Fairs and festivals were a major part of peasant life. Church holidays often involved feasts, dancing and entertainment, giving peasants a break from their labor. Some festivals included games, performances, and competitions that brought entire communities together. Traveling merchants and entertainers brought goods and stories from faraway places, adding excitement to what many imagine as a monotonous existence. Marriage and family life also provided stability. While arranged marriages were common, many medieval records suggest that personal choice played a larger role than often assumed. Peasants married within their communities, and families worked together to maintain their farms and livelihoods. Women, while often expected to manage household duties, also worked in the fields and had an active role in village life. Some even ran businesses or inherited land. While medieval peasants faced hardships like poor harvests, disease and taxation, their lives were not defined solely by suffering. They had social bonds, traditions and periods of rest that balanced their labor. Understanding the reality of peasant life helps us appreciate the resilience and resourcefulness of those who lived during the Middle Ages. Far from being powerless victims, they were the backbone of medieval society, shaping the world in ways that are often overlooked. The role of the Church in the Middle Ages is often misunderstood. Many imagine it as a force that stifled progress, suppressed knowledge and controlled society with an iron grip. While the Church did hold significant power, it was also a driving force for education, medical care, and technological advancements. Monasteries in particular played a key role in preserving ancient knowledge, fostering innovation, and improving the lives of medieval people. The Church was more than a religious institution. It was a center of learning, a provider of social welfare, and a promoter of advancements that shaped European civilization. One of the Church's most important contributions was the preservation of classical knowledge. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, much of Europe faced instability, and many classical texts could have been lost forever. Monastic communities across Europe painstakingly copied and preserved works from ancient Greece and Rome, including texts on philosophy, medicine, and science. Without their efforts, the Renaissance may never have had the foundation it needed to flourish centuries later. These monasteries didn't merely preserve texts, they studied them, annotated them, and passed them down to future generations. The famous scriptoriums, where monks worked diligently to transcribe manuscripts, were hubs of intellectual activity that ensured knowledge was not only safeguarded, but expanded upon. Education was another area where the church had a significant impact. While universities were not exclusive to the church, many of Europe's first universities, including those in Paris, Oxford and Bologna, were founded with church support. These institutions trained scholars in theology, law, medicine and philosophy, ensuring that intellectual life continued to evolve. The medieval university system laid the groundwork for the modern higher education system, introducing structured curricula, degrees and academic debate. Far from opposing science, many medieval scholars sought to reconcile faith and reason, leading to important developments in fields such as astronomy, mathematics, and natural philosophy. Figures like Albertus Magnus and Roger Bacon made strides in scientific inquiry, proving that religious faith and intellectual curiosity could coexist. The church also played a crucial role in providing medical care. Monastic hospitals were some of the earliest organized medical facilities in Europe. Monks and nuns cared for the sick, often using herbal remedies and treatments based on ancient medical texts. While medieval medicine had its limitations, these religious institutions provided care to those who had nowhere else to turn. Some monasteries even conducted early forms of medical research, experimenting with different treatments and documenting their findings. They applied knowledge from the ancient Greek and Islamic medical traditions, helping to improve medical practice over time. The concept of charity hospitals, which would later evolve into modern healthcare systems, was pioneered by the Church's commitment to aiding the sick and the poor. Technological innovation flourished in monastic communities as well. Monks developed improved agricultural techniques, such as crop rotation and irrigation systems, which helped increase food production and prevent famine. Many monasteries had their own mills, breweries and workshops, refining production methods for everything from textiles to metallurgy. Some monks even contributed to mechanical advancements, designing clocks and water-powered machinery that would later influence European industry. The Cistercian order, for example, was known for its expertise in hydraulic engineering, developing sophisticated water management systems that powered mills and increased agricultural efficiency. Their innovations in architecture, particularly in the construction of churches and cathedrals, also set new engineering standards that influenced later generations. Beyond practical innovations, the church also played a role in social organization and charity. Many monasteries provided food and shelter to the poor, and church institutions often mediated disputes, helping maintain social stability. The idea that the church was purely an oppressive force ignores the countless ways in which it improved medieval society. In times of famine or crisis, the church often acted as a safety net, distributing food and offering aid to those in need. Monastic communities were self-sustaining, but also functioned as centers of economic activity, producing goods that were traded locally and internationally. The Benedictine rule, which emphasized labor alongside prayer, created a model where religious life and economic productivity went hand in hand. Art and culture also thrived under the church's influence. The church was the primary patron of the arts, commissioning stunning frescoes, illuminated manuscripts and monumental architecture. Gothic cathedrals, with their towering spires and intricate stained glass, were not just places of worship but also showcases of artistic and engineering mastery. Music, too, was deeply shaped by the church, with Gregorian chant evolving into more complex forms of polyphony, setting the stage for the rich musical traditions of later periods. While the church was not without its flaws, it was far more than just an obstacle to progress. Through its monasteries, universities and charitable efforts, it helped preserve knowledge, advance medicine, and even drive technological innovation. The Middle Ages were not an era of intellectual darkness, and the church was one of the key reasons why. By fostering education, supporting scientific inquiry, and ensuring that knowledge was passed down through generations. The Church played a foundational role in shaping the modern world. The Crusades are often remembered as a brutal series of wars driven by religious fanaticism, conquest, and bloodshed. While it is true that they were marked by violence and conflict, this narrow view overlooks their profound impact on cultural exchange, trade, and scientific advancement. Far from being mere military campaigns, the Crusades played a significant role in shaping medieval Europe and the broader world by fostering connections between different civilizations. They were a complex phenomenon that not only reshaped the political landscape of the time, but also left a lasting mark on the development of knowledge, commerce, and cross-cultural interactions. One of the most overlooked aspects of the Crusades is the immense cultural exchange they facilitated. When European crusaders traveled to the Near East, they encountered the advanced civilizations of the Islamic world, which had preserved and expanded upon the knowledge of the ancient Greeks and Romans. Islamic scholars had made great strides in fields such as medicine, mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy, areas in which medieval Europe had largely stagnated following the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Crusaders brought back new ideas that had been lost or forgotten in Europe, including the use of Arabic numerals, algebra, and advanced medical practices. The rediscovery and assimilation of these ideas laid the groundwork for the later Renaissance and helped bridge the intellectual gap between antiquity and the modern era. Trade was another major consequence of the Crusades. Contact with the Middle East introduced Europeans to goods and materials previously unknown or scarce in the West, such as spices, silk, sugar, cotton, exotic fruits, and glassware. The demand for these commodities led to the expansion of trade routes, which not only enriched European economies, but also led to the rise of powerful merchant cities like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa. These cities became major centers of commerce, connecting Europe with the Mediterranean, the Middle East, and beyond. The economic impact of these new trade connections continued to shape European markets for centuries, fueling commercial expansion, urbanization, and the eventual rise of a powerful merchant class that would challenge the dominance of the feudal aristocracy. In addition to economic and intellectual benefits, the Crusades also influenced European military strategies and castle architecture. Exposure to Islamic fortifications, such as concentric castles, towering stone walls, and advanced defensive structures, led to innovations in European castle design. Many of the lessons learned in the East were later implemented in the construction of castles across Europe, resulting in stronger, more strategically placed fortifications that played a key role in the defense of European territories for centuries to come. Similarly, the Crusades introduced new weapons, siege techniques, and battle tactics that transformed medieval warfare. The use of crossbows, trebuchets, and Greek fire became more widespread, while cavalry tactics and military organization saw significant refinements based on encounters with Muslim armies. The exchange of medical knowledge was particularly significant. Islamic scholars had built upon the medical texts of the Greeks and Romans, developing advanced surgical techniques, medical instruments, and hospital systems that were far more sophisticated than those found in Europe at the time. European physicians who encountered these innovations during the Crusades brought them back to the West, helping to improve medical practices across Europe. The establishment of hospitals and medical schools benefited from these new techniques, gradually transforming medieval healthcare. The concept of quarantine, introduced by Muslim doctors to prevent the spread of diseases, was adopted in European cities, influencing future public health policies. Translations of Arabic medical texts, such as those by Avicenna and Al-Razi, played a crucial role in shaping medieval European medicine for centuries. Religious tolerance and coexistence, while not the primary focus of the Crusades, also emerged as a byproduct of the interactions between different cultures. While hostilities were common, periods of peace and cooperation did exist. Some Christian and Muslim leaders, such as Richard the Lionheart and Saladin, engaged in diplomatic negotiations and mutual respect, recognizing that alliances and truces could serve their interests better than continued warfare. In cities where different faiths coexisted, intellectual and commercial exchanges flourished, leading to a blending of artistic styles, architectural influences, and even culinary traditions. The adoption of spices and new cooking techniques, for example, transformed European cuisine, introducing flavors and methods that are still evident in modern dishes. The Crusades also played a crucial role in shaping the identity of medieval Europe. The idea of a unified Christendom, fighting under the banner of a common cause, helped strengthen a sense of European cultural identity that transcended national and regional divisions. While conflicts between European powers persisted, the shared experience of the Crusades fostered a greater awareness of Europe as a distinct entity within a broader global context. Additionally, the increased contact with the Islamic world encouraged European scholars to seek out and translate classical works, further accelerating the revival of classical learning that would later define the Renaissance. While the Crusades undeniably caused destruction and suffering, their legacy extends far beyond warfare. They reshaped Europe's economic and intellectual landscape, strengthened cultural connections between East and West, and contributed to technological and scientific advancements. The movement of people, goods, and ideas between Europe and the Middle East had lasting effects on the development of medicine, architecture, military strategy, commerce, and even art. Understanding the full impact of the Crusades allows us to see them not just as battles of faith, but as a complex historical phenomenon that influenced the development of the modern world. Despite their origins in religious conflict, the unintended consequences of the Crusades played a crucial role in shaping the intellectual and economic foundations of Europe, leaving a legacy that is still felt today. When thinking about the Middle Ages, many people imagine a bleak and monotonous existence, but in reality, medieval life was filled with a variety of sports, games, and festivals that brought communities together. Far from being a time of constant hardship, the Middle Ages were rich with entertainment, social events, and thrilling competitions that kept people engaged and excited. From grand tournaments to music festivals, from board games to early forms of football, medieval society had an extensive and vibrant entertainment culture. One of the most iconic forms of entertainment in the Middle Ages was the knightly tournament. These grand events, which were both sporting competitions and social spectacles, drew crowds from all walks of life. Knights would engage in jousting matches, displaying their combat prowess by charging at each other with lances while on horseback. Beyond jousting, tournaments also included mock battles known as melees, where groups of knights fought one another in large-scale combat simulations. These events were not only displays of martial skill, but also major social occasions where nobles and commoners alike gathered to enjoy the excitement, cheer for their champions, and celebrate with feasts and festivities. Beyond the battlefield, music and dance played a crucial role in medieval entertainment. Minstrels and troubadours traveled from town to town, performing ballads, storytelling, and playing instruments such as the lute, harp, and flute. These musicians were an essential part of courtly life, but they also performed at fairs and festivals, bringing joy to ordinary people. Medieval dances such as the carol were popular at gatherings, allowing people to express themselves rhythmically and socially. The songs and stories performed often carried moral lessons, historical tales, or romantic themes, keeping audiences entertained while also preserving cultural narratives. Medieval fairs and festivals were another major source of entertainment. These lively events took place in towns and villages, usually on religious feast days or during seasonal celebrations. Market stalls would be set up, selling food, clothing, and handmade crafts, while entertainers such as jugglers, acrobats, and fire-breathers dazzled the crowds. Games of chance and skill, such as archery contests and wrestling matches, added to the excitement. These festivals provided a rare break from daily labor, allowing communities to come together in merriment and celebration. Sports and physical activities were also a significant part of medieval recreation. Early forms of football, known as mob football, were particularly popular. Unlike the modern game, these matches had few rules and often involved entire villages competing against one another, with goals sometimes set miles apart. The game was rough, chaotic, and could last for hours, but it was a thrilling and beloved pastime. Archery was another favorite activity, and in some places it was even required by law for men to practice regularly, both as a form of entertainment and military preparedness. Wrestling, boxing, and other forms of hand-to-hand combat were also widely enjoyed, with contests held at fairs and celebrations. Board games and gambling were common among people of all social classes. Chess, which had been introduced to Europe from the Islamic world, became a favorite pastime of the nobility. The game of tables, an early version of backgammon, was another popular choice. Dice games, often played for money, were common in taverns and at festivals, despite repeated attempts by the church to discourage gambling. These games not only provided entertainment, but also helped develop strategic thinking and social interaction. Even in monasteries, where religious devotion was central to life, forms of entertainment existed. Monks engaged in writing and illustrating manuscripts, a highly skilled and artistic activity that could also be deeply enjoyable. They also played board games, engaged in philosophical debates, and occasionally participated in athletic competitions. The notion that medieval life was devoid of pleasure and amusement is far from accurate. The Middle Ages were a time of excitement, social bonding, and creative expression. Whether through the clash of lances in a tournament, the lively melodies of a minstrel, or the communal joy of a festival, medieval people found ways to make their lives rich and fulfilling. Entertainment was woven into the fabric of daily life, proving that the medieval era was anything but dull. The common perception of medieval justice often conjures images of ruthless punishments, arbitrary rulings, and lawless societies where might made right. In reality, however, the medieval world had well-developed legal systems and institutions that maintained order and sought to administer justice in a structured way. While the methods and punishments were different from modern standards, medieval societies had courts, law enforcement, and various forms of legal recourse that provided stability and regulation. Medieval law was based on a combination of customary traditions, royal decrees, and religious influence. In many regions, justice was carried out through a hierarchical system that included local lords, town councils, and royal courts. The legal framework varied across Europe, with common law developing in England, while continental Europe followed Roman and canon law traditions. Local laws and customs also played a major role, ensuring that justice was tailored to the needs of specific communities. One of the earliest forms of law enforcement was the watch system, in which townspeople were responsible for maintaining security. Many cities and towns had officials, such as reeves or bailiffs, who acted as early forms of police officers, enforcing laws and ensuring that criminals were brought to justice. In England, the position of the sheriff emerged as a key enforcer of royal law, responsible for maintaining order within a shire and overseeing the local courts. Similarly, in the Holy Roman Empire and France, provosts and other officials carried out similar duties. Contrary to popular belief, not all crimes were met with brutal punishments. While serious offenses such as murder, treason, and highway robbery could lead to executions, many crimes were dealt with through fines, restitution, or public shaming. For instance, theft was often punished with a fine or the return of stolen goods, rather than immediate execution. In some cases, repeat offenders faced harsher penalties, but the idea of proportional justice was present in many legal systems. Trial by ordeal, a method in which the accused underwent physical tests, such as holding a hot iron to determine guilt, was gradually replaced by more structured legal procedures by the late medieval period. The court system itself was more sophisticated than commonly assumed. Local courts, often presided over by lords or town officials, handled minor disputes and petty crimes, while higher courts addressed more serious cases. In England, the system of royal courts helped establish legal consistency, and the practice of jury trials began to emerge. Instead of relying solely on a lord's judgment, some cases were decided by panels of local men who swore to judge fairly based on their knowledge of the accused and the circumstances. This early form of the jury system helped lay the foundation for modern legal proceedings. Church courts also played a major role in medieval justice. The clergy had their own legal system, known as canon law, which governed matters related to the church, such as marriage, morality, and disputes among clergy. These courts often handed down more lenient punishments than secular courts, focusing on penance rather than corporal punishment. Clergy members accused of crimes could sometimes claim benefit of clergy, allowing them to be tried in church courts rather than by secular authorities, which often led to lighter sentences. Medieval towns and cities also developed their own legal codes and institutions to maintain order. Guilds, which controlled trade and crafts, had their own rules and mechanisms for resolving disputes among members. Some cities, particularly those with charters granting them legal autonomy, had elaborate court systems that functioned independently of feudal lords. The growing use of written legal records helped improve consistency in judgments and ensured that legal precedents were followed. Despite the existence of legal systems, justice in the medieval world was not always fair. Corruption, bribery, and social status often influenced rulings, with wealthier individuals sometimes able to buy their way out of punishment. However, the evolution of medieval law laid the groundwork for many principles that still exist today, such as due process, proportional punishment, and community involvement in legal decisions. The idea that medieval justice was purely arbitrary or excessively cruel is an oversimplification. While punishments could be harsh, legal institutions provided structure and order, ensuring that societies functioned relatively smoothly. From early police forces to jury trials, the medieval legal system was far more advanced than many assume, showing that the concept of justice has long been an essential part of human civilization. When people think of Vikings, they often imagine ruthless warriors raiding monasteries, burning villages, and leaving destruction in their wake. While the Vikings were indeed fierce fighters and skilled raiders, this one-dimensional portrayal overlooks their crucial roles as traders, explorers, and innovators. The Viking Age, which lasted roughly from the late 8th to the early 11th century, was not just an era of conquest, but also one of remarkable cultural and economic exchange, maritime advancements, and exploration that left a lasting impact on the world. One of the most overlooked aspects of Viking society was their role as traders. Viking merchants traveled far and wide, establishing trade routes that stretched from Scandinavia to the Middle East. They brought goods such as furs, amber, and walrus ivory from the north, and traded them for silk, spices, and silver from the Islamic caliphates and the Byzantine Empire. Viking trade hubs like Hedeby and Birka flourished as bustling centers of commerce, where traders from different cultures exchanged goods, knowledge, and ideas. The Vikings' extensive trade networks helped connect distant civilizations, making them key players in medieval global commerce. Vikings were also skilled explorers and navigators, setting sail on voyages that took them to new and uncharted territories. Their longships, marvels of naval engineering, allowed them to travel vast distances across open seas and navigate shallow rivers with ease. Viking explorers such as Leif Erikson reached North America nearly 500 years before Columbus, establishing settlements in what is now Newfoundland. Others sailed to Iceland, Greenland, and even as far as the Caspian Sea. Their fearless exploration expanded the known world and paved the way for future maritime expeditions. Aside from their reputation as warriors, the Vikings were also pioneers in shipbuilding and seafaring. Their longships were not only fast and agile, but also capable of withstanding harsh ocean conditions. These vessels were instrumental in their military campaigns, but also facilitated trade and exploration. The Viking mastery of shipbuilding influenced naval technology for centuries, setting the foundation for future advancements in maritime travel. Viking society was also more structured and sophisticated than many assume. They had complex legal systems, with assemblies known as things where disputes were settled and laws were made. These gatherings, which involved community participation, ensured that justice was maintained without the need for centralized authority. Women in Viking society had more rights than in many other medieval cultures, with the ability to own property, initiate divorce, and run businesses. In addition to their trading and governance, the Vikings had a rich cultural and artistic heritage. Their sagas and poetry preserved the legends of their gods, heroes, and historical events. Intricate carvings, metalwork, and runestones demonstrated their artistic skill and deep cultural traditions. The Norse myths and stories they left behind continue to captivate people today, influencing literature, art, and even modern entertainment. The legacy of the Vikings extends far beyond their raids. They were entrepreneurs, explorers, and cultural influencers who shaped the course of history. Their ability to adapt, innovate, and connect different parts of the medieval world makes them one of the most fascinating civilizations of their time. Rather than mere barbarians, the Vikings were a people of great ambition and vision, leaving an enduring mark on the world through their trade, exploration, and technological advancements. When we think of banks today, images of towering skyscrapers, digital transactions, and credit cards likely come to mind. However, the origins of modern banking can be traced back to the Middle Ages, when medieval merchants, traders, and early bankers developed complex systems of credit, loans, and financial instruments long before the advent of modern finance. The medieval financial system was built on practical needs and grew as commerce expanded, laying the groundwork for the intricate banking structures that would later dominate the global economy. One of the earliest examples of medieval banking can be found in the bustling merchant cities of Italy, particularly in places like Venice, Florence, and Genoa. These cities were central to trade between Europe, Asia, and Africa, and merchants had to manage large sums of money to finance their extensive trade operations. To facilitate these transactions, Early bankers began to develop mechanisms such as letters of credit, which allowed merchants to borrow money from one city and repay it in another without having to physically transport large sums of currency. This system provided a level of security and convenience for traders, allowing them to engage in long-distance commerce with greater confidence. Alongside letters of credit, medieval bankers also developed the concept of promissory notes, which were essentially promises to repay a loan at a later date. These notes were used by both individuals and institutions, and they served as a precursor to the checks that we use today. Promissory notes were often used in international trade, allowing merchants to complete transactions without the need for hard currency, which was often in short supply. This system of credit helped to stimulate the growth of trade and commerce during the medieval period, as it enabled merchants to conduct business more efficiently and securely. The Medici family, who rose to prominence in 15th century Florence, are perhaps the most famous example of medieval bankers. The Medici Bank, established by Giovanni di Bicci de' Medici in 1397, became one of the most powerful financial institutions in Europe. The Medici family used a variety of innovative financial tools, including double-entry bookkeeping, to manage their vast business empire. This system allowed for more accurate and efficient accounting, enabling them to track their profits, expenses, and debts with greater precision. The success of the Medici Bank laid the foundation for the development of modern banking practices and was instrumental in the financial growth of the Italian Renaissance. In addition to credit systems and promissory notes, early medieval bankers also developed rudimentary forms of insurance. Merchants engaged in long-distance trade often faced the risk of losing their goods due to shipwrecks, piracy, or theft. To mitigate these risks, some merchants began to pool their resources and share the burden of potential losses. This practice evolved into early forms of marine insurance, where merchants would pay a premium in exchange for protection against the loss of their cargo during transit. This form of insurance was particularly important for the growing trade routes across the Mediterranean, as it provided merchants with a safety net and encouraged further investment in trade. The rise of banking in the Middle Ages also led to the establishment of the first true banks, known as banca in Italian, which were often located in public squares or marketplaces. These early banks were operated by wealthy merchant families who provided loans to traders and entrepreneurs. The banks also acted as a place for depositors to safely store their money, offering a degree of security that was previously unavailable. While these medieval banks were not as complex as modern financial institutions, they played a crucial role in facilitating the flow of capital and supporting the growth of trade and commerce. Despite the many advancements made in medieval banking, the practice of lending money at interest was viewed with suspicion by the Catholic Church, which considered it usury. The Church's prohibition on charging interest created tension between religious and financial institutions, as bankers often had to navigate complex theological debates to justify their practices. Over time, however, the Church's stance on usury softened, and bankers found ways to work within the constraints of religious doctrine while continuing to develop their financial systems. The medieval banking system was not limited to Italy. In other parts of Europe, such as Spain, France, and England, Jewish and Lombard bankers played important roles in financing trade and providing loans. These bankers often operated in a legal grey area, as their work was sometimes viewed with suspicion by local authorities. However, their services were indispensable, and they helped facilitate the movement of money across Europe, particularly in regions where the Christian prohibition on usury was strictly enforced. As trade expanded and economies grew more complex, the need for more sophisticated financial institutions became evident. The early banking systems of the Middle Ages provided a foundation for the development of modern banking practices, including the establishment of national banks, the creation of paper currency, and the development of stock markets. The innovations of medieval bankers and merchants were essential in the evolution of finance, and without them, the economic structures of the modern world may never have come to be. The legacy of medieval banking is still felt today, as many of the practices developed during this period form the backbone of our contemporary financial system. The use of credit, promissory notes, and even the concept of insurance all trace their roots to the Middle Ages, and without these early innovations, the modern banking world would be unrecognizable. The Middle Ages, far from being an era of economic stagnation, were a time of financial creativity and innovation, setting the stage for the economic revolutions that would follow in later centuries. The end of the Middle Ages is often seen as a dramatic shift, with the Renaissance standing in stark contrast to the so-called Dark Ages. This view suggests that the Renaissance was a sudden break from medieval life, ushering in a new era of humanism, science, and artistic achievement. However, the reality is much more complex. The transition from the medieval period to the Renaissance was not a sudden or abrupt change, but rather a gradual evolution, shaped by a multitude of factors that built upon the intellectual, cultural, and technological foundations laid in the Middle Ages. The term Renaissance, meaning rebirth, reflects the revival of interest in classical Greek and Roman culture, particularly in art, philosophy, and literature. While it is true that the Renaissance saw a renewed focus on the classical past, this movement did not arise out of a vacuum. The intellectual developments of the Middle Ages, including the preservation and study of ancient texts by medieval scholars, played a crucial role in the Renaissance's emergence. Monasteries and universities in the medieval period were central to the preservation of knowledge, and scholars in these institutions meticulously copied and translated ancient works, ensuring that classical learning was not lost. The Renaissance would not have been possible without the medieval efforts to safeguard this knowledge. In addition to the intellectual continuity between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, the rise of the Renaissance was also closely linked to the economic and political changes of the late medieval period. The economic expansion of the 12th and 13th centuries, fueled by increased trade, urbanization, and the growth of banking, created a more affluent and stable society. This newfound wealth provided the resources necessary to support the artistic and intellectual pursuits that defined the Renaissance. Cities like Florence, Venice, and Milan became cultural hubs, where wealthy patrons, including the Medici family, funded the work of artists, architects, and scholars. The technological advancements of the medieval period also laid the groundwork for the Renaissance. The development of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg in the 15th century revolutionized the spread of knowledge, making books more widely available and affordable. This innovation greatly accelerated the dissemination of Renaissance ideas and allowed for the rapid exchange of information across Europe. The printing press was an extension of earlier medieval technological advancements, such as the mechanical clock and improved agricultural tools, which had already begun to transform European society. Another key element of the Renaissance was the growing emphasis on individualism and humanism, ideas that were not entirely new but were further developed during this period. While medieval thinkers were primarily concerned with religious matters and the afterlife, Renaissance scholars and artists began to place a greater focus on human experience, reason, and the natural world. The humanist movement, which sought to revive the study of classical languages, literature, and philosophy, was influenced by the intellectual traditions of the Middle Ages, particularly scholasticism, which emphasized reason and logic. Renaissance humanism was not a rejection of the medieval worldview, but rather a continuation of the intellectual pursuits that had been ongoing for centuries. In art and architecture, the Renaissance witnessed a revival of classical forms and ideals, such as the use of perspective, the study of anatomy, and a focus on proportion and harmony. However, these artistic innovations did not emerge overnight. Medieval artists, particularly those working in the Gothic style, had already begun experimenting with techniques such as light, shadow, and perspective. The Renaissance took these developments to new heights, incorporating the scientific study of the human body and the natural world into artistic practice. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo built upon the work of their medieval predecessors, blending classical influences with new discoveries in science and mathematics. Politically, the late medieval period saw the decline of feudalism and the rise of centralized monarchies, a trend that would continue into the Renaissance. The development of strong centralized states in France, England, and Spain created the conditions for the growth of Renaissance culture. As kings and princes consolidated power, they were able to support the arts, sciences, and education, helping to foster the conditions for the flourishing of Renaissance ideas. At the same time, the weakening of the medieval church and the rise of secularism allowed for greater intellectual freedom and the questioning of established authority. The end of the Middle Ages and the dawn of the Renaissance was therefore a slow and gradual transformation rather than a sharp break. The Renaissance built upon the intellectual, artistic, and technological achievements of the Middle Ages, and many of the ideas and practices that defined this new era were already in development during the medieval period. The transition from the medieval to the modern world was a process that spanned centuries, shaped by the efforts of countless individuals who contributed to the intellectual, artistic, and cultural movements of both periods. In hindsight, it is clear that the Renaissance was not a complete departure from the Middle Ages, but rather a continuation of a long intellectual and cultural evolution. The Middle Ages provided the foundations for the Renaissance's achievements, and the Renaissance in turn set the stage for the modern world. Far from being an abrupt end to the medieval period, the Renaissance was the culmination of centuries of development, a period in which the ideas and innovations of the Middle Ages found their fullest expression. The end of the Middle Ages, therefore, was not a sudden break, but a gradual and complex evolution that paved the way for the modern world.